Roaming Firebat, how you doing, bro? There we go. Hold on, got an ad. Oh shit. Sorry about that, bro. It's not me playing the ads, by the way. Now it's me playing the ads, so that no one else needs to get ads. Or, yeah, now it's me playing the ads. Roaming, how's life, bro? I'm trying to figure out. There we go. Okay, that works. That works. Come on, you bastard. So far, why? What's wrong, bro? What's happening? Not good, not bad, I suppose. What's causing this confusion? Why can't you make up your mind? Hmm. I think we're a little early though. Actually, I know for a fact we're fucking early. I just had nothing else to do, so being live is may as well. Oh wait, there's no music, right? I'm working on college stuff, and they keep turning around and asking for completely different stuff. Tell them to fuck themselves. Just don't do it, bro. That's what I did in college. Just didn't do it. I just copied what other people did. Makes it much easier to get through college. Baki, how you doing, bro? I'm on lunch break in my telecommunications job right now. Hey, bro, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How's the job? I would, but I kind of needed living here. Why do you need it? What do you study, Romy? Sorry, I'm literally having my first coffee for the day still. So yeah, but what is it that you want to study? Like, what's your what's the end goal for you when it comes to studying? Abaddon, how you doing, bro? Because personally, unless the job that you're studying for is like a super high demand job, like high in demand job, I would not waste time or money on college. There's no fucking point, or uni, depending on whatever you want to call it, right? There really is just no point. You waste a lot of time. I think, especially nowadays, you'll probably so far ahead if you just straight up go into the workplace, go look for opportunities, and start your own shit. You're probably so far ahead that by the time the dudes around you finally finish college, you're way above and beyond anything that they could ever do. So, Kimi, how you doing? Just here for an hour before getting a yellow fever vaccine. Wait, why the fuck are you getting a yellow fever vaccine? Where are you going, Avedon? Like, where are you headed? Wait. Isn't yellow fever guys wanting to date Asian girls? Or is yellow fever like an actual disease? Going to meet Gia's family in Brazil end of March? Oh shit, is there yellow fever in Brazil? Huh. Wait, I need to fucking Google yellow fever now. I don't know what the fuck that is. Uh Yellow fever is an infectious disease transmitted by mosquitoes that bite mostly during the day. Oh shit. 13, 34 countries in Africa and 13 countries in Central and South America are either endemic for or have regions that are endemic for yellow fever. fever. Fuck me. It sounds, yeah, doesn't sound like a good disease. It turns your fucking eyes yellow, bro. Like, literally, I'm looking at pictures of yellow eyeballs. That shit's nasty. No, no, no. See, this is why you don't travel. This is why you stay where the fuck you are, so you don't have to worry about that bullshit. I wonder if people in those regions of Brazil, do they have to get vaccinated all the time, or like every 10 years? Or do they have like a natural immunity to it because they live in the area? Sinful Ways, how you doing? Papa Knuckle, cook something up just for us. True. True. I mean, it doesn't look like a fun disease to have, to be fair. Fucking hell, most of Africa has it? Holy crap. Actually, most of... Whoa. Dude, most of South America has yellow fever. Mr. Juicer, how you doing? Oh, wow. Kick, man. What a fun fucking... What a fun platform. Did you move or just change room layout? No, I just changed the room layout. I'm like, literally, you're just facing another wall in the room. Depends on vaccines. Some last 10 years, some a lifetime. Yellow fever is one and done. Oh. Okay. Dude, Kick really reminds me of early days Twitch, man. I just had to ban a dude who had a name that on most modern day social platforms, that name would not fly. Like, you wouldn't be able to get away with that name on most modern social media platforms. And Kick just, yeah, it's a fucking Wild West. On one hand, I like it. On the other hand, it's like, fuck me, man. How many people do I have to ban? Like, I've literally banned a dude whose name on Kick is Adolf Hitler. That's what he named himself on Kick. Adolf Hitler. Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, how are you just doing this? Like, fuck me. It's a double-edged sword. The problem is, yes, if you remove the ability for people to basically be free and call themselves whatever they want, you inherently remove freedom of speech. So I don't mind the fact that I have to do this. It's just like, it gets annoying, right? But I could probably spend some time setting up like actual banned words on Kick. But effort. Waiting for the nuke from Orbit copyright strikes to happen and Amazon to pull the infrastructure. I don't think Amazon will pull the infrastructure because it's not Amazon that's going to be on the hook for it, right? It's going to be Kick. But yeah, it is coming. Right now, Kick is just too small and the music industry doesn't really waste their time. But it's not that the music and movie industry don't know about it. They are very much aware. What they usually wait for is for you to become a big enough, large enough, juicy target so that they can pounce. And now they're going to make actual money. And then they pounce hard. That's why we have to listen to World of Warcraft music in the background the whole time. Because I stream on YouTube as well. And YouTube does not fucking allow any other music than copyright-free music. So what you doing today, Akam? Working hard, Mr. Juicer. Like, you can see the title. Just grinding, bro. I'm having coffee. I don't know what we'll be doing yet. I'm just having coffee right now, standing here talking to you guys. Dispose, so likely don't want to shut it down? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Amazon gives a crap. Like, Amazon doesn't give a crap about Twitch either. From Amazon's perspective, Twitch literally has one job, and that is to funnel people onto Amazon. Like, it doesn't give a shit. And if it can make money from Kick in terms of server fees, it's going to take that, right? So yeah, it's sort of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Did you guys see Twitch is actually going to increase the price of tier 1 subs? I don't know if you guys saw that. Like, tier 1 subs are going to get more expensive. I don't know about how much. But in various different countries, there's going to be changes to how much you pay for a tier 1 sub. And I can't help but feel that may actually be the stupidest fucking move they could ever make. Brickle Fox Gaming, how you doing? I'm very good. Thank you so much for asking. Grofar, how you doing, bro? Got an email about it, but didn't read it yet. Yeah, they're increasing the price, and they already stated that the price is probably going to increase across the world. So America, all of these places are going to see a price increase on the tier 1 sub. The issue with that is yes, you'll make more money per tier 1 sub, but how many people will now no longer sub because you're charging more for a tier 1 sub? Dark Professor, how you doing, bro? Great to hear, Echo. Love your content, man. Brickle Fox, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Very happy to have you here. You guys have to forgive me. I'm still fucking waking up. Yeah, I'm still waking up. Today I had the opposite problem of the problem I had 2 days ago. Remember when I didn't sleep enough and only 3 hours? Today I slept more than enough. In fact, I think I slept too much. I slept 7.5 hours. I woke up fucking dead. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I woke up dead and I slept 7.5 hours. So it's kind of like, what the fuck? How can this work? You should be well rested. 14 hours. I can't do that. Generally speaking, this is actually very much out of the ordinary for me. Like, generally speaking, I wake up after usually between 4 and 6 hours, never more than 6. It doesn't matter when I go to bed. It doesn't matter how tired I was. After 6 hours, I wake up naturally. I don't set an alarm, right? Ever. I hate alarms. So I just wake up whenever the fuck I wake up, and it's always before 6 hours. So 14 hours, like, what the fuck do? You just keep sleeping? I don't know how I would do that. Anyway, what do you mean, Brickle Fox? Eight to 10? Like, fuck me. How do you do 8? I can't do 8. I don't think I've ever in my life been able to sleep 8 hours. Ever. In college, I basically lived on 4 hours of sleep a night. For 5 years at college, it was 4 hours a night. That was the max that I would get. And then I sort of managed to now do it between 5 and 6 hours. Most of the time 5. If I'm really lucky, I'll get to 6. But I just naturally wake up, and then I'm like, shit, all right, that was just 6 hours. News writing for hours. How do you wake up dead? If you go to sleep and die. If you was dead after you go to sleep, it must mean you didn't wake up. I think maybe I'm a zombie now, or at least that's how I feel. No, I don't feel quite as bad. I felt like a zombie 2 days ago. Like 2 days ago, I felt fucking dead, like dead inside as well. Now I just feel, I don't know, like I've not rested enough, even though I've rested more than I usually rest. But that is the thing. Like, sleeping more than you usually sleep generally doesn't go well for you. I don't know why. Or maybe 7.5 hours is just a magical number. Like, at 7.5 hours, you're just normally fucked. Like, you can't sleep 7.5 hours. You have to do either 6 or 8. Like, maybe at 7.5 hours, you're in the middle of some deep cycle. But then why the fuck did I wake up in the middle of some deep cycle? Why won't my brain just go beyond the deep cycle? I don't know, man. This shit's weird. Wait, Sinful Way, so it's not like sleep once and just go. It's like you'll wake up and then you'll go, and I'll sleep a little bit more. Is that how you do it? And you did that for 14 hours. Bro, I'd be fucked. I would be fucking wrecked. All right, so I can't actually fall back asleep. I used to be able to when I was much younger. Now, like, if I wake up, I'm awake. That's it. That's over. It's over. The 100%. I'm glad I never have to wake up to pee. Like, I never wake up in the middle of the night going, oh shit, I have to go to the bathroom. That never happens. Because if that happened, I would basically be fucked always. Because I can't fall back asleep. Once I'm awake, I'm awake. And now that's it. I have to get up. I have to start doing stuff. There's no, I'm still tired. I'll lie down. I'll just lie there and be bored. Some people get less sleep because they lack vitamin D, which is dangerous. I don't know if I lack vitamin D. How do you know? Briggle Fox, I don't know how people do that. Like, how the fuck do you wake up after 5 to 6 hours and go, right, nice, let's go. Let's go, boys. Fuck that. I wake up and I'm like, all right, let's go. And then it takes me like 2 hours before I'm like, all right, I think I'm good now. Let's go. I've never woken up and just been like, let's go. I'm ready. That's never happened. Ever. Even when I was younger, that didn't happen. I don't hate everything. I usually just have like I have a massive routine. But I don't hate everything. I have a routine, and I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to be spoken to. I just want to finish my fucking routine and get going. Be a sign of lacking in vitamins, my friend. Bring it up to your doctor if it gets worse. Bring it up to my doctor, dude. Do you know how rarely I go to the doctor? I only go to the doctor if I notice something is severely fucking wrong with me. Like, I have to be close to death before I go, well, I guess I should go to the doctor. My sphincter is hitting my fucking ankles. Something may actually be wrong now. Like, short of that, it's go time, bro. Fuck the doctor. Why would I waste my time? Like, no. I wake up with the wild lore and answers. That's why I'm here. Hey, welcome. There's no real WoW lore at the minute. We're waiting for new information, of course. 2 weeks is my rule. If something hurts for more than 2 weeks and doesn't get even slightly better, I go to the doctor. I would lower those 2 weeks to 7 days. Because generally speaking, if something hurts for longer than 7 days without any signs of improvement, it might be a sign, because it should take no more than 7 days for something to heal on its own. Sort of like, what's the difference between the flu and and a cold? 7 days. On average, 5 to 7 days, right? But even then, I'm sort of the same as you. Like, if something's wrong, if I feel like, something's wrong. So, for example, I had for a while, well, I say a while, for almost 8 months, I had this thing where I would wake up in the morning and I wouldn't be able to step on my right heel, like at the heel of the foot. I wouldn't be able to step on that. And the Achilles heel area would be fucking sore for like the first hour, 2 hours after waking up. And then it would sort of get better throughout the day, but it would always be there. I would always be able to feel it. And it was genuinely bad. It was like I couldn't stand on my foot. That's how sore it was for like the first hour or so after waking up. And after about a month, I phoned my dad and I was like, bro, I can't stand on my foot after I wake up in the morning, I explained everything to him, and he was like, "Yeah, it sounds like you may have like torn parts of your Achilles heel." Um, and you want to know what my dad's advice was? Like, take a guess. What was my dad's advice to me with that? Lose weight. That's it. Which is good advice, I guess. But yeah, it was just lose weight. I mean, it's decent advice, right? But yeah, my dad is like genuinely just one of those that he's a doctor, he's a medical doctor, but he just unless my sphincter is touching the fucking ground while standing, my dad's advice will pretty much always be just lose weight, Stephen, and stop fucking around. That's it. I don't see it as harsh. He's not wrong, right? He's not wrong. It happened because of paddle. I was playing paddle, and I think I must have overdone it or something, because it was right after a paddle match that happened, and then I was out for a good 8 months that I couldn't play paddle. Niara, how you doing? Yeah, to be fair though, my dad isn't what you would call a cool parent. I didn't grow up in the era where, you know, parents were cool and parents were your friends. No, 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 no. I remember me and my dad actually became what you would call friends after I left the house. Like by age 18, I went to college, and my dad was still like paying for me, obviously, because parents pay for college in South Africa. So I went to college, and he still treated me like a child. And then I finished college, and I remember my dad phoning me the day of my, like, the last day after the graduation. My dad phoned me and he said, "Hey, congratulations, you're on your own now. Get a job and get out of my house." That was literally just that. And then we became friends. So after that, he started treating me like an actual adult, right? Like now we would have conversations, and he would listen to what I have to say, and he would respond to me like you would a fellow adult. But before that, it's more like you're the fucking child, right? Like he'd allow us to argue and debate. As I've said, he was a guy that he preferred us to actually be able to have opinions. But it was still like, like an adult would allow a kid to have opinions, basically. Was you at the time he kicked you out? I think I finished college at 24, 25, something like that. Because I took a break after school. I went to UK first for a year and a bit, and then came back, and then I only went to college when I was 20. So I think I just turned 25 when I finished college. Yeah, his word is the law, right? He'll allow you to debate up until a point, and then he'd be like, "Listen here, because I said so," and that's the end of the debate. But yeah, Lenley, how you doing? Did you enjoy the UK? Loved it. Loved it. I thought the UK was really cool. I got into a lot of shit there. I had a good time there. I was well and truly enjoyed it. But then again, it was like a fucking prolonged vacation. Parents were still basically paying for most things. Like I would have jobs, but mostly just like for the experiences of it. I never went there to, like, in South Africa, we used to be able to get what's called a working holiday visa. And so what a lot of kids would do is they would go to the UK for 2 years, make as much money as humanly possible, come back, and then use that money to start a business or to go to college or anything like that. I didn't have to do that, right? Because I already knew that I was going to college after. My dad was going to pay for it. So I didn't go to the UK to go make money or anything. I just went for the experience. Hardworking individuals in chat. Z Vengeance, how you doing, bro? I just wanted to see the UK. It was cool. It was very fun. I don't think I'd do it again. Like, yeah, I wouldn't do it again, actually. Thinking about it, I would not do it again. Dude, thinking about it now, I have changed so much since then. I used to be able to... I used to hate the idea of working. Like, I used to hate it. I hated the idea of going to work every single day or even hard work of any kind. I was spoiled. I'll admit that, right? I grew up pretty spoiled. So for me, it was sort of like this, I don't want to work. I don't want to be like, it just doesn't seem cool. Doesn't seem like a fun thing to do. And now I can't imagine not working. Now, if I spend a whole day doing nothing, I genuinely get fucking depressed. Like, I will sit here, and this does happen. Like, I'll take off, say, for example, I don't normally stream on Fridays, for example. So on a Friday, I'll be like, well, let's take the day off, shall we? 2 hours in. 2 hours, right? I have sat here for 2 fucking hours doing nothing. I'm like, fuck, this feels wrong. I feel like I should at least do something. Like, I need to do something. So then I'll make a video, or I'll research videos, or I'll just keep busy for a bit, just so that I feel like I've earned the rest. Because if I'm just immediately after waking up going into a game, I don't feel like I've earned the right to play the video game, because I haven't worked yet. I haven't put some effort into it yet. You first have to put in the effort, and then you're allowed to relax. Dude, if I went back now and I spoke to my younger self and I said, this is how you're gonna get, younger self would be like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're telling me on your off day you're working? You're fucking high, bro. We'll create off days if we have to. And I actually did do that, by the way. When I was in uni, you were allowed up to 21 days of sick days every single year, right? So if you got ill, you would be allowed to not come to college for 21 days for whatever illness. After 21 days, you would need a doctor's note to prove that you are indeed ill. I took every single one of my 21 sick days every single fucking year. I wasn't sick, but that was paid for vacation days. My dad paid so that I could have 21 vacation days a fucking year, and I was going to fucking use them. I remember having this conversation with my professor, and he was like, bro, you can't just stay away from college just because you have to come to college. Those are sick days. And I was like, if I don't use them, that is even more stupid. They're there. Of course I'm going to fucking use them. Missing 21 days? How the hell can you not pass? What do you mean, Omi? Like, how would passing be hard? Passing is just reading and then remember what the fuck you read. And that shit is easy. I never studied, ever. Wow, I never studied for long. When I had an exam, I would start the day before, just read through everything and then go write the exam. It's not hard. You just need to remember what the fuck you read. How you doing, bro? See, I went to class, so I didn't have to read. No, I mean, I could do either. I could do either. There were some classes I never missed. So, for example, I never missed theater studies because that shit was super interesting. I never missed oral interpretation or text analysis because that shit was super interesting. I would miss as much voice and physical theater as humanly fucking possible because I hated that shit. I would never miss singing because I love singing as well. And I would never miss acting class. And it just so happens that acting class never fell on the other class days, like the physical theater stuff. And yeah, it is true. When I hear someone say something, the problem was just in theater studies, the things that the lecturer would talk about would never be the things that's in the exam. So my theater studies lecturer, the textbooks dealt with the actual history and the facts of historical theater, whereas my lecturer would just tell us stories about Homer and him going to those places, and he would show us pictures of him being in museums in Greece and in Italy and in the amphitheaters, and he would talk about his experiences with the cultures and shit of that nature, and none of that shit would ever be in the exam. So it was just story time in theater studies. What happened on Fridays, Niora? They told me as long as I'm teaching, you won't pass the subject with a good grade. Took an exam in front of commission at the end of the semester to get my actual grade. Shit, Z Vengeance. Really? That doesn't sound like a good lecturer. My speed was on the dyslexic level. I had a friend. This was actually my best friend in college. He was dyslexic, and he had in one of his classes, he wrote his first exam. This was in his third year. He wrote his first exam, and they failed him. The professor literally gave him 0 on the test. And the reason the professor gave him 0 was he had misspelt all of the minerals and stuff. He studied engineering, and he misspelt the shit, right? So he would write the minerals, say, for example, steel, but he would write it STEAL rather than STEEL. And the lecturer would just say, no, that's not right. And so he went to the lecturer and he said, I'm dyslexic. And the lecturer said, no, you're not. You're just lazy. And he was like, I am dyslexic. And the lecturer said, can you prove it? And he was like, well, yeah. So he phoned his psychiatrist that originally found that he was dyslexic, got a letter from the psychiatrist saying that he was dyslexic, gave the letter to the professor. The professor rejected the letter, then sent him to the rector, I think it's called, and the rector also rejected him. Said, no, you're not dyslexic. He had to go to one of their psychologists in order to prove that he was indeed fucking dyslexic. And they can't mark him on the way he writes words, like he's spelling and shit. So, yeah, that shit was wild. Oh, Niara, I remember my first year in uni. First year uni, we have a class called Computer Administration, I think it was called. First lesson. Literally first lesson. They teach us how to switch on a computer. I got up and left, middle of the lecture. Middle of the lecture. I'm like, fuck this, bro. What are you talking about? I have to be here, and you're teaching me how to turn on a fucking computer? Like, what? And the lecturer was like, where are you going? I'm like, I know this shit. He's like, no, you don't. Sit down. I'm like, listen, you bitch. I've been using computers since the age of fucking 8. I know more than you. And I just left. And then I got 100% on the exam, because in the exam, it was like, before you start using the computer, what do you do? And it's multiple fucking choice. It's multiple choice. The question in the exams is, before you use the computer, what do you do? And it's multiple choice, bro. And one of the choices is turn it on. Of course, before you use the computer, you turn it on. What the fuck are you talking about? That was the most useless exam. Like, that was the most useless subject ever. Max, how you doing? There are people who won't get it. Yeah, but in my mind, this is why universities are completely useless. I get it that there are probably students that's coming to study that's never owned a computer, right? And that's perfectly fine. But then how about before the fucking year starts, you ask the kids, hey, how many of you know how a computer works? And then everyone that puts up their hand can just skip the class. Because I will never forget this. When the lecturer taught us how to copy and paste files. Here's how you do it, according to the higher learning institutions of South Africa. Here's how you copy and paste files. Family, let me explain. You open the folder. Then you choose the file that you want to copy. Then you right-click the file that you want to copy. And then you hit copy. Then you close the browser, right? The internet or the Windows browser. You close it. No, you don't hit back. Like you would think, just hit back. No. You close it. Then you open a new File Explorer window. Then you go to the location where you want to paste the folder. And then you right-click in that folder and you hit paste. And I remember thinking to myself, no one in the history of computers ever has done that. You just open both fucking locations and drag and drop. Or you just highlight Control-C, Control-V at the location, done. You could have taught this to kids so much fucking easier than whatever the fuck you just did. Like, you made it unnecessarily complicated with extra steps. And in the exam, that's how you had to explain it. Shimonita, no, it was. But, you know. Mr. Juicer, I hated maths. I was never good at math. Actually, that's a lie. I was very good at math up until about the age of 16. And then things went completely fucking awry. But I didn't like math. No. Mainly because I didn't understand what they were trying to teach us. I was one of those obnoxious kids that thought, I'm never going to use this shit. What the fuck is the point? Now, looking back at it, I'm a little bit annoyed at myself because I'm also annoyed at my teachers. Because if my teachers actually did a good job of explaining why math, I would probably have paid a lot more attention. The issue is most teachers don't explain to kids why math is probably the most important subject you can have in school. Animation Weekend? Not really. I've never been a huge X-Men fan. Jargon? Glasses Echo. Caleb, I would not be surprised. In my school, I remember the first computer thingy of ultra old computer that required to launch an MS DOS first. Oh my fuck. I remember MS-DOS. Do you guys remember the first Windows 3.2? Where installing something couldn't just be done by entering the floppy disk or the stiffy disk. Like, you couldn't just put the stiffy disk in and it would install. No. You would put the stiffy disk into the computer. Then you would open DOS. It would go /D for your D drive or C for your C drive, depending on how many drives you had, of course. And then you would go /install floppy disk, right? Whatever the floppy disk drive was. And then it would fucking install the thing in DOS, and then you could use it. Jen, how you doing? Remember the old ways? Yeah, that's Linux users now. Yeah, I remember vaguely. I was very young because obviously I was very young when computers first came around. So my dad used to do most of those things. I just remember eventually my dad teaching me how to do it, and I did it a couple of times for things, and then Windows 98 came out. No, Windows 95 came out. And I think by Windows 95 you no longer needed to do that, if I'm not mistaken. I think Windows 95 already had its own installer. Like, it would still do DOS, but it would do it automatically. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. MK2, Doom, and Doom 2? Oh, fuck, dude. I played Doom and Duke Nukem. On fucking, on floppy, I think. Oh, Stiffy. I think it was Stiffy. My first ever game, though, on floppy was Prince of Persia, or I think what would become Prince of Persia. It was like a black and white game. I think it was like a side-scroller black and white type, but I think it was called Prince of Persia, but it was, or what would ultimately become Prince of Persia, if I'm not mistaken. Karateka. Persia games were side-scrollers? Yeah. Aragast, I remember that. It's like this black and white guy, and then you have to jump over fucking gaps that have spikes below them, and you have to open gates in order to move on. And I remember playing that. New Pop is great. I haven't played any of the new Prince of Persias, to be fair. That's one coffee done. Now to start with the real coffee. Dude, you know a day is going to be a good day when you start it with 1.5 liters of fucking coffee. That's how you know it's going to be a good day. That's the one. Oh, shit. That's the one. Yeah, I played the fuck out of this. Shit. Wow, this brings back memories, bro. Fuck. Sekinek, 26 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I completed it. I can't even remember if I ever completed this, because obviously I started playing this much later than when it actually came out. So very shortly after, like, I was on floppy for maybe a year. Floppy and Stiffy, maybe like a year and a half, and then CDs came out. And then I got into Warcraft 1 demo. And then Baldur's Gate, Diablo 1, games like that started to come out. So that was just the new thing, right? So I never really stuck to these games for that long. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we had, growing up, a massive selection of games, right? You kind of, if you were lucky, there would be one game that you could play that was actually good, and the rest of the games you wouldn't even know about. Freya, how you doing? I remember copying games from my friend and then running back to him because one of the 20 I used got corrupted. The good old days. Oh, man. I remember like having to install games, and every game had like 5 or 6 CDs. Then you put in CD 1. And then some games would be fucking weird. Some games wouldn't start with CD 1 as you would think. It would actually, you'd need CD 1 in order to start the installation, but then it would want you to insert CD 2 immediately after that, because most of the install files were on CD 2, most of the play files were on CD 1. And so, you know, you couldn't even install and just leave. Like, you young people don't even fucking know how lucky you are, bro. You see a game on Steam, you click the game, buy the game, hit install, leave. We couldn't do that shit. You couldn't just leave. You don't know when that thing is going to ask you for disc 2. So you're just standing there like... It's going. Wait, did it freeze? Oh, fuck, it froze. No, it froze. Okay, there it goes again. Okay. You would literally be watching the percentages go. Like, if it's on 20% for too long, you're going... Looking at the little light on your computer. It's still flickering. I think it's still going. No, I think it froze. 21. Oh, okay, we're still in the game. And then the pop-up window comes for CD2. And you're like, oh, wait, oh, fuck. And then you think that you have to be fast because maybe it will just quit the installation if you don't insert disk 2 fast enough. So you're like, fumble your heart. Go. Did it work? Did it work? Okay, it worked. Dude, it was stressful installing video games back in the day. It was a very hands-on process installing games back in the day. Bleeding Soul, how you doing, brother? I would use my mouse, Shamanita. I remember using my mouse whenever there weren't percentages on the installation bar. I would put my mouse like right next to on the bar where the green is, and then I would just watch and see if the green ticks past the mouse. Yeah, there you go, Kuro. Young people don't even know. They don't even know how fucking lucky they are. I'm like 7 days. Alvin, how you doing, bro? I remember doing that. Oh, yeah. Like, how else were you going to fucking gauge? Starting and staring at progress bar for hours? Fuck me. No, I no longer do that. Nowadays, you don't have to do that anymore. But back in the day, PCs would crash a lot more often. Nowadays, it happens very rarely that your PC will just crash for no reason. But back in the day, that shit could go... Like, things went wrong more often than they went right. And there was no such thing as patches. Back in the day, a game had bugs. Yeah, that was a feature. That was just part of the game. If there was, like, some game-breaking bug, hopefully you saved, and hopefully it doesn't do it again. Because there's no patches. Fucking patches. How are you going to get the patch? They're not releasing another disc with all of the patches. No. What you have is what you have. And, good luck. Hopefully it works for you. Oh, and then the dreaded one. Oh, the dreaded one. This is more for the PlayStation 1 fans out there. Like those of you that had PlayStation 1s. The disc that eventually gets scratched because you use it too much. Like, you're playing the game too much and the disc gets scratched. And now the game won't work anymore because the fucking disc is scratched. And you can hear it because you can hear inside the CD jumping. Like, you can hear it jumping inside the little spinny thing. And you're like, fuck. Please don't do this to me. And then you're out there, like all of these tricks we had. There was like this polish thing that you could use that people would use to polish silver, like silverware. And you could use that on CDs. And sometimes that would sort of fill in the cracks just enough that you could use the CD again. Oh, man. Not appealing CD? Find those CDs that would clean your hard drive with a tiny brush attachment. Oh yeah, you needed that. You needed that because the lens would get dirty. Oh my fuck, dude! The amount of work we had to do just to be able to play video games is insane. Yeah, it was a stressful time. You never knew what you were gonna get. But it was fun. We're all here because we made it through that, right? Or at least some of us. I'm sure there's some young fucks in here that have no idea what we're even talking about right now. CDs? What's a CD? Dude, my cousin asked that not long ago. What's a CD? He's only 19 now, so He's never seen a CD in his life because we don't have Blu-ray players and stuff. We don't watch, at least in my family, Blu-rays and shit of that nature doesn't exist. You watch stuff online and that's it. And CDs don't mean anything to him. It's TV screens because they think all screens are touchscreens. It's cute. Oh yeah, that's also true. It has to be a touchscreen, otherwise it's not a screen, right? He actually told me he wants to buy himself a computer monitor, but he's looking for a touchscreen. I'm like, why? He's like, well, because he wants the touchscreen. I'm like, for what? Because then it's easier. I'm like, what? How is that fucking like? Mouse and keyboard isn't hard. Sebi Waves, how you doing, bro? Oh yeah, Sebi, we're going way back, right? We're sort of taking a trip down memory lane here with like old school bullshit, right? Like the proper boomer shit. But yeah, I mean, young people today they don't know. They genuinely don't know. I wonder what would happen. Like I showed my cousin. There's an app that you can download on Android. I can't remember what it's called now, but I downloaded it. It turns your keyboard into, you guys remember the old keyboards where in order to type, you had to hit the number X amount of times to get to the letter that you want. That's how you would type, because there was no touchscreen. There was no alphabet. It was literally one would be A, B, C. So every number would be a bunch of letters, and you had to. I downloaded the app. I showed it to my cousin. I was like, type. He could not. Like, he just looked at it and he was like, I don't. What am I? Ow. Where's the letters? I'm like, no, type. No way. It does not make sense. It does not compute. Doesn't work. It has to be on the screen and it has to be all of the letters. It actually was, yeah. I remember the very first touchscreens wasn't actually like really touchscreens, but you could touch the screen for certain things, right? Like it wasn't a full-blown touchscreen, but the screen was touchable, and when you touch the screen, it would do things, but only like limited things. I mean, that's the funny thing. It didn't take that long to type. In fact, I could type without even looking at the keyboard back in the day. Like, I could literally be in a conversation with someone and just typing away because your fingers just knew where everything was. It was genuine. It wasn't hard. You would just know how many times every single button has to be clicked in order to spell the word. I would actually say that keyboard, I was faster with that keyboard than I am with modern day keyboards. Minority Report had the idea of touchscreens years before they became a thing. Oh man. I watched Minority Report last week, Sebi. Still a fucking good movie. Snowy, how you doing? Agat, how you doing? Agat, I promise to keep working as hard as I do for you ordinary folk. Because, I mean, if I'm not doing it, who will? You know? I want the ordinary folk to have a leisurable life while I break my back. So I appreciate you. Thank you. The sub, when it comes through, thank you. Thank you for even considering. I really appreciate that. Minority Report rules. Dude, I have these moments that I go through where I get super into sci-fi and then I'm all about the fucking sci-fi. And then I sort of get into fantasy stuff and I get super, super excited about fantasy. Like now I'm on my sci-fi bait. I just want sci-fi stuff. I'm sort of like fucking honed in on everything sci-fi. The problem is just the amount of good sci-fi is fucking limited as shit. Get exhausted just watching you, dude. Jacob, why? What are you doing? You should not be wanking your dick while watching me. Oh, dude, Age of Tomorrow, I rewatched it. I remember watching Age of Tomorrow the first time, and I thought to myself, it's a cool movie. It's all right, but it's not like the greatest, right? And then I rewatched it the other day, and dude, it's a mindfuck, that movie. Like, it's actually, the lore is actually stupid deep. I don't know why I didn't pick up on it in the first time I watched it, but when I rewatched it, I was like, fuck, dude, this movie is so much deeper than I thought. I just thought it was like a whatever, but it's actually super good. I got with the Prime sub. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jacob, I realize that as ordinary workers, it's very difficult for you guys to comprehend the effort and the struggle of the streamer, right? I realize that. But I want you all to know that I am happy to take that struggle upon myself so that you don't have to. Right? So, yes, I'm breaking my back for you guys, and yes, it's really hard, but I do it gracefully, you know? I try not to complain too much about that shit. Literally, Jesus, I like that. We're saving the world one stream at a time? Indeed. You toilet ass dead. It's the least I can do. It's the least I can do. Asmongold made a response video to the backlash. If you're interested, I appreciate his clarification. Epic Cthulhu, yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Tom Cruise's acting in Age of Tomorrow is awesome. He's so good at playing such a noob in the beginning. Oh, yeah. Same. What I loved about that movie is also the use of comedy. Like, there's... especially when he's dying so often. Like, some of those deaths were actually comedically brilliant. I remember some of the deaths just laughing. That was a very good twist on an otherwise really serious movie. His full response is long? No, it's fine. Fuck. Do you guys have somewhere to be? Like, look, guys, I have to earn my keep. And the way I look at it is over an hour's reaction. That's an hour of me in the coal mines earning my keep. My full response. Everyone hates him now? No one hates him. I don't think. Fuck, it would be weird if people hated Asmongold. It's this one. I watched it, so I'll play some game. I'll watch your video later. No worries, bro. I'm probably... Okay, so we are going to react to this. I'm most likely going to skip through a lot of things. This is an hour and 35 minutes. And I'm sure there's a lot of clarifications. We're just going to quickly watch through it and check. And it's no disrespect to Asmongold. It's just an hour and 35 minutes. It's a long-ass fucking video. Right? So...
We'll watch their video. We'll listen to their perspective. We'll see what it says.
Do you want to know the biggest privilege these guys got?
Got what?
They choose to stream 9 hours.
100%.
They literally can turn it off after 4. They can turn it off after 5. But because they want to make more money, they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts. Today's top.
I would respond to that. I'm going to let them get into that in the video because this is obviously just like a preamble. And so we'll let them get into it.
Topic. Our favorite socialist is getting in trouble.
Here we go.
What did he say? What did it say?
Our favorite socialist is getting in trouble.
Here we go.
Okay, I will say the following. It's very interesting to me, and this is actually a gaslight from Asmongold and the gang. And I say gang because Hassan clearly has like a bunch of people around him that is coming to his defense. You have Ludwig that made a video. From what I can gather, Ludwig wasn't on board with what Hassan said. And Hassan got so angry that Ludwig actually deleted his video criticizing Hassan for his take. Now, I will be watching that video a little bit later. What's interesting to me is that people go, oh, you just don't like Hassan. And that's why you're so angry with what he said. All right, so let's take this. Let's start at the beginning. No, I don't just dislike Hassan. I do dislike Hassan. But his take is fucking stupid no matter what. And I can prove it to you. I like Asmongold. But Asmongold's response to what Hassan said is stupid as fuck. So if the logic is that I hate Hassan, therefore I hate everything he said, then why is that logic not holding up? Why am I not then liking it when Asmongold says it? Because I do actually like Asmongold. So if that logic holds, then I should like it when Asmongold says it. I should just be angry when Hassan says it, which is clearly not the fucking truth. The other point here that I really think should be actually explored is, why are there so many people that dislike Hassan? Could it be that Hassan doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about? Could it be that Hassan literally has outtake after outtake pretty much consistently, and the only reason he still has an audience is his audience is about as fucking intelligent as he is? Is there a possibility that that is why a lot of people don't like Hassan? Because he keeps having stupid fucking takes. The dude actively said America deserved 9/11. Of course, didn't clarify why he thinks America deserved 9/11. Just said, yeah, America deserved it. And that's, by the way, Hassan's general approach. He'll say stupid shit, and they never provide evidence. Like, I don't have a problem. If you want to say America deserved 9/11, all right, that's fine. Clarify it. Like, back that shit up with some kind of evidence. Like, let's hear the actual evidence now for why 3,000 people deserved to die in a terrorist attack. But he doesn't. He just says it, and then his audience goes, oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
Hamas Piker.
Just said Hamas Piker. That was a good one.
Is audio bad? Okay, that's right. Sorry.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Shut that shit off, please. Shut up.
Come on, just keep listening.
Oh my god.
What?
So a nurse is not that doesn't have a real job?
You know what? According to Hassan, people took him out of context. So let's see the full video.
Okay, yeah, here's the whole video. We'll watch.
Yeah, let's watch the full video where his context doesn't provide context at all, and the original criticisms still hold 100%, but let's watch the full context of what Hassan actually said.
This whole video.
Yeah.
No. Social battery wise, unless you're in fucking retail, it's very different. You're out of touch. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here.
All right. He is talking to accountants in his stream, telling them they don't have a fucking idea what he's talking about, and that they are wrong because his take is the right take. You literally just heard him say that. So what fucking context? The context isn't there. There's no context. The thing that Hassan said, the original statement from Hassan is that streaming sucks your social battery. that's the context that he provided. He's talking about the social battery, right? More than normal jobs. And then the context I guess that he's talking about, or that he refers to, is that he then qualifies it a little by saying, like maybe retail jobs can feel what streamers feel, and maybe some public-facing jobs can feel what streamers feel, but overall, in general, most jobs don't. Yeah, your take's fucking bullshit, bro. Accountants have the exact same fucking battery that drains, because do you know how many accountants sit in meetings all fucking day with clients? Because you are technically working for fucking clients as an accountant, and your clients want to know what the fuck you're going to be doing. So you have to have meetings with them. You have to figure out what they want. You have to have meetings with your bosses. You have to have meetings with your coworkers. You have to have meetings with the IRS or with your Internal Revenue Service, whichever country you live in. All of this shit drains accountants the exact same way that it drains you. Like, your bullshit take isn't made better by your bullshit clarification, because your bullshit clarification still doesn't get to the fucking heart of the point. Bro, Dark Wolf with the $10 donation. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir.
And they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same way as someone who did a sales job, a real job, okay? I'm telling you, as someone who did both, 9 hours of constant performance and people-pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do fucking physical labor. It would not bother me. But I can't fucking do more social shit. That's my point. There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are like, I think, customer service type shit. But like if you're an accountant, or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than...
All right, so can we... Okay, he just said retail. And then he says even in sales. So his clarification now nullifies his original fucking point. Because he says... well, maybe like retail jobs can feel a little bit what I feel. And then he says, but even in sales, which is fucking retail, by the way, sales, retail, same fucking concept. Even in sales, my reactions or my interactions with people were fucking limited. Okay, Hassan, there is 2 possible reasons for why your interactions with people in sales were limited. Number 1, you never actually were in sales and you're just talking out of your fucking ass. Or number 2, you were an incredibly bad salesman. And you therefore had no clients. So which one is it? Were you a phenomenal sales guy, or were you never in sales? Because I can tell you, as someone that have 2 cousins that work sales jobs, they are constantly interacting with clients because they're very fucking good at their jobs, and they're very rich as a result of their jobs. So if you say in sales you had limited interactions with clients, it can be one of those 2 things. But it cannot be that you were a phenomenal salesman and also happened to never actually talk to clients about sales. What the fuck are you talking about? I think what he's trying to say is that streaming has unique social stresses, but he's wording it really badly. Sibby, the thing for me is, if his only claim was that streaming drains your social battery, I would be 100% like, yep, it does. I mean, I stream myself, right? You stream. I know how I feel at the end of a stream. You're fucked, you're tired, your voice is tired. You just sort of want to relax. But the fact is, as someone that's done many, many real jobs, yeah, you feel that way at the end of a shift too. Like the amount of times I would come home from my retail job and just fall on the fucking bed. Because not only am I socially drained, I'm also physically drained because I've just been on my feet for 12 hours. It's insane, right? You just don't want to talk to anyone, don't want to do anything. You just want to, you just want to be alone and you just want to be quiet. Is it true that streaming has a bunch of added stresses that can happen? Yeah, of course. But so does every other job, right? The point that I would make in this scenario is, as streamers, we are doing this willingly. No one is forcing us to be here. You don't have to go live if you don't want to, which immediately makes life a lot better than the person that has to go to their job every day because otherwise they don't eat. right? They don't get to choose when they want to and when they don't. They have to do it every single day. Otherwise, they're fucked.
And like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours, that's what like sucks
Agreed,
your social battery, and you just tap out after it. Yeah, think about it this way. Like, you give presentations for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. It's like, after a while, you'd be like, I don't want to talk ever again.
Yeah, it's funny that he says that because there's so many jobs that have exactly that. Now, imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours to multiple different clients about multiple different things. And then imagine that the 9 hours preceding the 9 hours that you were going to give these presentations also had 40, 50, 60, 70 hours of compiling and research and building models and solving problems just so that you can sit in a meeting for 9 hours with clients running them through the problem. And then let's compare that to the streamer that wakes up at fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon and goes live and then basically has uninformed take after uninformed take after uninformed take. I don't think, like, look, guys, I am not going to sit here and say that streaming is an absolute breeze and there is no downside to streaming, because there are downsides. Every job has it. But is streaming the easiest fucking job probably in the world? Yes. 100% yes. I would put streaming in the same vein as acting, singers, entertainers. That's what you do. You're entertaining. It is not the fucking same as any other real job. Not even close. I think streaming can be difficult for some personalities. I think there are personalities in streaming that are there and happen to have been successful, but really struggle with the sort of forward, open, public-facing nature of the job. But then in reality, why did you go into streaming in the first place if this wasn't something that you felt comfortable with, right? That's then your burden to bear, and you have to do that. There's nothing, no one can help you with it. It's only easy if you know what you are doing. It's perspective situational. I don't see any streamers willingly stop from streaming to get an actual job. No one, like, streamers only get actual jobs when their streaming no longer pays for them. It's funny how that works, right? It's funny how that works. If streaming is so fucking hard, why aren't streamers quitting en masse to go do actual jobs? Right? Like, why isn't that happening? Do you think streaming is the easiest job in the world? I know streaming is the easiest job in the world. I fucking do it.
That's the context.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what jobs you worked at, but it seems like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're saying people that
I can talk from my perspective. Whenever I worked at the IRS, I think that was less socially draining than streaming. I think...
Okay, Asmon, you happen to have worked for the one thing that no one considers to be a good or a decent or even a hard fucking job. You worked for the government. Like, famously, one of the most useless organizations on earth, where employees get to work at 9 o'clock and leave at fucking 3. And they get 4 fucking holidays a year. Like, dude, yeah, sure, the IRS wasn't socially draining because they don't do shit anyways. Like, your entire... And it also depends, what did you do at the IRS? What exactly was your job? And how long did you do it for? Right? If you only did it for like 2 or 3 months, then sure, you didn't even experience all of the shit that you would have to go through in the full-time job as being an IRS agent or whatever. I don't think, like, I don't want to be mean, right? And I'm not trying to be mean here, but I will say this: if you haven't spent at least 5 years in the real world, and I mean real world as in real jobs, you cannot say shit on this. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Every job that I have ever worked, the first 3 months tend to be a real breeze. Most of your senior staff takes most of the responsibility because they know you're new and they know that you don't actually know what the fuck you're doing. So they're still holding your hand. They're very much sort of coaxing you through the bullshit. The real shit usually comes after about 6 months to a year, when now you start seeing all of your responsibilities pile up and more responsibilities are consistently added onto you. Every job is going to have a different cadence, a different learning experience. As you move up in work, your responsibilities tend to double. So when you're starting out at the IRS, you may have one thing that you have to do there. After a year, you get promoted, and now you have 5 other things on top of the one thing that you're doing. So you won't really know unless you've spent enough time that you've gotten to a point where you are full of responsibilities and there's a shit ton of work that you now have to do. And I'm not trying to gatekeep who can have or have no or cannot have opinions on this, but you have to be able to recognize your own biases. And in this instance, Asmon, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just don't know. And you can't say, well, I'm currently running OTK, and I'm currently running this, and I'm currently running that. You managed to skip all of the hard work simply because you're rich as fuck. Starting a company with nothing and starting a company with millions is a very different experience. Like, very different. Starting a company with nothing is the most stressful and fucking soul-torturing, soul-sucking experience of your life. Because it's always on. No business owner ever takes the day off because they can't, especially if the business is new. When you have the money to skip all of the first bullshit, it becomes a lot easier because you can instantly hire a bunch of people to fulfill every single role within the company. You can instantly hire, different elements to make sure that the work that you would originally do on your own. I remember when we first started our plumbing business, I would do all of my clients, right, throughout the day, get home at, say, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, and then I have to do all of the admin because we couldn't afford to have an admin lady or an admin guy in the office. So I get home after a fucking long day at work and sit in front of the PC, and now I have to make the invoices. I have to keep track of all of the materials I bought and all of the materials that have to be paid. All of the shit have to be done. And I have to do that shit, right? There's no one else that's going to help me with this. But when you're doing your own fucking, like when you have the money, like if I were to start a plumbing business now, it would go a lot better because I'd instantly be able to get an actual PA, right? I'd be able to get a receptionist that can run the business side of things so that I can just go out and go fix it. It's not the same. And I'm not taking anything away from Asmon here either. What Asmon managed to do with streaming is a phenomenal achievement. Not an achievement that many people will ever be able to achieve, myself included. I'll probably never be able to get to Asmongold's level. And that cannot be taken away from Asmongold. But that's not the same as being in the real world. It isn't comparable to being in the real world. You guys remember this speech that Ricky Gervais gave to the actors? When he told them, shut the fuck up, you know nothing of the real world. You guys remember that speech? Everyone agreed with Ricky Gervais. Everyone applauded when Ricky Gervais said that. Do you think there is an actual difference between actors and streamers? Like, do you actually think that there's a difference between actors and streamers? Because I can tell you that there isn't. There isn't. He just doesn't know the real world. He has no right to talk on it.
I think that, like, obviously, whether a job is harder or not, it's so hard to say whether a job is harder or not. Because, like, for example, a lawyer obviously works very hard, or at least some of them do, right? But are they working physically harder than a construction worker? No, they're not. Absolutely not. So whenever you look at which job is harder to do, you have a number of different, like, kind of spectrums, right? You have, like, is something difficult physically? Is something difficult mentally? Is something difficult emotionally, right? So you have these different spectrums. And then there's also, is something difficult, like in terms of the level of like expertise or education that you need to have, which I think goes into mentally, but it can also be its own spectrum as well, depending on what the job is. I think that any reasonable person would say that obviously being a streamer is not very taxing physically. It's clearly not. Yeah. And I think for a lot of people, it's not very taxing mentally either. I think streaming is a great job, and I would rather stream than have any other job in the world. There are obviously negatives that exist with streaming, but those negatives don't outweigh the positives. Your lowest level form processor worked at the IRS. Stop talking like you worked actual.
Okay, I'm gonna shut the debate down with literally one sentence. How many people do ordinary jobs purely because if they didn't do them, they wouldn't eat? Because Asmon just said there. Asmon literally just said, right, that there's obviously positives and negatives to every job. But the positives of streaming far outweigh the negatives. The overwhelming majority of normal jobs, you cannot say that. In the overwhelming majority of normal jobs, the negatives far outweigh the positives, but you fucking do it because if you're not doing it, you're not eating. So the only positive that basically outweighs all of the negatives is the fact that you'd starve if you're not doing this job. So you want to know how we can quantify whether or not streaming is easier or harder than any other job? Just that fact. The fact that the overwhelming majority of people do not do their job because the positives of their job far outweigh the negatives. They do their job because if they're not doing their job, they're not eating. It is as simple as that. This conversation is perfect during a recession. Oh yeah, Mr. Juicer, 8 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you for noticing how hard my job is and for paying me to do it. I appreciate you. Puma Plays, how you doing, bro? Who aren't big, aren't eating Echo. It's totally situational. The thing is, if you're a streamer and you're not making enough money to actually afford food, you should not be a streamer. Like, I don't make enough money off of streaming to survive. If I just did streaming, I would not be able to survive. There's no shot. I make between $400 and $600 a month on Twitch. And that is, I'm not shitting you. I'm not fucking blowing smoke up your ass. That's how much I make. Streaming to me is, I just do it for fun. I do it because I enjoy hanging out with you guys and I have shit that I enjoy. So hopefully you enjoy it too. Before every single stream, I stand for 2-3 hours and I make videos. I edit the videos. So tomorrow afternoon, all of the videos that we're making in this stream, I'll edit tomorrow, get them ready, make the thumbnails, upload them to my YouTube channel, schedule them so that they can go out to you guys. Every single day, I stand here, I write scripts for my videos for the main channel, because without the main channel and the clips channel, I don't eat. So I have to do hours and hours of work before I even go live so that I can eat, so that I can afford my life. And then the streaming, I just do for fun. But that's still your choice, right? If you can't afford to eat just from streaming, then you should not be streaming. Then stop. Stop making YouTube videos or go get an actual fucking job until your streaming takes off. There's plenty of people that do that. Plenty of people that have actual real jobs and then stream in the evenings for a bit of extra cash until the streaming picks up to the point where they can actually just survive off of streaming.
Full-time jobs. Well, if you work for the tax season, you can work full-time because you just come in every day. They hire you and you can work overtime as much as you want. Also, if you're a low-level form processor.
I mean, Holy just does the videos, the editing for the main channel. So all of the WoW videos on the main channel, Holy does that editing. Because that editing would take way too long. I physically don't have the hours in a day to do that. And before I had Holy, what I would do is I would have days where I don't stream so that I could spend those days actually editing those videos. Because one of those videos will take anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to edit. So I have an editor for the main channel. I don't have an editor for the clips channel. I do those videos myself. people stream because they don't want to do any actual work. True, Sevi. True. That's funny how that works, right? Massey just made a really good point here, fam. Like, listen to what Massey said here. And this is truly easy. People with real jobs, I'm going to do streaming as a side gig. Streamers, I'm going to get a real job as a side gig. Which of these two happen more often? Which of these two do you think happen more frequently?
Then that's also a job. So what you're saying is that now and I think this is a problem that like people have. They get emotionally attached to the virtue of work rather than actually talking about what really they're doing and looking at it from a more pragmatic perspective and trying to see it from the perspective of another person. I'm not interested in like your like virtue analysis of whether one job is better than another job. But what I'm saying is that there are some jobs that are more and less mentally taxing or emotionally taxing. Like, for example, I bet being a police officer is more emotionally taxing than being a streamer. As I've said, I think being a police officer or a nurse, for example, imagine being like an EMS person. I think that's harder than being a streamer in like every single context, other than maybe you don't get swatted, right? There may be a few other things. So, of course, there are jobs that don't fit inside of that spectrum and that are harder on all different spectrums.
But what you're saying, Asman, has nothing to do with the actual argument. Yeah, that's fine. And if that was all Hassan said, that's fine. I feel like, oh man, I'm using Paint too often these days. But I feel like if I don't, we have a fucking problem. Statement 1. Statement 2. Now, in the realm of statements and the way statements are being made, statement number 1 is perfectly acceptable, and absolutely no one would have a problem with this statement. Not a single person would even have batted an eyelid. Statement number 2, on the other hand, is a very different story. Because statement number 2 suggests something completely different. And it is incredibly dishonest to try and pretend like statement 2 and statement 1 is the same thing. Because the thing that changes statement 2, the thing that creates the problematic nature of statement 2 is this. Just that little bit there is what created this entire problem. What I don't currently like is that Asmongold and Hassan and all of his brain-dead fucking followers are pretending like this is what Hassan said. Everyone is pretending like this is what Hassan said. When Hassan clearly didn't fucking say this. Hassan didn't say this. What Hassan said was this. And this is the part that people have a fucking problem with. So it is gaslighting when you say, dude, of course streaming has, every job is different. And of course every job is going to have its positives and its negatives. And of course, streaming is good and everyone loves streaming, but of course it's socially taxing. Yeah. No one has a problem with that. That statement in and of itself is perfectly fine. No one cares about that statement. The problem is that wasn't his fucking statement. And if you want to have an argument, if you want to be honest in this debate, you have to take his full statement into context. With his context provided, because in his context, he's telling accountants to shut the fuck up because they don't know what they're talking about. thereby reinforcing his original statement that streaming is more taxing than most normal jobs. You are being dishonest if you're trying to make the argument that, of course, streaming is socially taxing, because no one ever made that argument. Hassan didn't even make that argument. Even when he was backtracking, he still fucking shoehorned in there that it is more taxing than most jobs. How did he do that? Because he said streaming is, of course, socially taxing. Now, of course, you could look at retail jobs and maybe some public-facing jobs as being quite hard. But, and he said, but, even when I was a retail guy, even when I was a salesperson, I didn't have to interact with people as much. Therefore, nullifying his fucking context. In his context, he nullifies the context and he goes back to saying this, which is wrong on every level. This is fucking wrong. Stop gaslighting. Stop trying to change what Hassan said. If you want to defend him on what he actually said, and then I say to you, good fucking luck. It is indefensible what Hassan said.
But being a nurse and being an EMS worker or being a cop isn't the only job. Yeah, you're the ones doing the swatting. Yeah, you're the ones showing up. Okay, so let's continue. But I just wanted to make sure that like that's my perspective going into this. The big difference is the monetary difference between other jobs and being a streamer. Being paid a lot of money doesn't make problems go away. Being paid a lot of money makes it easier to deal with problems. There's actually studies that have been done on this, and I can show you the graph. I'll do it now because I think people are going to disagree, because for a lot of people, and this is really the reality here, is that I'm preaching to a very tough audience, arguing my point of view, because for the majority of people that are watching me and disagreeing and getting angry, the biggest problem in their life is money. So for them, the idea that you can't, like, that money isn't the problem, well, this is going to very much upset them, because they look at it from the perspective of like, well, if I had money, then this would totally solve all my problems. And I think if you work at many jobs, that's absolutely true. And I want to show that with a graph. So let me go ahead and do that. These are some graphs right here.
Okay, I'm going to bet that the graph he's about to show, if he's going to double down on this particular straw man, the graph is going to show is that after $100,000, more money doesn't actually make anything. It doesn't actually increase your happiness. There's a certain amount, I think it's 100,000, and maybe actually be a little bit more than 100,000, but around $100 to $140,000, more money doesn't actually make you happier, because at a certain point, you can pretty much afford everything that you want to buy. So now anything after that sort of doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't actually increase your happiness in any way, shape, or form. But the argument itself is incredibly flawed, but we'll get to that.
Here that I can show. And these are studies that have been done over the years with a number of different people. And basically what you see happening is that especially whenever you're reaching, you know, again, into this like leading up to like $200,000 a year, more money will absolutely make you more happy. Absolutely it will, 100%. But that does not necessarily mean that more money infinitely will just make you more and more happy. And that's the perspective that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making. But if you're making, let's say, $40,000 a year, I want to make it very clear. Money will buy happiness. If you make more money, assuming that you're living in a...
All right, but the argument is wrong, Asman, on quite a number of levels. Streamers make enough money, at least you, Hassan, streamers of your size, have made enough money to where you working is no longer required. It is optional. You aren't working because you must. You're working because you want to. That is a massive, massive, massive difference in how you will approach work. If you work because you have to, because if you're not eating, that is going to make the job just automatically, it's going to magnify all of the negative pieces of that job. Compare that thing to the guy that doesn't have to fucking work. You go live every single day of your life. Asman, I want to make this clear to you. For the last how many months now have you been streaming on an account that is not monetized on Twitch? People can't subscribe to you on that account. There's no donation link on that account. There's no way of giving bits on that account. You are effectively streaming for free. Now let's go to a shit ton of other jobs from real people and ask them, would you do your job if you got paid $0 for that job? And the answer from the overwhelming majority of human beings out there would be fuck no. Asmon, you are an example of why your own argument isn't holding up. You are streaming. You are in these coal mines of yours, day in, day out, not even getting paid for it. Because you yourself said it's less stressful. On this channel, you can do pretty much whatever the fuck you want. So you have made so much money that you are now able to say, I don't care about the money, I want the fun. Most human beings will never be able to be in that specific position, which then magnifies the negative traits of their job so much more than you or a son could ever fucking experience. Ever.
First world country, right? And, you know, some people, I think 40,000 is a lot of money. But this graph, I think, proves my perspective on things. That obviously, yes, making more money matters, but it does fall off. It has a diminishing return. And this is reflected in many different graphs. Mean happiness for income bands. There's one right there. It actually goes down. I mean, that's, again, I think this is a personal problem here. But you can see very clearly, especially leading up to $100,000, yeah, there's a soft cap, right? And so this does happen. You're conflating happiness with problems. Yes, I think that people with less problems are generally more happy, and I think the ability to deal with your problems will lead you to becoming more happy.
I wouldn't say that. The overwhelming majority of homeless people are completely problem-free. They don't have houses. Their only problem is getting their next fix. They're severely unhappy. They don't have problems. They live on the street. They live off of handouts, and that's it, right? So that's not. I wouldn't say. I would say, in theory, sure. If you you will be happier. The more problems you can solve for yourself, the happier you will be in theory. But I wouldn't say that it's like universally true that less problems equals more happiness. I don't think happiness works that way, because I think you can get people with a shit ton of problems that are the happiest people in the world, because they have their lives in order. And while, yes, they have a lot of problems because their particular skill set isn't valued as high in humanity, and therefore they don't get paid nearly as much, they're still very happy because they were able to solve most of their inner problems. But that has nothing to do with money. It's neither here nor there. It's a thing of internal stuff that you have to figure out. Yeah, I think problem is very difficult to define also. I'm not outright disagreeing with Asmon on this one. I just think that the problem with using the word problems is we have to get into the weeds of what problems are you talking about? Are you talking about psychological problems? Are you talking about internal problems? Are you talking about external problems? I would argue the overwhelming majority of problems that will impact your happiness are external problems. But almost always, the thing that really impacts happiness is things that you can't do anything about. So things that is outside of your control to fix. And in that nature, money will absolutely make you happy, because money allows you or affords you the opportunity to fix a lot of the problems that most ordinary people wouldn't be able to fix, because they don't have the money to fix those problems. The coal mines, I got 99 problems, but Twitch ain't one. Deadass working in a limestone mine today. Oh yeah, I'm grinding it out, boys.
I do think that's true. Yes. And I do think that in general, like we're talking about mean happiness. And so, yeah, I would say so. So you agree? I agree to an extent. Like, I don't know about this. Like, this is kind of a weird topic, and I could get into it, But I don't know if there are more or less problems that money can solve. But I don't think it really matters. I think that a lot of people's problems are internal. But in general, especially if you're like poor, I do think that money will solve your problems. But money will probably not solve all of your problems. And I think in the same concept, it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? The pyramid. I think that once people have some problems that become solved, then they will then create new problems that then they will get upset about and then want those problems to be solved as well. I think this is the human condition, and it happens with a lot of people. So as soon as somebody has, they get to a certain, income cap, they start making a certain amount of money.
No, this doesn't have anything to do with Hassan's take. This is just Asmon getting sidetracked by his chat, I'm assuming. Responding to chat is having some kind of effect here. We're going off on an adventure, I guess, with this argument, because fundamentally, nothing Hassan said had anything to do with money, and no one really brought money into it, at least I didn't. And no one that I saw brought money into it, because at the end of the day, the only reason money is important in the argument for or against Hassan is in the fact that both Hassan and Asmongold have enough money to where they physically no longer have to work. They can stop working tomorrow and they'll be fine if they were prudent with their money and they didn't just waste it on nonsense, which, could be the case. That I don't know. Hassan owns a bunch of supercars and has a $3 million mansion, so there's a good chance that he probably does spend his money like fucking crazy. But I don't know. I've never seen the dude's books. I don't know how much money he may or may not have, but that's the only thing that it sort of has something to do with the Hassan problem.
They're happy for a while and then they become unhappy again. Because I think, again, it's an internal problem, and I could go back and forth about that. Bro, my house burned down on Valentine's Day. More money would solve my problem? Well, do you think that I'm taught? Like, I wonder, like, whenever I said that, do you think that I was talking about your situation? Do you think that I was referring to the fact that your house burnt down? Of course I'm not talking about your situation. There are a lot of, again, this is what I'm talking about, like, with a dishonest interpretation of things. And I think it's more than not dishonest. It is something that people are intentionally misunderstanding. So this is a person who's unhappy about what I said. What have I said that you think you've typed it 7 times now? Thank you for numbering them. Now I can read it. So what part of what I said is inaccurate? Like, I most of the guys here that watch my stream and that watch my content, like, we're like 30. I don't want to have to treat people like 15-year-olds. I just want to talk about real shit and have honest conversations.
Oh, I don't care,
I'm not going to mince words.
I don't care. Nothing I'm doing here is done in bad faith. I'm not going after Asmongold because I don't like him or because I want to ruin his career or anything like that. I would be losing if I happened to ruin Asmongold's career because I happen to like his content for the most part. But I also think that it is important to be honest and to call people out when they have absolutely stupid fucking takes. And if Asmongold's acolytes or whatever want to come after me, it's a fucking random person on the internet. I'm crying in my I'm crying in my sleep. I am so scared. I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro.
Words or try to avoid certain topics because I know that might trigger some people that are like emotionally unstable. So what about this? The part where you've been defending being rich for days now because of a bad take you said years ago. What did I say that was inaccurate? What did I say? Because it's like, it seems like it would be easy for you, right? I mean, you've been watching now for I Am Burb. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I will answer you, Asmon, because I'm not entirely sure if your friend or your chatter will. This is the only problem that people have with what you said. You are pretending like this is what Hassan said when this is what Hassan said. That's the problem here. And until you acknowledge that this is what Hassan said, people are going to keep having problems with what you said. Now, the problem with the internet is people will start dogpiling, and if you have a take that is really, really bad, people will start just disagreeing with everything you said, whether what you said is logically incoherent or inconsistent, or whether it is even wrong. Like, nothing you just said about money is actually wrong, but people are going to disagree with you, and they're going to make it into a big deal because they're feeling like they're being gaslit, because they are. You and Hassan and all of Hassan's viewers are gaslighting them because you're all pretending like you're all changing what Hassan said when you can literally watch Hassan's clips and go, well, what you guys say he said isn't what he actually said. And that's the problem here. Like, everything else would have been fine if you guys would just stop pretending like Hassan said something he never fucking said. Like, just that. And we would be on equal footing. We'd be able to have this argument.
Servers, streamers kill servers. It's a classic WoW viewer. Okay, so he's a bird, guys. So what part of what I said was wrong? Is it just me, or all the worst takes come from chatters who are fairly new or new followers and subs? Yeah, that's because the old ones have gotten banned, and the new ones haven't gotten banned yet. That's why. I mean, it seems to me like you've been watching for... Actually, I mean, no, you've typed this like fucking... Jesus, man. Like, did it really upset you? That much? Did it really upset you that much? I mean, it seems like it would be very easy for you to explain what I said that was inaccurate. Now, I think the reason why... Oh, already doing this. Were you not trying to argue that when someone makes more money that they have more stress than when they didn't make as much money? Whenever I was making $4 grand a month, I was a lot more happy than I am now making less than $1 grand. Okay. Well, number one, you need to get off my fucking stream and start figuring out your fucking money. All right? Hey, just start typing or just going. Okay, let's go back over here.
You're not doing a people-pleasing job. Sometimes the people that you have to sometimes the people that you have to please in your job are your bosses.
Or coworkers.
Or coworkers.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're doing those jobs and they are the one that are draining you. Your coworkers.
He's exactly right. He's totally right. But I think that he also is agreeing with what my perspective is, because he's using the word sometimes. Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it's not.
No, it's always the case. There's not a single human being that has a normal job where the person riding their dick isn't their boss. That's just the only time that isn't the case is when you're an absolute model worker. But then you're putting so much effort and so much stress on yourself in order to be that model worker that takes on a whole different form of drain. So again, fundamentally, not really like. Again, we're still, at this point at least, we're still on the weird fucking, like, yeah, you're right, Aragos. It's like we're constantly moving the goalposts of this argument whilst also gaslighting the argument. Like, we've built a straw man. You see, this is the problem with straw men. People wonder why straw men is so incredibly dishonest and also somewhat evil. You see, the problem is that if I get to a point where I pretend like this is what Hassan said, it means that every single argument that follows from this point forward is flawed, right? Because I am now operating on your fucking straw man. So I can never make an argument, because every single time I make an argument, whatever the argument will be, you just refer back to, but remember, this is what he said. So in other words, I can't win, because you've already manufactured a scenario where I am losing because this statement over here isn't wrong. There's nothing wrong with this statement. So every argument I make now, right? So people make arguments, and then Asmon goes, yeah, but remember, guys, it's all about context. You know, every job is going to have bad things and good things, and it is true that some jobs are going to be a lot more taxing than other jobs. And it's not that, and I believe Asmon actually said this at one point, it's not that we're saying that streaming is worse than other jobs. It's just that it's always it is also hard. And it's like, whoa, my fuck. Wait a second. So now we're pretending like he didn't say the thing he said? Like, you're actually telling me that the thing he said that everyone is upset about, you're now saying that he didn't say that in your defense of your own fucking straw man. Because it is your straw man. And that's the problem with straw man. That's why whenever someone wishes to engage you on an argument, ask them to state clearly what their premise is. Before you even get into the argument, ask them very clearly, what is your premise? And then they have to define word for word, spell it out for you, what their premise is. So if, for example, I was in a debate with Asmongold right now, I was in a debate with Asmongold, and I asked Asmongold, Asmon, what is your premise for this debate? What is the premise? And he says to me, streaming is socially taxing. I would be like, you're absolutely correct. We don't have to have a debate. We don't have to have a debate. There's no debate there. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. Streaming is socially taxing. Yes, of course it is. But if he then goes on to say, well, then why are you so angry at Hasan? I would say, well, because that's not what Hasan said. But here's what Hasan actually said. So we either have this debate on what Hasan actually said, or we can't have the debate. Because I'm not having a debate on your straw man. Because I can't win on your straw man, because your argument is correct in your straw man. Streaming is absolutely socially draining, and that's a fair point, but sitting and taking a foot bath for 9 hours is also tiresome and taxing after a while, just in a different way. How about Apple? True. Having fun with friends is socially taxing. Dude, everything is socially taxing. That it's not a problem. Like, any social activity is going to be socially taxing. That's just a fact. The problem is when you say this, like, hanging out with my friends at a bar for 8 hours is more socially taxing than your fucking real job. Everyone would be able to go, what? Are you for real, bro? And then you could go, well, you know, after I've been at the bar for 8 hours, I don't want to talk anymore. I get home, I'm tired. I just want to sit there and play a video game. I can't talk to people anymore. It's like, yeah, that's perfectly fine, bro. It means your social battery is drained. But did you seriously fucking say that that is worse than an actual job? Like, is that literally what you're going to tell me right now? Because that's ultimately what streaming is. It's just hanging out with a bunch of friends at a fucking bar, talking for 8 or 9 hours. That's literally what it is. That's streaming, by the way. That's it. That's it. That's streaming. So anyone that tries to make this fucking argument is a moron.
It depends on the job.
Your definition of what a client is very limited. A client can be someone from outside of your work, comes into your work, and then you have to serve them. But a client can also be other departments of your job that depend on your position. That's considered a client.
And that's people pleasing when you have to work with other departments. Now,
their argument basically boils down to mine. I think phrased it not as convolutedly because there's a lot of holes there that you could plug. But my argument effectively just, Jen, you're not bothering. Not at all, bro. If I didn't want to be bothered, I wouldn't be streaming, you know? I could very easily sit here and watch this on my own if I didn't want you guys butting in the whole time with your fucking opinions and shit. Draining me socially by your opinions and fucking shit. Like, I hate it, guys. Just stop sharing your opinions. You're draining me socially. The way I described it was quite simply just
emotional damage.
You don't see all of the different variants of someone's job from the outside. The only way you can truly experience what someone is going through in an actual real job is by doing the actual real job and then learning about what their actual experiences are like. From the outside, you can't ever know. Because from the outside, you are seeing that person for a small chunk of their entire day. You're not seeing the whole fucking day.
You have to bend over backwards to just make sure no problems exist. You are people pleasing.
If
Yes,
every
it's
6
true.
months you have to have a report, and you're not dealing with people outside of your work, you're just dealing with people inside of your work. And every 6 months, your boss meets you and it's like, yeah, we're gonna see how you're doing at the job. You have to please your people, which are your bosses and whatever standards that there is in the company.
Here's the truth
Well,
about
yeah, of course you do. I mean, that's the way anything would work.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that having a performance review is definitely very different than talking for a living. Like, there's like a different type of stress that creates. And that's what I was talking about with like different spectrums. So like, yeah, he's totally right that you always have to please people because people give you money. Like if you look at like having a job as an abstract, we stop comparing streaming to other careers. Well, I think that there's comparisons to be made. There's comparisons not to be made. If that's upsetting to you, I think that you're emotionally invested in this argument.
No, I don't think there are comparisons that can be made. I think fundamentally streaming cannot be compared to any real actual job. I think fundamentally the only reason streamers are trying to compare it to a real job is because they feel guilty at the fact that they happen to make a lot of money off of doing a thing that they know for a fact isn't an actual real job. And the point I wish I could bring across to streamers is that your viewers fucking know that and they still support you because they don't give a shit. Because you not doing an actual real job entertains them while they are doing an actual real job. And they would much rather be entertained by you while doing their actual real job than not being entertained by you. Because if you weren't streaming, they would have to do their actual real fucking job in silence. And that would be far less fun. No one imagines that Taylor Swift is working harder than a fucking factory worker. But the factory worker still enjoys the fact that Taylor Swift makes her music because they get to listen to her music while working in the factory. Therefore, they support Taylor Swift because she's making the music that helps them get through their day. But to try and compare those jobs, streaming, acting, music, to an actual real job is fucking ridiculous. It is just simply ridiculous. Are there certain streamers that you could make the argument have as close to a real job as humanly possible? Yeah, I think so. I think there are some streamers that put a fuck ton of effort into their stream. You know, you have streamers that like maybe stream 4 or 5 times a month, but every single stream is a massive event. An event that they planned for, painstakingly set everything up, built an entire set for that stream. Mr. Beast, for example. We could say most YouTubers aren't doing an actual real job. We can't make that same claim for someone like Mr. Beast, who goes through a fuck ton of effort to make every single one of his videos work, right? Like, they do the research, they have to do the safety, they have to build the sets, they have to write the scripts, they have to get all of the cameras and the equipment and everything. He's basically putting on a full-time production on his own or with the people that he's hired to help him do that. But even that, we would make the argument, isn't really. It's comparable to a real job, but it's not the same as a real job. And there is a reason for it. The reason is actually quite simple. The reason is actually quite fucking simple. That's the difference. That is the fundamental difference. Anything that falls into this category can never, ever, ever be compared to anything that falls into this category. Ever. There is a hard line between these two things. I want to and I have to is not the same. And it can never be the same. They cannot even share DNA with one another because fundamentally I have to do a bunch of things that I don't want to do. I want to do a whole bunch of things that I do want to do. Anyone with half a brain understands that concept?
And you're not really interested in talking about it. I'm just trying to talk about this. That's all. All right, here we go. here we go. It's all a lot of difficulties, and we can talk about that too, for sure.
Actually, of the people, he is top 1% today.
He is.
And even back then, when he was part of his family, he was top 0.1% in Turkey. The truth about Hassan, him talking about work and everybody misunderstanding and they're being really stupid and low IQ when they're listening to his responses, this is just a brat.
Dude, the fact that there are people defending Hassan claiming that he was once poor is ridiculous to me. I watched a video the other day where people actually showed Hassan's dad to this day is like super high up in the Turkish government. Like the dude is like super influential in Turkey. Hassan claims that his father lost everything, once he went to college, and that he was poor in college because his father had lost everything. When in reality, there's literally zero evidence for that. Like it's never been supplied. I will tell you what I think. Hassan lied, just straight up, made it up. Because it's very difficult to be one of the people when you've never been one of the people. Where it's very convenient if your father was, lost everything and then you were poor, to now say, well, I'm one of the people now. Like, that's just super convenient.
Who's always been a bit rich brat. And he's talking about real jobs like he has the experience, but he doesn't. And he's not the only one.
I'm not sure what he's done.
Because Asmongold.
Thank God.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here we go. It's all about me. All right, now we get to the good content.
React to this.
I did.
actually like Asmon. I
Thank
think
you.
Asmongold is cool.
I appreciate it.
Even if he looks homeless every day.
Well.
He is my favorite homeless millionaire streamer. This has been my opinion observing most streamers and content creators.
Thank you.
Most of them are completely out of touch with reality.
So people get mad. It's a bad take. What's it a bad take of? He says that he gets exhausted socially because he's talking to people for 9 hours a day. You really think that's...
Notice the gaslighting that we spoke about? Notice the gaslighting we just spoke about? There you go. That's the first piece of evidence of gaslighting.
You really think that's not true?
That's not what he said.
I mean, you really think it's not true?
That's not the only thing that he said. He didn't say that.
He's right. He's right. That isn't the only thing he said. So, like, like in video games where, like, you have, like, critical strike, haste, mastery, hit rating, and all of the different stats that, like, accumulate into damage. Okay. Well, let's say the DPS that that the job of streaming does to you is lower than the DPS that a job of a police officer does to you, or the DPS that like a nurse does to you. But that doesn't mean that maybe streamers might have a higher crit rating in their situation. So I'm not saying that, of course, everything that Hassan said in the clip is completely accurate, but I'm saying that from his own personal experiences it is, and I don't think that anybody can really go and take his own personal experiences away from him.
Wait, but no, what? Wait, what? You were absolutely not just arguing from his perspective, nor was he just arguing from his perspective. If Hassan made his video and said he is actually incredibly socially awkward, he hates socializing, he hates people, he's an extreme introvert, like, I fucking hate saying this because that's not what introvert means, but let's say, for example, he claimed that he's extremely introverted when what he's actually talking about is that he's socially inept, or he has social anxiety, because introverts are not people that don't like other people. In fact, people tend to love, or introverts tend to love other people. What they don't like are highly stimulating environments, which is completely different. An introvert will happily have a wonderful evening with 2 or 3 people. What an introvert doesn't want to do is go to a fucking club where the environment is too stimulating, because that tires them out. It has nothing to do with it, but never mind. Let's say, for example, Hassan listed all of these mental health problems, of which I'm pretty sure he has many. But let's imagine that he listed all of these mental health problems that he has, and then he made the claim streaming for him is more taxing than any normal job because of all these mental problems. Again, most people would not have a problem with what he said. Most people would then be like, oh, well, that actually makes sense, right? If you are deathly afraid of human interaction, and your job requires you to interact with humans literally daily, we can see how for you that would be a big problem. But that's not what Hassan said. He wasn't making a personal argument. He was making a broad, generalized statement about the effects of streaming on humanity. That is not honest, bro. Like, come on, please. That's not honest.
You mean Perry rating? Yeah, sure.
He's drained because he's working 9 hours a day and he's talking to people for 9 hours a day.
Yeah, for sure.
I can understand that.
Yeah,
I can understand the fact that you're going to be drained.
100%.
Talking. He said that his job is more draining than any normal job.
Yeah, and I don't think that that's really what Hassan was trying to say.
Oh, well, wait. Okay, now we're getting into a massive problem, Asman. Whoa. You cannot use headcanon to defend the guy. Like, we're either talking about what he actually said, or we're talking about what you think he said. It is not fair for you to defend him about what you think he said. You have to defend him on what he actually said. Because if we can do that, then I think what Hassan said is that he wants to kill all of the babies in Africa. I think that's what he said, and he should be arrested for that. Can we have that debate? Like, should we phone the police right now? Because I think Hassan is an actual genocidal maniac for saying that we should kill all of the babies in Africa. Because apparently we can just make up shit about what we think Hassan actually said. Because that's the... Like, dude, no, that's not how that works. I said it in my original video. I said the reason Asman is probably defending him is because Asman knows him, and therefore Asman has assumed a bunch of things that wasn't actually in the original take without just listening to the original take, which is not how it's supposed to be.
Okay. Because he was really talking about, and like also like, I don't like, because I've watched Hassan for years. I've known Hassan, I've talked to Hassan. I don't think that's really what he thinks. Now, maybe...
Okay, fine.
Maybe he should have said it in a way that was better. But I don't think that he thinks that. So
you never said this in your original defense of Hassan. Your original defense of Hassan was gaslighting and criticizing all of the people that are angry at him. In fact, you started your video by calling everyone that's angry at Hassan retards. You called me a retard by definition, when I was the only one that took him on face value. I took his words for what it fucking meant. I didn't headcanon my way through his argument. He made an argument, he said a bunch of stupid fucking words, and he has since doubled down on those words over and over and over again. So you are defending him making shit up, Asman. You're making shit up. You're inventing entire arguments to defend him when he's fucking doubling down on his takes. He's saying, yeah, that's what I said, and I stand by that, providing context that doesn't change the original context of the original clip. But then you're defending him, calling other people retards, right, for actually just listening to what he said and having a problem with it. You should actually apologize for that. Like, your next video, Asman, should be an apology. I apologize for gaslighting my community and the people on the internet about shit that wasn't ever said, wasn't ever clarified, in fact, was doubled down upon, and making shit up in order to call all of you retards. I don't, by the way, have a problem with being called a retard. I am a fucking retard, but so is most of the people in this entire debacle.
So, like, we can talk about the way that he communicated that, and if it could have been communicated in a better way, sure. But I'm talking about, like, what the intent was behind the communication.
That's not fair.
I don't think, like, if you asked Hassan,
not fair.
Do you think that you work harder than a doctor that works in an emergency room on residency? I think that Hassan would say no.
It's nice that you think that. I don't know if he would, because his original claim was that he absolutely works harder than most normal jobs. So I don't know what he thinks. This is unimportant. It doesn't matter to me. You're saying a bunch of words that doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter what I think Hassan may or may not think. Fucking doesn't matter. None of this matters. He said things. And we can only go off of what he actually said. I don't care about the intent. I don't know what the intent was. I don't know him. From my perspective, he's a fucking moron. So, yeah, I actually think that's exactly what he would say.
I do. Or I really think that he would say no.
That's fine.
So,
you may think that. I don't.
Like,
what do we do
can
now?
Have a conversation about, like, taking things, like, just super direct. But I think that if you look at the context of what he was talking about, he was referring back to, like, a job that he had, and he was talking about, like, his own personal experience with it, rather than all jobs. But
job can be gruesome. Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Oh, wow. So that's what he said. What did Asmund say he didn't say? Let me just make sure. I just wanted to be sure.
what he was talking about, he was referring back to, like, a job that he had, and he was talking about, like, his own personal experience with it, rather than all jobs. But
Oh, okay. That's what he said. What did he say?
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Well, Asmund, it feels like I get that you don't think all of these things, but listening to the evidence, it feels like he is exactly saying the thing that you say you think he didn't say. I don't know what to tell you, but it feels like Hassan and you aren't agreeing. Like, maybe you should have a meeting. You should come up with a strategy so that you guys are on the same page about what he actually said versus what you think he said, because the evidence right now isn't stacking up in your favor.
But these guys are right. I mean, they're right that, yeah, he did say that. I think that it was very clear in my mind that wasn't what he intended.
Excluding retail, to be fair.
And life doesn't work like that.
Nope.
If he just had said, my work, what I do right now, is extremely draining, you would have just said that. I would have been yeah, my man.
Cool. But what did he say?
But you said that your job is more draining than any normal real job. No. Fucking no, my guy. It doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that. But what you're gonna...
Yeah, and I think that they're right. I do.
Shit.
I don't think that Hassan meant it that way. And
Okay, it doesn't matter, but okay.
after listening to the clip, I think that it's kind of obvious that he didn't mean it that way.
It's not obvious. Like, what the fuck are you... Like, Asmund, if it was obvious, I consider myself an incredibly intelligent guy. And even with people that I do not agree with, I try to always keep context in mind. So I actually listened to the context of what he provided here as well.
No. Social battery wise, unless you're in retail, unless you're in fucking retail, it's very different. You're out of touch. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same fucking way as someone who did a sales job.
So where exactly, Asmund, is this obvious thing coming from? Because he's disagreeing with the people in his chat that's trying to tell him that you are absolutely fucking wrong. Calling them, like, he says, I'm gonna die because they're disagreeing with him because they're just accountants. What the fuck do they even know? That is a real normal job, last time I checked. And then he continues to go on, speaking very generally about streaming versus literally all other fucking jobs. So the obvious thing here, the only reason it's obvious to you is because he is your friend. And you want to defend your friend. That's the only reason it is obvious to you. Because everyone else that is unbiased listening to this isn't getting the same thing. And then you go on to gaslight everyone else by changing what he originally said. And now, when you're confronted with it, when Abba is like, when they're actively telling you, right? They're actively telling you that this isn't what he said this. You go on to say, well, clearly that isn't what he actually meant. That's not fair. We can't have a debate about what we think he actually meant, because then it becomes very muddy. I can only go off of his own context. The video we just listened to was him uploading it. Like you can see here, he is uploading it himself. So he believes that this provides all of the context for what he was fucking talking about. This is his explanation for what the fuck he was talking about. So again, at no point does he say the things that you say he meant. He doubles down on what he said and then continues to say the thing that made people angry. So who am I supposed to listen to? Am I supposed to listen to you about what you think he said, or am I supposed to listen to him when he explains to me what he said and then continues to say it?
You can read his mind? No, it's not that I can read somebody's mind. It's that I'm interpreting what the person is saying in a way that is, I think, generous and authentic to what the intent of the words are.
No, you're twisting the meaning of what he said. It would be very, very different. Because if I wanted to be, and I did this in my original video, and this comes from a guy that fucking can't stand Hassan. In my original video, I said, if Hassan meant that his job is socially draining, right, then he should clarify that, he should say that, and then all of this disappears. If that is all he meant, he should just say that. In the whole time, he has doubled down on what he said consistently. So you aren't just being generous. We call this gaslighting. That's not being generous and giving someone the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt would be if I said something like, oh, we should just kill all of these people. And then, you know, people freaking out, oh my God, Akalon is calling for genocide of people. And then people going, wait. He's clearly not calling for their deaths. He's just frustrated with them. That would be benefit of the doubt, right? Also, depending on the context. If I was literally sitting here drawing up battle plans and saying we should kill these people, then clearly context matters, right? But if I was just reacting to a video and someone says something stupid, I'm like, dude, these people should just fucking die. Context would be, well, clearly he wasn't actually calling for the deaths of people. He was just frustrated because this person is really fucking stupid and they're saying stupid shit, right? That's context. Or a better, even better, if Hassan says things and I go, wow, that's retarded, right? The hardline, sort of out of context way of taking that is I am physically calling him mentally fucking challenged, right? I'm calling him a special needs kid or whatever, which I'm obviously not. I'm saying his take, what he's saying right now is fucking retarded. That would be applying context and be giving someone the benefit of the doubt. What you're doing right now isn't doing that. It's just gaslighting people. And even when you're being, like, dude, I don't understand it. Even when you're being confronted with the truth, you keep doubling down and you keep the gaslighting going. Like, Asmon, I get he's your friend. But this ain't it, bro. This is not the hill that you need to die on. Because I will be willing to bet he would not do the same for you. You want to know how I know he wouldn't do the same for you? Ethan from H3H3 Podcast. When Hassan's own community was calling Ethan a fucking Nazi and spreading memes about how Ethan's child needs to die, Hassan was telling Ethan, well, there's nothing I can do for you, bro. Oops. Hassan would not be doing the same for you. So you may want to think about where your loyalties lie.
Generous. I think that it's important to be generous to another person's perspective. Yeah, I try to interpret everything that people say in good faith, because if you don't do that, I feel like everybody is going to make like you know, like verbal mistakes. He has a massive track record of saying retarded shit. Well, so do I. I think that anybody who streams that long has a massive track record for saying retarded shit.
You're gonna include nurses? You're gonna talk to me about people in the force?
Yeah, but they're saying socially doesn't drain their batteries.
It could. You're dealing. What are you talking? I know you trolling. You just trolling.
But I think his point is that a lot of these people who work in these kinds of jobs after work, they like to go out. They like to go out, grab beers. Yeah. You know what I mean? Accountants.
That is just absolutely so not true. The overwhelming majority of people are fucking spent after work. They're spent. The amount of times I, after work, came home and just could not fucking do anything is absolutely... And, by the way, the same is true for streamers. Like, sometimes you have more draining streams, other times you have less draining streams. Sometimes you have streams where you literally can't do shit. Other times you have streams where you feel brilliant afterwards. Like, everything just went super well. So, again, doesn't matter. I don't even know why the fuck we're arguing about this.
We'll do that, but then...
That's not everybody. That's a couple of people. And if it was so, the city would be filled with... Happy hour would be every day. Happy hour is on Thursday. It would be filled with people every night. Now, some people, they go home. You know why they go home? Because after they go to work, even if they don't feel like it, they got families to attend to. And they got to do that.
Yep.
That is so out of touch. That is stupid take.
All right.
And him backing...
Let it play for a little bit, and then we'll go.
After you spend 9 hours being investigated by thousands of people with every facial movement, everything you say, every word, with people constantly trying to disagree with you and fight with you, that's not like socially draining.
It is exhausting.
This is totally understandable.
Do you want to know the biggest privilege these guys got?
Got what?
They choose to stream 9 hours.
100%.
They literally can turn it off after 4. They can turn.
This is always the weakness. And the thing is that he's right, but at the same time, I don't think that he is right. So I think the mindset that he has is accurate, but at the same time, these guys probably, I can guarantee you that there's probably a lot of times that these guys make videos and they're like, I don't really feel like making a video today, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't feel like doing this right now. I'm going to do it anyway. And the reason why is because it's their job. And that's what you do whenever, I mean, these guys really, what they have is they own their own business.
All right, Asmon, we can take care of this very quickly. How many breaks have you taken from streaming in the last 2 years? How many times have you literally just disappeared for weeks, if not months on end, where you just take a break? How long have you been streaming on your fucking non-monetized channel where you're not even making money? There is no one working a real job that has this opportunity. Like, no one. Not a single human being on the planet has the ability to walk up to their boss and just go, hey, bro, I'm not going to come in for the next 2 weeks because I'm feeling a little bit drained, you know. I need a bit of a break. I'll be back later, right? I'm going to Coachella for the weekend, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. No one has that ability in the real world. Only streamers get to do that. So is it true that a lot of the time you go live because it is your job? Yeah. Yeah. 100%. A lot of the time you do your job, you go live, even when you don't quite feel like going live, because it is your job. That is true. But even then, you're not forced to do it. And more importantly, you don't have to do it for 9 hours. There are days where I feel completely drained. I've had a shit ton of videos to edit. I'm fucking tired. I go live, and after 2 or 3 hours ago, all right, boys, I'm going to be out of here. I'm tired. I'll see you guys later. No one in the chat has ever gone after me, attacked me. The next day, everyone's back here hanging out because people understand it. Yeah, he's tired. It's fine. You know, he couldn't do a 6 or a 7 or an 8-hour stream today. He'll do that tomorrow, probably. That's not how it works in the real world. I've never had a boss where I could go to him and say after 3 hours, bro, I'm out of here. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling it today, my boss would just be like, the fuck are you talking about? Get back to work, bitch.
That's really what it is. So, of course, you always have the luxury of being able to take time off. But whenever you're not out there competing and putting yourself out there, other people are. And you know how, so I mean, especially with like social media, right? Like you have to be posting all the time. And of course you can take time off. Absolutely. But there is a risk to taking that time off. And I'm not saying that it's not a privilege to be able to do that. But what I am saying is that it doesn't come with a cost.
Turn it off after.
Actually, all of the evidence we have of people taking time off shows that people will oftentimes, after coming back, have more viewers than what they had from the videos prior to them taking their time off. Because in taking time, if you think about this from, think about it like acting. Have you ever noticed how there's these, have you ever noticed how there's these sort of cycles in Hollywood where you'll see one or two actors in every single movie for like 3 or 4 years, or maybe like 2 or 3 years, and then suddenly they just disappear for a while. Like you don't see them in almost any movies. And then after a while, they start coming back with 3 or 4 or 5 movies in very short succession. It just, there's a reason for it. It is to stop audience burnout. When you see the same actor in every single movie, the audience can get burnt out. And it's the exact same thing for streaming. It's the exact same thing for YouTube videos. Sometimes taking a break from YouTube allows your audience to reset. They miss you. They miss your content. So when you finally do come back, bam, everyone's back because they were missing you, right? They missed the content that you were making. So the evidence actually doesn't stack in your favor there. I've actually watched the dudes at YouTube that run the statistics for all of the channels talk about this. One of the most asked questions on their shows is exactly that. Will taking a break hurt my channel? And they showed the actual statistics. No. The overwhelming majority of people that take a break come back and perform better after the break than they did before the break. Because fundamentally, the algorithm doesn't give a fuck. People like to think the algorithm cares. You have to upload every single day. The problem is that was the YouTube algorithm 10 years ago, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, if you uploaded every single day, no matter what the quality of the content was, you would get views. Because the algorithm was just looking for every video that it could push. The algorithm nowadays doesn't operate or function that way. So, no, it's not the same. I love GMM. GM takes a month break for summer and winter. A lot of streamers take like time off and only come back when they feel like they're ready to come back again. And usually or mostly it doesn't do shit, right? It really doesn't hurt them. Sebi, you are you on your break now or are you back from your break? Because you're on a break right now. You could come back and all your viewers are gone. Hey, dude, you could be homeless next month.
5, but because they want to make more money,
Yeah.
they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. Who here gets to choose their fucking hours at work?
Not a lot of people.
The fact that you guys even have the goal to compare yourselves to regular people when your extra hours of labor are rewarded with more and more money is insane.
Well, I think most people get paid overtime, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, if anybody is working extra and you're not being paid for that, you're not getting paid overtime. Not salary? Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. But if you're being paid hourly, you do get paid extra. No, you dumb fuck.
Actually, a lot of people don't get paid extra. Especially when you're working for a full-time salary. And sometimes you just work overtime because you have to get shit done. Right? You have to get shit done. And more often than not, that is unpaid. So yeah, just to be clear. And it's not even comparable because, again, no one really chooses to work overtime. Overtime is usually forced upon you. Whereas if you're a streamer and you're working overtime, it's because you chose to do overtime. Which again, we go back to the whole human beings don't like when they're forced to do stuff. That's why slavery tends to be so bad and tends to be actually a miserable economic decision. Like economies with slavery tend to perform far worse than economies without them. Because people who do work because they choose to do it works far better than people who are forced to do work. That's just a fact. We can economically check this, and we have, right? It's just, yeah. People tend to do better when they get to choose.
Fuck no, that. So if you're being, and also like I don't know about the country you're in, but like if you're in the U.S. and you're being made to work over your hours that you're supposed to work, you need to file a complaint, and you could maybe have a lawsuit, and then you wouldn't have to work, and maybe you could have time streaming. That's illegal. So yeah, not everyone can afford a lawyer, bro. You're so out of touch. So what you're saying is that because some people can't afford a lawyer and they can't get anything done.
Okay, none of this is important.
And in a general sense, if you do
none of this is important. It has nothing to do with the original argument. That's why I'm skipping through it.
Work more, you will be paid more, right? For most jobs and most ethical jobs. Are there unethical jobs that take advantage of you? Absolutely. Is that the norm? I don't think that's the norm. Oftentimes illegal, and there are lawsuits. Job. I think actually here's the truth. I think that people don't want to hear someone bitch about their job. No, actually, I think that you're right, but it actually has nothing to do with a class thing. I was actually having this conversation today. I was talking to like Emmy and Tectone about it. Imagine like you go to the store and the cashier is talking to you about how much they hate their job. This would be kind of uncomfortable, right? Imagine you're getting your hair cut and you're having somebody tell you, like, as they're cutting your hair, how much they hate cutting hair and how frustrating it is for them and how much they don't want to do it. This would probably be weird and you wouldn't like that, right? Yeah, I don't want to hear it. So I actually don't think that this is a class barrier thing. I think that it's something that is just as simple as people want the monkey to do the thing that they're paying the monkey to do. That's all there is to it.
No. No. That is not why this is happening. Oh, fuck my life. Again, we're gaslighting everyone. Because what you're effectively saying is the only reason people are upset about Hassan is because Hassan complained about his job. Which I've already explained. I would have not have been upset at all if this was Hassan's take. But this wasn't Hassan's take. This was Hassan's take. And that's why I'm angry. I'm upset because Hassan had a moronic fucking take. Like, you're twisting the argument here, bro. I hate doing this, man. I fucking hate doing this because what I don't understand, usually Asmongold is based, and Asmongold's critical thinking skills are actually fucking phenomenal considering the persona that he has on Twitch, right? Asmongold's persona on Twitch is just this retarded gamer, right? That just does retarded gaming things. But if you've ever listened to Asmongold in like an actual conversation, he has an incredible fucking ability to critically think about stuff. What I don't understand is why it's not being employed here. Like, where's the critical thinking? I don't understand. Oh my fuck. What do you mean he's not completely wrong?
And whether it's streaming, whether it's playing, a sport, whether it's working at a gas station, whether it's anything. Dance, monkey, dance. That's the way it is. We don't pay you? You absolutely do. You're watching me, you're paying me. I'm making money off of you one way or another. That's a wild statement with that I'm preaching screen. I mean, that's just, listen, if people want to turn this into some weird shit, go ahead. But I think that any person, especially them, they totally understand what I'm saying. And I think that they definitely would agree. I think they would agree with me. Is that whenever they pay somebody money, they don't want to have somebody go and talk about their life problems.
Rustic, when you put it like that, this shit is confusing. This shit is confusing. Because it is technically true. We are reacting to Asmongold reacting to dudes that's reacting to Asmongold when Asmongold was reacting to something Hassan said. You know, this is like a massive fucking rabbit hole of reacting.
Right? They just want to very easily and simply have this person do the thing that they were paying the money to do. And I think that people view streamers as the same thing. So they don't want to hear streamers complain, but I also don't think that you want to hear a cashier complain.
Actually, no. I've always found viewers to actually be incredibly sympathetic to streamers because there is that parasocial relationship that is just built into the streaming ecosystem where your viewers genuinely feel like friends. They feel like coming to hang out with a buddy and listening to their friend talk and do crazy shit. So actually, I have found viewers to be very understanding. I think the problem for most viewers, now I'm just thinking this, I could be completely wrong, but I think the problem that many viewers had with this particular take was the second they were told that while they're breaking their backs in their normal jobs to pay for the streamer to sit on his ass all day and react to videos and have incredibly uninformed takes, when they were told that their jobs cannot compete with his job, that's sort of why they, like, call me crazy, but I think that may be why they were really upset about this. Like, I don't know. It would kind of be the same if a doctor was busy mowing his lawn and then a coal miner walked past and the doctor was like, oh man, you have no idea how hard mowing this lawn is. I think the coal miner would have sort of the same reaction at that point to the medical doctor mowing his fucking lawn in his mansion, telling him this is the hardest job I've ever had to do in my life. I think that I could be wrong, right? This is just me thinking out loud and providing context.
I don't think you want to hear a hairdresser complain. I don't think you want to hear anybody complain, because the truth is you probably don't really care about their problems. You don't give a shit. You just want to get your thing done. That's it. So yeah, I do understand that. Do I respect that? No, I don't. I really don't, because I think it's an unempathetic perspective. But I totally understand it. Does that make sense?
Not really, but all right.
And sometimes I feel that way too.
It's like,
yeah,
the levels of disconnected people, like, why should we feel any sympathy or give a shit about what your struggles is? You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts.
Wow, this slap was hard. Slap.
That's true. Yep, you're right. And there are always going to be negative effects to doing anything. I don't think it's bad for somebody to talk about the negative effects that they have from doing something.
Softer.
I'm starting to turn into a broken record here because I have to highlight all of the different gaslights going on here because it's genuinely gaslight after gaslight after gaslight. I will say it again for the people in the fucking back who still does not hear it. No one gave a fuck about Hassan complaining. It's when Hassan said that the real people don't know the struggles that he has. That's when people sort of went, the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, that's what upset people. Not the fact that he was complaining about his job being miserable or being socially taxing. No one cared about that part.
Don't slap yourself, dumbass.
Nobody cares. You have a job
now,
where
he's right. He is right. He's fucking right about that. He is. And that's what it comes down to. But I think nobody cares is true for every.
Oh, as a viewer, this is starting to drain my social batteries. Just writing this comment was soul crushing. Well, sometimes, chat, sometimes I have to bring you guys into the coal mine with me. I know you guys don't like it because you're all sitting there in your cozy little offices doing your fun little jobs while I'm out here, you know, doing the hard work. but sometimes I need to bring you down with me. You have to now grind with me. I'm sorry about that, but this is just the price we pay. Right?
Everything. I don't think that the streaming element is anything that's that special. You've said that a million times. Yes.
Yeah, I can't fucking...
Are you trying to do the white balance?
Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
Someone actually said real job.
I really wish they would cut to the part where, do you remember what I said that was the same thing? I said that if you're getting cyberbullied or you're getting upset, turn your chair around and then realize that it's not real. No, I think it's definitely true. I agree with them. Yeah, absolutely.
What does that mean? A real
yeah, I
job
used
is
to
the
do
job
this
that you
regularly.
have. Bullshit jobs are the ones that other people have. It's just that simple.
It is.
No. Okay, this is what I don't understand if these people have ever worked. What a bullshit job is a job where you are paid to literally just exist. You're a number. Like, if you've ever worked for the government...
You're not being paid to exist. See, this is actually... I'm going to completely disagree with him here. You are not being paid to exist. You are being paid to be a conduit for advertising. You stopped too early? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll keep going.
There's a lot of bullshit jobs.
Thank you, Castle.
Why?
I
Because
appreciate
the government
that.
just got money to spend.
I appreciate when you guys understand my struggles and when you sympathize with me for my struggles. I hate when you guys pretend like your lives are so much harder than mine. I hate that. You shouldn't do that. It makes me feel... It minimizes my own struggles. It really minimizes my own struggles when you guys do that. Like, you clearly aren't on my level. Like, you don't understand. There's no way for you to understand what I'm going through. Dude, I can't even do that with a fucking straight face. Let me just quickly follow this argument here.
Okay, I'll keep going.
There's a lot of bullshit jobs there. Why? Because the government just got money to spend. They got to meet certain quotas. So they literally hire people. I've been told this on my job. You're there to look busy. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? That is a bullshit job. I could get my 8 hours of work done.
I heard that after they changed... No, he does have a point with this. He does. And like, if he wants to look at it from that perspective, I actually can't argue with that. Because I remember that, I think this happened during like the unionization of railroads. And after some like railroads and like trains moved from being like coal to having some other type of like powered, they had the unions that had the guys that put the coal in the train, even though they would still sit on the train and get paid a full fucking wage for doing nothing. And so, yeah, All
right, this is again going nowhere because these two guys are also making weird arguments that have nothing to do with it. So again, Asmongold made the claim that no, you are not just being paid to exist, you are paid for advertisers to have a place to advertise, right? That was Asmongold's point. That is not actually why you are paid. That is where the money comes from for you to be paid. But that is not why you are absolutely being paid to exist. It just so happens that a lot of people out there like the fact that you exist. They like who you are, and therefore they're willing to watch your shit. Where the money comes from is from advertising, but that's not why you get paid. Because if that was true, everyone making YouTube videos would be a fucking millionaire. Because there's advertisers that want to advertise, and therefore everyone is being paid by the advertisers, right? But that's not the case. Some people are millionaires, other people are fucking broke. Why? Because some people existing has a much higher value to society than other people existing. That's why you're being paid, because your value to the people that live is higher than my value, for example. You're providing more value to your audience than what I am providing, therefore your audience isn't my audience. But that's still just you being paid to exist. No one is paying you because you're the smartest person in the room or you're the best engineer in the room. That's not why they're paying you. They're paying you because you happen to exist and everything that entails. right? Now, that doesn't take anything away from the fact that you're probably a very good public speaker, or you're a very good entertainer, you're funny, people like laughing at you or laughing with you. That's all stuff, but that's all part of you existing, right? That's just who you are as a person, and that happens to resonate with a bunch of people. To talk about this is always kind of funny. How so? Asmon's editors making the most of this situation.
Yeah, I hate to say it. It is kind of a bullshit job, but they aren't complaining. I don't make thousands of dollars a day. He's not gonna like this. So like, I don't really understand like what your point is.
It's interesting that he immediately knew that they're not gonna like it, because I told you guys this. I think Asmon misspoke. And I think he realized that, oh, fuck, I completely misspoke here. I really hope that he just takes the L on this and doesn't try to defend this take.
To be fair, I get it, guys. I get it. You know what I said. I was clearly referring to people that did not work in entertainment. There are many people who do not work in entertainment who make thousands of dollars a day.
Just go 300,000. What percentage of the population makes over 300,000? That would be $1,000 a day, right? Over 300K. Currently, it's estimated only 1.5% of individuals earn more than $300,000 a year in the US, which amounts to about 2.5 million people. All right, so technically speaking, you could probably call that many, but in the grand scheme of things, there's about 98.5% of people, or in other words, about 370 million people in the US that isn't earning $1,000 a day. So the way you're phrasing it, Asmon, you're phrasing it as if it's quite common, when it's not quite common. In fact, it's not common at all. It's incredibly rare for someone to be able to earn $1,000 a day. Incredibly fucking rare. A long time ago, I think it was Asmon who had a great take about why her son was so popular on Twitch, and how it really just how most people see the top streamer and click, and yeah. Dude, I mean, yeah. I would agree with that one. $1 after 1 month of work. Yeah, I think the problem that I have here is, technically speaking, Asmon isn't incorrect. 2.5 million people is a lot of people. But the wording is weird, right? Because the wording makes it seem, if we go just back a little bit.
To be fair, I get it, guys. I get it. You know what I said. I was clearly referring to people that did not work in entertainment. There are many people who do not work in entertainment who make thousands of dollars a day.
Do you understand what my problem is with Asmongold's claim here? The way he's phrasing this is awkward, right? It's an awkward phrasing, because it does make it seem like it's more common than what it isn't.
Do you genuinely believe that I honestly think that the average normal person makes thousands of dollars a day?
No, I don't think that. I even defended you in my original video, because I knew that you had misspoken. But the problem is, right, you just misspoke, and that proves that context matters. And most people didn't have a problem with the fact that you said this, right? Most people, that was not their biggest problem. because we could understand that you completely misspoke. The problem is, I think there is a reason why you misspoke the way that you did. Because you are stupid fucking rich, and all of your friends are stupid fucking rich. It creates the illusion that being rich is far more common than what being poor is. Because you only hang out with fellow rich people. You only hang out with people that are making thousands of dollars a day. And so your original phrasing makes that come across. Now, yeah, with the qualifications in place, everyone understands, yeah, that's not a big deal. Don't even make a big deal out of it. But it is still telling.
Of course, I do not honestly believe that a normal person makes thousands of dollars a day. In the context of what I was saying, I was talking about people that worked in entertainment. And I said that people that work outside of entertainment, some of them also make thousands of dollars a day.
That's good phrasing. Some of them also make thousands of dollars a day. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. That is how it should have been phrased from the beginning. Your phrasing was awkward, but I'm pretty sure for argument's sake, a lot of people could take that completely out of context and just run with it. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly reasonable.
And it's not only people that work in entertainment that make this much money. That's it. I get it. I get it. I could have said it better. All right. I could have said it better. That's, you know, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
My guy.
I don't know what working people you know, the normal working people that are making thousands of dollars. You guys know what thousands of dollars a day is? Let's have granted. Let's say
$800K.
$800 a day.
Yeah.
Do you know how much that is over the course of a whole month?
That's a
I mean, it's also, I mean, I just searched for people making at least $1,000 a day. He said thousands of dollars a day. Now, that almost immediately upgrades you, because thousands is more than one, so you have to go for two. The second you go to two, that's more than $600,000 a year. Now you're not even with the 1%. You're starting to move more to like the 0.5, 0.6% of the 1% of people. So that list gets a lot smaller, a lot quicker, considering the 1% is at 400,000. If you make $400,000 a year, you're in the 1%. If you make more than $400,000 a year, that like every $1,000 that you make after 400,000 severely diminishes or excludes the number of people that can actually compete with that. It gets small fast. It gets small really fast.
a lot.
That's $90,000 a month.
Yeah.
Nobody.
You think there's people out here
Nobody does that.
making anywhere from 60 to 70, making close to $1 million a year?
Nobody does.
Absolutely, yeah. I processed 1040s. Yes, 1%. You understand that 1% out of a country of 300 million people is millions of people, right?
That's not normal people. No, they're not.
CEOs from companies.
I don't know. Maybe I have a different perspective on what 1% is. But I think that 1% is a big number. I do. I think 1% is a very large number.
I mean, 1% is one. How is 1% a large number? There's a reason why we always use percentages when we talk about these things, because the actual physical number, yeah, that's a big deal. But notice, whenever you're trying to manipulate someone, like this is something you can notice about the media, by the way. The media loves to do this. When they want to manipulate you in making you think that something is worse than what it actually is, they will use the physical number, right? They'll use the physical number. So, for example, how many police shootings were there in the last year? 900. Oh my fuck, 900 people got shot by the police? But then when you actually break that down into how many people were actually shot out of the whole population, and more importantly, when you start to look at the amount of police interactions that people have, the hundreds of thousands of police interactions there are, and that only 900 people died in those interactions, you start to realize that the overwhelming majority of people that have interactions with the police don't actually get fucking shot, right? But when I want to manipulate you in thinking the police is an actual real problem, I use the physical number, right? When I want to hide the fact that something really bad is going on, I use the percentage. Because 1%, it's a 1. Who gives a fuck, right? Because it's a 1. That's the point. It's a 1. 99% of the other people aren't actually earning that. Now, yes, you could say, well, that's still 2.3 or 3.7 million people in the 1%. Yeah, that's a fuck ton of people by people, but overall, that's no people whatsoever. That still leaves the overwhelming majority of people nowhere near the number that you think it is.
Sometimes don't even do that. Stop.
This is the problem, okay? And this is what streamers and content creators, okay? Your job, okay, is it...
And just how is percentage not useful? Percentage is the only thing that's useful. Because real numbers can be used to manipulate, whereas percentages really make it very difficult to manipulate. Because a percentage is just a percentage. And it puts it into context of everything else that's happening. And it is important to have context so that you can make informed decisions. Just using the normal real number isn't going to give you the context that you require. You need percentages. Percentages is really the only thing that fucking matters. Watch the actual video. I can't follow his argument like this. Zilly, that's fine. I'm skipping through the argument as well because a lot of this is just gaslighting. And sort of sticking to the point, or sticking to the original argument, even when he himself acknowledges that the original argument wasn't right. He'll just like double down on his argument, even after admitting that, yeah, that wasn't entirely right. Like, he's now 3 times admitted that what Hassan said was basically fucking retarded. But then his defense of what Hassan said is, with context, what Hassan said isn't wrong, but the context is completely fucking like the context isn't anywhere except for made up, right? So yeah, it's very weird.
Difficult? Maybe, yes.
Sure.
Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up about it. You want to know why?
True, so true. But I don't think it has anything to do with being a streamer. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about anybody else's job. In some cases, people pretend to. I think this is the case with everybody's job. And you see this all the time on the internet.
Because you're well compensated, extremely well compensated for the level of difficulty of your job. And this is how most people internalize this and whether or not they want to hear about your suffering.
Working in a kitchen, in my opinion, is harder than streaming. Like, there is almost no other job that I would rather do almost any other.
What's up, Hobo? In a massive pile of Hobo, people interpreting how they want, cherry picking, ignoring stats, info, context. It's just a bunch of BS. I think that's why I prefer statistics, so actual percentages, because they cut through the bullshit. By breaking something down into an actual percentage, you get the full picture of what is actually happening. Whereas numbers make it very, very fucking difficult, because the human mind is just programmed to, like, if I tell you 1 million people, your mind is just programmed to go, fuck, that is a lot of people. But then when I actually put it into context for you, and I go, wait, it's 1 million people of 1 billion people, then you sort of go, okay, wait, that's like fuck all, right? Because there's like a shit ton of people that this isn't happening to. So clearly this isn't the problem that people may think it is, right? But 1 million sounds bad, but in context, 1 million may not actually be bad.
Job in the entire world than work in a kitchen. It's soul crushing. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. And nobody respects those people at all. Are we really going to pretend that people respect fast food workers? Because they don't.
Duranos, okay, so let me put it to you this way, yeah? And I'm not too on the ball with these numbers because this is numbers from a few years ago. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's like, of all police interactions that happens every single day in America, right? Less than 1% of those interactions end with the police actually killing or shooting the person that they're interacting with. Less than 1%. All right. Now, if I tell you the number and I say it's 900 people that get killed by the police every single year with police interactions, you go, fuck me, 900 people? That's disgusting. But if there's 100,000 people interactions with police every single year, violent interactions with the police every single year, and only 900 get shot, then the argument becomes, wait a second, but how low is low enough for you to accept that some violent interactions will absolutely result in loss of life? Right? Because there has to be a number where we can all agree that is okay. Because you have no control over it, right? A violent interaction, the perp is running up to you with a knife. Are you not supposed to shoot that person now? Right? In order to get the number to 0. Because the number will never actually be 0. You see, so there it's important to have the full context of what is actually happening. Less than 1% means that that is probably a good number. Right? That's probably a good number. If it's less than 1%. If it was 10%, we could say, gee, fucking hell, that's bad. Like, that's not good.
Can you clarify Abba's argument, society looks down on those jobs? I think he was talking about an individual's ability to complain. Well, can you clarify? Yeah, I'll talk about this just for a second, just so you can understand what.
That doesn't mean it's not disgusting. I won't accept any amount that is okay. They're not okay. So in your mind, the only number of police interactions that result in loss of life that you will accept is 0. Is that what you're saying? So it has to be 0. Otherwise, it's disgusting and the police can go fuck themselves. They're evil and whatnot. Do you know how many of those violent interactions save innocent lives? Because you have a madman with a fucking gun waving it around trying to shoot a bunch of innocent people, and then the police shoot that guy. That is a death at the hands of the police. But the police had to take that guy's life in order to save a bunch of other people's lives. If you say 0, how many people die then before the police manage to get close to this guy to actually take him down? The number will never be 0. You have to pick a number, and then we can try and work to that number, but the number will never be 0. That's impossible. Can't happen. That has nothing to do with this argument, but, still.
What I'm saying? So, Abba's argument is society looks down on those jobs. Is Abba's argument that society looks down on those jobs? Yes, I think he's implying that. And so, like, if you let's listen just for a minute, and we'll go through it.
How well do you get?
Well, it's his argument is that they don't, and I think that they do. Sorry, excuse me. His argument is that basically you have a right to complain if you are not being paid a lot of money, but your job is really hard. That's what he's saying, right? I just want to understand what. Like, I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So he's saying that if you make a lot of money and you don't work very hard, you don't have the right to complain. But if you don't make a lot of money and you do work very hard, then you do have the right to complain. And I think that he's arguing this from a social norms perspective.
In my opinion, if that is the argument that he's making, that's a stupid fucking argument. Like, wait, I need to go back.
I don't know. Maybe I have a different perspective on what I do. I think 1% is a very...
What streamers and content creators, okay? Your job, okay? Is it difficult? Maybe, yes.
Sure.
Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up about it. You want to know why?
True. True, so true. But I don't think it has anything to do with being a streamer. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about anybody else's job. In some cases, people pretend to.
No, the truth is, people don't care. In Afrikaans, we have this saying that basically literally translates to complaining with white bread under your arm. That's what it translates to. You're complaining with a white bread, a loaf of white bread under your arm, which basically means you have it so much better than literally most other people, and yet you're complaining. I had a friend of my mum's who would do this all the time. They were very, very wealthy, but then every single time she would see my mum, she would be complaining about her life and her job. She didn't have a job. She was a stay-at-home mum, but she would complain about how busy she is and how tough it is because they really want to go away for the holidays, but you know, her husband can't take time off from work right now. And my mum would get really annoyed at this, not because we weren't wealthy. I'll be honest with you guys, I grew up very wealthy, so I can't sit here and say, well, I'm one of the people. My dad was a medical doctor. We made good money. But my mum would get angry because all of my mum's friends were either ranging from quite poor to very ordinary, right? My father hated the 1% in our city. He couldn't fucking handle them. So all of my parents' friends were like normal people. And this lady was, well, she's my aunt. She's married to my mum's brother, right? And they were very, very wealthy. But she would complain, and my mum would always get angry because she realized, like, she knew what actual people were going through, and this would piss her off because you don't have the right to complain at this. So, yeah, people don't like it when rich people complain about their lives. But again, the reason I don't even know why the fuck we're talking about this is it's not part of the argument. That's not this whole thing is now just evolving into let's complain or let's dismantle all elements of the argument that has nothing to do with the actual argument. And it feels like we're just throwing up smoke bombs to confuse the viewers so that everyone loses track of the actual argument here. Let's go back to what the actual argument is here. Hassan said this. Everyone that's defending him claims he said this. That's the actual argument here. Everything else is completely made up bullshit, doesn't matter. So I'm not entirely sure what why the fuck are we even arguing this at this point? I don't know what's going on. That's why I'm skipping through the video, by the way, because a lot of this has nothing to do with that argument.
I think this is the case with everybody's job. And you see this all the time on the internet.
Because you're well compensated.
Yeah, I'll talk about this just for a second, just so you can understand what I'm saying. No, you're definitely right. There are jobs that are harder. I mean, did I say it was the hardest? I probably shouldn't have said that working in a kitchen is the hardest thing you can do. No, I don't think it's the hardest thing you can do. But it is incredibly physically taxing. And I think that it is more physically taxing than the vast majority of jobs. Of course, there are jobs that are more physically taxing than working in a kitchen. But I do think that working in a kitchen is in it's like if you want to have like a tier list, it's in like the A tier. And if not in the A tier, in some places, it's probably in the low S tier in terms of like most stressful. I'm going to go post after getting caught. Well, no, I mean, sometimes I'm just, I'm talking extemporaneously, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. If we're being very honest, really, so working in a kitchen is the same as working in a fucking coal mine or an asbestos mine, because if it's S tier, if it's going to be on the S tier with all of the mining jobs and all of the factory jobs or the oil rigs, like literal jobs where people get killed every year, I don't know if working in a kitchen is the same. But then I would also say it's very difficult to quantify jobs on levels of difficulty. because the perception is going to be different. For me, for example, working in a kitchen would be fucking phenomenal, and I've done it before. I loved it because I like cooking. I like working with food, so I actually find the whole process very cathartic. But then for someone who hates cooking, they'll probably hate that job, which goes back to my original argument. If Hassan just made it about him, no one would have given a fuck, because for him, streaming is harder than everything else. Yeah, cool. But that's not what Hassan said. He made a general argument that streaming in general is harder than any other job socially, which is why we're here. I don't know why we keep deviating from the original argument.
So, like, maybe I might say a word that's incorrect. Sure. Why is this even an argument? Well, no, it's not. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I got timed out. Sorry about that. You typed something and it was pretty big. I'm a mechanic in my field in the area, and we aren't paid very well. We are treated very well by people because people tend to have their own opinion on what we should do, what rather than we actually do. I get it, though. It's different in different areas. I totally agree with them. I wouldn't get mad about a garbage man complaining about his job, but I also...
Difficulty level may be at a 4 or 5, but you get compensated so goddamn well, nobody trying to hear that shit. Whenever people come...
Fuck up, pussy! Stop!
Yeah.
Disorder.
All right.
But I genuinely don't...
Sorry for people that I'm skipping. I'm skipping the parts of the argument that have nothing to do with the original conversation. Because I don't care, right? I don't care what Asmongold's chat thinks about their own jobs and how hard their own jobs may be. It's not part of the original argument. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. That's why I'm skipping through it. Because fuck it, we've been reacting for 2 hours already, and I'm not gonna listen to that.
Don't find this like mentally or like emotionally taxing. I think it's totally fine.
To be fair though, Benny, this is not really just on Asmongold. It's very difficult. It really is very difficult as a streamer to keep arguments straight. Because like now, you said something and now I'm reacting to what you said. Because remember, this is a conversation. I'm not just out here reacting on my own. I'm reacting, but also having a conversation with you guys. So Asmon is doing what streamers do, which is your viewers have points, right, that they bring up that may have nothing to do with the actual argument. And yet, ignoring your viewers, then what's the fucking point, right? Why are you streaming? If all you wanted to do was just straight up react to the point, to the argument, you could do that offline without your viewers present. But if you're going to be streaming, you want to hang out with your viewers and you want to actually respond to their points as well. Because otherwise I could do this on my own, right?
Fine. Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all.
Trying to hear it, make the fucking games.
Xavier's tweet was well-intentioned, and he went on to add a lot of important...
He made a lot of very good points.
He did.
But I think it misses the perspective of the consumer.
I literally said that.
And this is the thing, is developers need to stop. Like, nobody gives a fuck about, it's so hard. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Stop crying.
Yeah.
Either do it or you don't. Holy fuck. Just like nobody cares about, it's so hard. This is... Bro,
True.
You're talking to people that work in construction?
Yeah.
And you're going to say that it's hard? Your job could be...
Back before Asmongold made friends with Hassan, by the way. Back before Asmongold had all of his rich friends in OTK hanging out with him every single day. Asmongold understand the concept of what his job was. But that shit changes because your friends change you. Whether you want to believe it or not, your friends will change you. Chris, injured and death was a different perspective, right? Like I said, the numbers I'm quoting here, I think, was back in 2017 or 2016. I'm not sure what the updated numbers is now, right? They could be very different.
More demanding than that. I don't know. But guess what? To them, it's not.
But now when it's you guys, like, we want... And you expect sympathy for what reason?
No, I don't expect it at all, and I know that I won't get it. No, he's totally right. This is a complete contradiction of what I'm saying, And that's what I was talking about before with like how I think things should be versus how I think things are. And like, in my opinion, I find it to be problematic that people think that way, but I also know that that's true. Does that make sense? I'll respect.
It doesn't make sense because you've spent the last 2 days defending your friend for having a fucking awful take because your friend is absolutely wanting to convince people to care about him more than what they care about themselves and their fucking shitty jobs. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm sure that you don't give a fuck, but your friend absolutely does give a fuck.
Respond to some comments here. Love your ability to do a complete 180 when faced with major backlash. When at-level content creators contradict your opinions. Way to walk back on your points. Never punch up, but it's easy to punch down. What did I say that was inaccurate? You literally just said you contradicted yourself, so accept that and stop digging? No, so basically what I'm saying is that
Theranos, I would argue no one has empathy for everyone. Humans have general empathy. So it depends what you mean by that. Are you talking about not a lot of people are empaths? Because if that's your argument, I would say there is no such thing. So the concept of empath is completely fucking made up. It doesn't exist. It's a theoretical thing where they argued if you have a psychopath that has no empathy, then you must have a person that has just empathy, right? For literally everything. That doesn't exist. There's no such human being on the planet. If there are, we have never found them. And the reason for it is someone like that would blow their brains out by the age of 5. They would just end it. Because to have empathy is to actually genuinely be able to feel the emotions of every human being around you. If you had that ability, you would kill yourself. Like just walking in a mall, at the end of that, you would kill yourself because you're literally feeling everyone else's problems. There's no such thing as that. What we can do as humans is oftentimes sympathy we're pretty good at, but we can have empathy for people when we see someone actively struggling. We can have an empathetic thought towards that person, but again, definitely not for everyone. There would be no way for us to do it for every single person. You wouldn't survive, right? You care about people you know, or people who share similar fates to people who you care about? Well, that's true, but then also you can care about people on Twitter. So there's a third category of caring where you don't actually care, but you want other people to think that you care. So you complain about stuff on Twitter. I made this very helpful step-by-step guide not too long ago on Twitter. This will help all of you, by the way. I thought I'd share it just in case you wanted to farm some brownie points on Twitter as well. It cannot fail. When did I tweet this? Oh, here we go. So here is the step-by-step guide for being a good person on Twitter. Step 1, choose your cause. You don't have to be careful with this because you can have multiple causes. It doesn't matter, right? Every week can be a different cause. Really doesn't matter. You don't even have to be consistent. You can flip-flop as much as you want. Step 2, tweet about how outraged you are. Now, it helps when you're completely uninformed about the cause that you're tweeting about, because that really allows you creative freedom to structure your tweet in whichever way you want. Then you do absolutely fuck all extra. Just that's all that's required. And then watch as people praise you for being a very good person. I should actually have added here that you should put a couple of flags in your name and in your bio, because that really does a lot. Like, whatever the next flag is, doesn't matter. Like, literally just search for flags and search for whatever causes flag you care about and put that flag in your name. Profit, bro. It's the easiest way to form sympathy and adoration on Twitter.
I think that people are being unreasonable for saying that a person can't complain about the way that they feel. But I also don't think that you should accept sympathy for, you should, let me think of a way to put this. I think you can obviously express the way that you feel, and you can't tell somebody the way that they feel doesn't exist. Yeah, this is a good way to say it. So it's not that a person can't feel a certain way, because I think that what people are saying is that you can't feel a certain way, which I think is not true. I think that you can obviously feel a certain way, but you can't expect other people to care about it. And I think that also that's kind of a bad thing in a lot of cases, but it is still true. Does that make sense? Seems hypocritical because you actively feel a way that you say is unethical to feel? Well, of course it's hypocritical, because everything that so this is the reality, is that there are a lot of things that I take advantage of in life that are hypocritical. Like, for example, I think slavery is bad, and I have no problem consuming content that is made through slavery, because I don't really care about it that much.
True.
And I think that we all do that, like Pow World, stuff like that. And it's like, for example, I think stealing is bad, but I would have no problem pirating music. I think speeding is bad, but I speed regularly. Not too fast.
There's a psychological term for this. It's called luxury beliefs. Luxury beliefs, every human being has it. It basically, you'll have a belief until that belief actually impacts you, right? So, yeah, I mean, if I just go on Twitter and I say, yeah, I hate slavery and I hate slavers, that's great, right? I can say that. It doesn't do shit to me. I don't own slaves, so it's fine, right? But then when we say, well, how about you stop supporting slavery? Now it does kind of impact me, because I have to stop using my computers. I have to stop using my phone. I have to stop using a lot of things, right? Do I really feel that strongly about slavery? Not really. I don't actually give a fuck about child labor in China or Africa enough to inconvenience myself, right? Thereby, I don't actually give a fuck. It's easy to say that I care, as long as, of course, it doesn't affect me. And that, by the way, is all humans. There are very few humans who will be principled enough to defeat their own luxury beliefs. It's almost I have not met a human being that has that level of principle.
Fast though, by the way. So yeah, and so I think that really I get what you're saying, but you have to look at it from my perspective as well, and I think that we all do this. People just affirmed Asmon's point. They only would hear here's a good example. I didn't really think about it like this, but this is actually a good way to explain it. So basically, whenever a game developer says that their job is really hard, I am very sympathetic, and I think that's horrible. But whenever a game developer says their job is really hard and the game is bad, then I'm not sympathetic. I think that's a better consolidation of the way that like the way these 2 points come together. Does that make better sense?
I would say my problem with game developers is the exact same problem that I have with Hassan. I don't have a problem with a game developer telling me that their job is really hard. The problem that I have is that the overwhelming majority of game developers pretend like their job is literally fucking Auschwitz. Right? Their job is literally the worst job in the world. Making a game is literally the hardest thing that you can do. That's when I get fucking annoyed. Because I'm like, no, it's not. Shut the fuck up. This is your job. The problem that I have is when game developers pretend like if they make a game and the game isn't good, people shouldn't be complaining about it. It's like, well, actually, your entire job is to make a good game. You made a shit game, and now you want to pretend like you're being abused because people are calling your game shit. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. You're not being abused. You made a piece of shit. Stop complaining. Fix your fucking game. Brenda Weirdo, how you doing, bro?
Because, like, I definitely understand the way that, like, a game developer would feel in this situation. And I can totally see, like, what their perspective is. with like thinking that this is contradictory. But I think really the customer really cares about the experience that they're getting. And if they're getting a bad experience, then they don't really care about the work conditions of the person. It's like, for example, if the iPhones suddenly got more expensive because we started using ethically sourced cobalt, well, people would be furious about that because now they're way more expensive. Well, we don't want to have to do that. Let's go back. Can we just have the kids do it again? Like, this was great. Like, we had $1,000 phones. This was amazing. And so it's not that people don't care about it. It's more that people don't care about it whenever it comes at the expense, or sorry,
How is it that Asmongold can have both of these thoughts in his head and not realize that the logic applies the same? This is what's baffling me at the moment. Because think about every single time people get angry at the devs. It's usually when the devs are fucking either, one, gaslighting the viewers, or two, the developers are pretending like the players are the problem. Like, they're not the problem, it's the players that's the problem. But this is the exact problem that people are having with Hasan. This is the exact problem. Like, how can you see the truth in the developer argument, but you can't see the truth in Hasan's argument? I don't understand. How would Hasan ban him?
I don't care about it. It's not that I don't care about it. It's that I don't care about it whenever I'm wrong. Everyone was yesterday. You think this is true. And I completely support not tipping.
Very. Even when I didn't even have to work, when I was doing remote work and it was just be myself with my coworkers, it was socially draining to have to fucking sit in Zoom calls and listen to people babble about some dumb shit.
It could be.
Or sitting there looking at fucking spreadsheet and then having to type shit out and my brain just wants to melt. You think after that I want to go talk to a bunch of people?
Is the YouTube game hard? I don't know. What you do for your living? I'm a pastry chef. What time did you get up in the morning? Every morning I wake up at 5 in the morning. I gotta be the pastry, but that's worse than my boss. My boss has to be be there at 3 to get the orders in and this and that and that and that and everything and stuff. And how much is that? Oh, that's 12 hours. Doing jobs sometimes that they come.
That in general, streamers can't do that. And I would say whenever I say most streamers, I'm talking about 99% of streamers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Girls, for example, that are like constantly resentful towards like men. I think this happens all of the time. And I think in general, you don't have to necessarily think that somebody is right, but I think that it's reasonable for you to understand why a person feels the way that they do and not to invalidate the way that that person feels. But I think that, again...
Well, so we're ending this on another fucking gaslight. Dude, Hasan wasn't just sharing his personal feelings. He wasn't out there sharing how he personally feels. No one would have given a fuck if that was his personal feelings. I already showed you that that's not what he did. So why are we arguing this?
Again, this is a true thing, but this is like this like really kind of weird middle ground, right? Because like streaming is a job, and whenever Hasan is streaming or anybody is streaming, and also like I want to make sure one other thing is clear, is that like Hasan or me, like we are like super one percenters, right? Mm-hmm. And so obviously like we can just afford to turn off the stream and fuck off, like what they said. Absolutely, right? But there are a lot of streamers that are making 100K a year and they don't have a backup plan, or they're making 30K a year and they do have to stream every single day. Absolutely. So there are going to be a lot of other people that are on that spectrum that feel the stress a lot more. Most streamers can't do that. And I would say whenever I say most streamers, I'm talking about 99% of streamers.
Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, that's really what it comes down to.
I mean, yeah, it's fine.
And you guys have nothing in common with a lot of us. You can't expect us to care. I think that in terms of lifestyle, I don't think that my lifestyle is that much different than most of your lifestyles, to be totally honest with you.
I feel like I'm going to have an opinion here, but all right.
Like I play. Well, I mean, in terms of like outside of what my job is, I think that it's basically about the same for a lot of people. You shower? Yeah. All
right, Asmon. No. And it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault. You can't be expected to have the same life as anyone else because you don't even fucking know what other people are going through. The fact that you wanted to make the argument that, well, remember, guys, all I do is I sit and I play video games all day, and that's the same that you guys do. One fundamental difference. You can sit and play video games all day. You could literally go out right now and buy every new game on the market, and it would not even make a dent in your bank account. You have no interest in, like, you don't even care when you eat, when you get Uber or DoorDash every single day ordering your food. The overwhelming majority of people can't do that. When you walk into the supermarket, you're thinking, what am I in the mood for? The overwhelming majority of people aren't thinking, what am I in the mood for? A lot of people are thinking, what can I afford now that isn't going to leave me fucking broke at the end of the month? The overwhelming majority of people can't afford to buy entire trolleys just full of cans of Dr. Pepper and Pepsi Max or Pepsi and Coke and all sorts of snacks. The overwhelming majority of people can't afford to do that. For them, life is all about exchanges, right? It's all about making, what's the word I'm looking for? It's about making compromises. I can have Chipotle, right, tonight, but then tomorrow I'm going to have to eat this or this, because if I had to have Chipotle every single night, I'd be broke, right? I wouldn't be able to survive at the end of the month. I can buy these shoes now, and then I won't eat for the last 2 weeks of the month, or I have to save 5 or 6 months in order to buy the shoes that I really want. I want to upgrade my PC. I can't upgrade my PC right now because I don't have the fucking money for it. I'm going to save for 2 years in order to be able to upgrade my PC. You have none of those problems. You want something, you go out, you buy it, and it's yours. Now, do you live pretty frugally? Yes. But you live frugally out of choice. Not because you must. You chose to live frugally. A lot of people have to live frugally or else they fucking die. There is a massive, massive difference between your life and theirs. There is a 0% chance that you have any idea how the average human being lives. 0.
I don't think it's like really that dramatic or that much different. Yeah, if you take out what I do outside of like my streams. Yeah, it used to be until I get a job. Yeah, there you go. Not talking about those streamers, we're talking about Hasan bitching specifically. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, in general, I don't think that it's fair to invalidate the way that Hasan is, like, Hasan's personal problems and the way that he feels are not invalidated by the amount of money that he makes.
And no one said that. You're just gaslighting now. You're just creating arguments.
It doesn't mean that after you make a certain amount of money, you will no longer be socially drained or upset. Does that make sense?
While he's saying that, I should just have this fucking next to it. Like, I should literally just have this next to it. Just so we clear, right? While Asmon is saying this, we should just make clear what was actually said and what we're pretending was being said.
That's the problem that I have. I dislike the mindset that if you make a lot of money, you are not entitled to negative emotions. I find this to be incredibly toxic. Wow. But I also think that everybody feels that way whenever the product that they are consuming is affected. And that's what I think is so interesting about this topic, too, is because Hasan is the product, fundamentally, right? So it's like he is the product, so he's complaining about it, but he's also the product. So, like, is this that case? How can Hasan express himself without necessarily breaking this rule? It's very confusing, right? Rich equals can't complain, yeah. And so that's why I think it's interesting to talk about it. It is. People are mad because he's downplaying regular jobs. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily downplaying regular jobs in general. I don't think that's what he meant. But if he was, then he's wrong. But I don't think that's what he meant.
It's fine if that's not what you think he meant. And that's perfectly fine. but you cannot expect the rest of us to give him the benefit of the doubt when what he said and how he doubled down on it literally is what he said and why people are angry. Someone here is wrong, Asmon, and it's not us. We're not the ones that's wrong here. Because we're not the ones inventing context and thinking about why we think Hasan said stuff. We're saying this is what he said, and then he doubled down on what he said, and he still said exactly the same thing. So, now you could say, well, Akalon, he came out yesterday and he clarified what he said. No, he came out yesterday and he backtracked on what he said after realizing that what he said was a stupid fucking thing to say. It isn't. That's not clarification, because in his context tweet, he provided the context that he thought was relevant. And in that context, he still said the exact same thing.
Entitled to complaining about your job to people who make less than a year than you can in a week? Well, of course that you are. Everybody is entitled to their into a tweet. If I thought 200 viewer streamer said what Hasan said, I think that people would be a lot more sympathetic towards it. And I think if it was somebody besides Hasan that said it,
I don't think so. I think if I came out tomorrow and I said my job, like legitimately said, not in a joking way, my job is more socially taxing than most normal jobs, or the normal jobs, because he didn't actually say most normal jobs, he said than normal jobs, I think I would get the exact same treatment. The only difference would be I may not, unless somehow accidentally live stream fails got hold of that segment of my stream, I wouldn't have the massive amount of people that would know about it. That's the only difference here. My problem would be everyone in my chat would instantly be like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? And I would have a massive argument with however many viewers I have, right? I would have a massive argument with you guys about this. As Hasan is a much larger streamer, so his actually went out to the overwhelming majority of people. And the overwhelming majority of people looked at that and said, the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And it should be telling to you when the only people that's defending you are your diehard fans that maybe you're not right here. Like, maybe you're the one that's wrong in this equation.
I think people would be a lot more sympathetic towards
I wish that was
I think
true.
that in general, a lot of people are very negative about it because not only it's Hasan, but also Hasan is speaking from such a position of privilege that I also share. So I think that's really what the problem is. And I understand.
Do no one ever ask themselves, why is it that so many people have such a massive problem with Hasan? Does no one ever wonder that? Why is it that the only people that like Hasan are far leftists? Like everyone else, people center left, just on the left, to the right, in the center, no one else likes the guy. I wonder why. Couldn't be his fault, right? It's just because people hate people at the top. But that's not actually true. There's plenty of streamers at the top and people don't hate them. People maybe don't like their streams, but that's not the same as hate. I have never heard a single person say that they hate Summit 1G, or that people say that they hate Shroud, for example. There's people that don't watch their content because they don't find them interesting or funny or whatever the case may be, but they don't hate them. It's just, it's interesting to me that Hasan getting hate is not Hasan's fault. Like, how? Like, we have to at least be able to examine it, right? I see Hasan the same way I see Alex Jones. It's basically political satire to me. You know, that's probably a good way of looking at it, to be fair. Because if fraud leftists don't care about integrity, they just want a person in power to validate their point of view. I would say, Cassidel, I would say that is true for both the far left and the far right. The far left and the far right don't really, like, the problem is that both the far left and the far right, their ideologies are based on lies, right? So the ideology requires absolute adherence to the ideology. The ideology cannot stand if it is challenged. The second, so for example, imagine you had someone that firmly believes that X race is better than all other races. Now you have to think about this. The only way you can believe that is by suspending a lot of facts, right? Like a lot of biological facts, a lot of facts, just facts, have to be completely ignored for you to believe that. So what happens is, the second I debate you, if you know just a little bit of biology, my argument falls apart instantly. I can't back my argument because I don't actually have facts for my argument. I have sentiment. So it's easier for me to just not debate you. I just don't talk to you. And then you can't say that I'm wrong because I'm not engaging in the argument. The same is true for the far left. Right? There are plenty of facts that prove to us that socialism is a complete and utter fucking scam and never works. There's no facts that show that it does work. So the second you are a socialist, you can't allow for anyone to challenge you because they don't even have to say anything. They just need to ask you a number of questions and your entire fucking argument falls apart. Because you don't actually have facts. It's just a feeling. And so I just scream you down. I don't argue with you because I can't argue. I don't have the facts to back it up.
Where they're coming from, but I'm going to say I don't really respect that opinion because it's not arrived at logically. It's not about the argument. It's about a person's value judgment of whether another person is allowed to think something, which I think is very stupid. I don't think that's a good way of thinking about things. So yeah.
I agree with you. It would be very stupid for people to get super angry about someone saying how they feel about something. That would be very stupid. Luckily for us, that is not what happened here. Luckily for us.
I think that's why a lot of people were mad. I don't think these guys are in that category, by the way. I'm just saying in general. I think that's really what it is.
All right. Well, that was fun. That was fun. It was a tough watch. Not gonna lie. This was a tough watch. But we had to get through it, chat. You know, that's the nature of my life. I have to grind this out. I thank you for grinding it out with me. You can also talk to someone with more knowledge, education, to do that in a debate. Just move the goalpost nonstop. Hope Apple, the thing is, right, I don't have to. So, for example, if you argue with someone that believes something that is fundamentally just not true, it is the easiest way to catch them is to just ask them questions. Right? That's all. Just ask them a number of questions. Like, ask them about their theory and then just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And what almost always happens in these debates, and I've actually watched debates where people completely destroy far-right racists or absolute socialist communists. They get destroyed within their own arguments because as you dig into it, they start running into like serious contradictions, like the logical fallacies that they themselves can't even really figure out anymore because the argument was the concept was never meant to actually be challenged in the way that it ends up being challenged. There's fuck all you can do about that. You get off on a 40k tangent. Massey, I can only apologize, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this video, I don't know if this video is spicy, but this video was actually removed from the internet. This is Ludwig's response to the whole drama. And apparently Hassan saw this and he got so angry that the video was removed. And I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it could be that the re-upload of the video was in response to people being super, super angry about this this video being removed, being privated. I saw a clip very quickly on Destiny's Twitter about Hassan having a meltdown about Ludwig, farming him for content, when literally that is all Hassan does all day, every day, farm people for content. But anyways, let's see what Ludwig had to say. Now, again, I'll remind you, Ludwig and Hassan, they're friends. They move in the exact same circles. So, yeah, we can react to Hassan's video.
What is the hardest job on earth? If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay, no, actually, one addendum. Being a pregnant Marine. Okay, one more addendum. Being a YouTuber when you have to re-upload it. Being a pregnant YouTuber when you have to re-upload a video. How's it going? What's up? If you guys didn't know, that was a mogul mail that I uploaded yesterday. You might not have seen it, though, because I took the video down. The video was called, Do Streamers Have Hard Jobs? And the reason I took it down is because we had a great sponsor on it. But the great sponsor wasn't getting great views. In fact, the video got 50,000 views in the first hour. And for reference, a normal video on this channel gets 130,000 views. I was live at the time, so I couldn't tinker with the title and thumbnail to fix that. So I ended up taking it down with the plan of just removing the sponsor, re-uploading it tomorrow. And I figured, you know, maybe a Minecrafter will do something dumb and I can just talk about that and throw a sponsor in and everybody will be happy. But that's not what I did. Instead, I'm making this video and I'll tell you why in a moment. But first, if you didn't get to watch a video, it was mostly about the Twitch shutdown in South Korea, which officially started yesterday. And this is a big fucking deal that I don't see enough people talking about.
All these millionaire prima donnas, for fuck's sake. I didn't make that argument with someone else, no worries. I wonder, do you guys think that is why he... I mean, it could be. It could be, I guess.
About. The reason it happened is kind of complicated, but in a nutshell, South Korea has a bit of a monopoly on ISPs. There's only 4, and you have to be government approved to start a new ISP. And those internet service providers have been charging certain companies, usually outside companies like Netflix or YouTube, more money because they are driving more traffic, which, you know, is something we don't like here in the United States. So that's why we have net neutrality. And most of those companies have worked out a deal. Like Netflix worked out a deal with South Korea to keep working there. But Twitch, which has a similar issue, obviously they have a lot of bandwidth because of live streaming, couldn't work out a deal. And so they left the market, and Dan Clancy himself said that, yeah, we tried to reduce our source quality to 720p, maybe reducing server costs, but it is still 10 times more expensive to operate in South Korea, and there's basically no way to do it profitably, so we're leaving.
When did he talk about Hassan here? If this is what the video is about, how does this have anything to do with Hassan? Because I know for a fact that there were some pretty big problems. Like, let me see if I can find it for you guys. Like, Destiny had a tweet about this. And it was definitely from Ludwig's. Man, he tweets more than me. Fuck me. I think he removed the tweet. I saw it on his thing though. Like, he showed the clip of Ludwig's video where Hassan freaked the fuck out. Like, he was very upset over it. No, Hassan wasn't the sponsor. I think Destiny originally given Hassan's take, even though he didn't like it. Like, look, I already told you guys, there are ways to defend Hassan's take, but only if you provide context for Hassan's take. Because Hassan's take isn't wrong without the proper context. The problem is that if you're gonna if you're going to respond to someone's take, you have to respond to it as they meant it. You can't respond to their take with your own hate cannon. That just does not work, right? That just does not work.
And bear in mind, this is after Twitch put in so much fucking money and time into beating Africa TV,
Oh, here we
the
go.
former largest live streaming site in the country, and they became the largest live streaming site. And now they're leaving, which is really tough for a lot of streamers who built their careers and communities on that website, and now they have to go to a new site. Now, someone who did that, that is fucking scary. So I wanted to talk about that. But I also understand people don't, at the surface level, give a shit. What they really like is little dramas, little clicks, and, you know, little Twitter likes.
True.
And so what I ended up using as a clickbait to talk about that video was a topic that has been trending on Twitter for like 4 days now, which of course is about streaming perhaps being a hard job, harder than a real job, some people are saying. Where did this conversation start from? It seems like a silly thing to talk about. Well, it started from this clip on Hassan's channel. We'll watch it together here.
A real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
And that soundbite has gone a bit viral. It's going to a lot of places. Now, let's give the full context of what he's saying there, because at the surface level, that sentence, a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you, is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And I think Hassan on stream would probably say that, yeah, that was not the best wording. I should not have said that. What he was trying to talk about was this.
There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are
good comparisons for a job that might drain your social battery. For context?
Like, I think...
Yeah, for context. But, hey, dude... He just shows that he's never done a real job in his life. Like, people-pleasing jobs. You mean, like, all fucking jobs. There isn't a job on this planet that isn't a people-pleasing job. The people may be different. A retail person has to please their customers. A whore has to please their customers. Like, if you're a hooker, are you not in a, like, people-pleasing job? Like, if you suck the dick not perfectly correctly, you're in trouble, right? So, people-pleasing jobs, that's every job on the planet. Because no matter what job you do, it will either be customers that you have to please or your boss that you have to please. In some jobs, it's customers and your... Actually, in most jobs, it's customers and your boss that needs to be pleased with you. So people-pleasing jobs is literally everywhere. The idea that you're going to have a job out there that is going to have zero social interaction at all and zero people-pleasing that comes along with that is fucking ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I have family members right now that are data analysts. Their entire job is to build and do data analysis. Do you want to know what they spend 90% of their days on? Meetings with clients. Because as it turns out, the data that you crunch has to come from a person. And that person has the bonds. And you have to actually meet with that person to find out what are the data numbers that they need crunching. And you have clarification. Like, I don't know of a job that doesn't have massive social connotations to them that won't drain your social battery. I just don't know. The only difference is streaming is only really a job that drains your social battery, unlike almost all other jobs that doesn't just drain social battery, it drains the social battery and then also a bunch of other batteries on top of that. So there's no context in which you can say Hassan's take was even remotely correct. Just zero. There is no context where his take is even remotely correct.
Customer service type shit. But like, if you're an accountant or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery and you just tap out after it.
And the term social battery is probably a lot more acceptable to most people than the term soul. People don't like the term soul because a soul-sucking job to most people would be like a job that doesn't have upwards mobility, which, again, I think Hassan would agree with, and I personally agree with, because I worked at Apple support for 2.5 fucking years, like literally helping boomers reset their Apple password. And in the final 6 months, and I think part of it's because my girlfriend at the time cheated on me, so I was going through it, I would throw my headset at the wall because I couldn't handle a sweet 70-year-old lady trying to figure out how to reset her password. I just couldn't handle that social interaction, which is bad of me. And the closest I've ever come to that is babysitting my chat. But people don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. They just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like fucking Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this, just, you know, just for...
All right. I guess, I guess it's now full-blown defense. Because like I said, Ludwig's video yesterday had Hassan very, very angry, and Destiny's response to that was that Hassan is a big fucking baby for losing his shit with it. Now the re-upload seems like Ludwig changed his response entirely and is now in Hassan's corner, meaning Hassan and Ludwig had a conversation where Hassan said, you are allowed to talk about this, but I have to come off as looking really, really good. Which, if you want to do that for Hassan's sake, you have to bend over backwards and stick your own dick up your ass from the back. Because that's the only way you can do that. Hassan's take is, like, to anyone with half a fucking brain, Hassan's take is clearly brain dead and just completely wrong. But again, we're getting this gaslighting bullshit going on.
Or dunk sesh, because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care about a little Twitter, like little impression, right? That's why they tweet. What is this? Look at this shit they tweet, bro. Why do they all look like Twitch streamers? They don't. Whoa.
Okay, so we're now... So now we're doing ad hominems to defend Hassan? All right, okay, cool, yeah. I mean, when in doubt, when you can't make the facts work for you, the next step is an ad hominem attack, right? Attack what the guy looks like, what the guy posts. Just attack everything but the actual argument. I like it. I think it's a very clever tactic.
What are we doing here? But
yeah, I wonder.
That's not the point. And just for some more clarity, I'm pretty sure Hassan also understands that workers have it rough and generally tries to voice for workers to have it better.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. It's too bad he didn't fucking say that. But hey, you know, let me not be the one to keep us to the facts. Let's invent an entire new universe where Hassan didn't say stuff. Hassan said what we think he said. I like this new universe. Let's fucking go. Did he also say, did Hassan go out and kiss some babies? Did he go out and help some of the factory workers? What else did Hassan do in this universe, Ludwig?
And is actually one of the people that inspired me to make Off-Brand, my company that I own. Hello, I'm the owner of Off-Brand, and I have 30 employees, and turn it into a workers' co-op, a place that generally...
It's interesting that Hassan doesn't do that with his own businesses, but he's inspired you. That's great. Nice flex. Nothing to do with the argument. Let's see how it goes for you. I hope it goes well.
Treats workers better.
I'm actually not a socialist or a communist, and I'm actually a super capitalist. But my entire operation here is run on the workers having ownership of their own production. I don't know, maybe that just makes me a super bad capitalist, but my editor works for themselves. They get a cut of the money that the channel makes. My thumbnail editor gets a cut of the money that the channel makes. My shorts editor gets a cut of what the channel makes. So I'm just a terrible capitalist, aren't I? Anyways, this is not about me. This is about this special universe. We'll call it Universe Made the Fuck Up. About all the things Hassan didn't say, but that he should have said if it was actually going to be a good take. Let's go.
And so one of my biggest goals this past year that we just announced last week is that we're making Off-Brand workers co-op. And so the people who work here will just own the company, and they will have votes equal to even the board of directors on the big decisions, who runs a company, what we do, what we use the surplus for.
But I'm trying to make it about
the co-op is like, hey, here's how much we made. Here's how much stuff costs. Here's our.
So anyway, that was, yeah, in part inspired by Son. I talked to him about doing that because I want to make sure the people who work at my company have a good ass fucking time, and we're a fucking killer ass company who kicks ass, takes names, and makes a hell of a lot of money. All right. Okay. I don't think that 15-second clip is indicative of all of his thoughts and opinions. But again, the phrasing was bad. Shouldn't have said sucks the soul. So my plan was re-upload. Because for the most part, my video, again, was about the Twitch shutdown in Korea. I used a little bit clickbait just to get you in there. I take out the ad. We're all hunky-dory. But then I fucking go awake today. I wake up today, I should say. And I see a bunch of people giving me shit. I see all over like random ass videos about Aiden Ross getting scammed, people being like, no spine. Imagine taking down your video because your friend committed social suicide. Why would he private the last video? Whatever. Bunch of people also DMing me. Bro, I got DMs on LinkedIn. I got a death threat there. I was like, bro, I didn't even know I had one still. And I don't frankly give a shit. But I did.
I mean, if you're going to show the comments, why not show the death rate? I'm not saying he didn't get a death threat. He probably did. It's always interesting to me that I'll show all of the negative comments, and then I'll say I even got a death threat. But they never show the death rates. Have you ever noticed that? Like, whenever developers go off about, like, they just released an absolute dog shit game and the community is losing their minds over the dog shit game, they'll be like, we're getting death rates. But they never show the death rates. Like, never. There's never, like, an actual screenshot. As if screenshot just... Dude, it's like Aliens. It's like when people see Aliens. What happens every single time there's a video of a fucking alien? It's somehow taken with a camera from the fucking 80s. Flip phone camera quality. Here's your alien. And you think to yourself, the fuck? We have photos, like high-quality 4K photos of literally... bitches shaking their booties at music festivals, but when it comes to aliens, it's always the guy with the fucking flip phone. It's never the guy with the 4K smartphone, right? Just hanging out, taking a bunch of video. No, that's just the flip phone fucks that's hanging out. I'm getting death threats from the community. Well, where are they? Like, show them to us. Where's these death threats? Why are you just saying it and I'm not seeing it? You showed all the other comments of people being really angry at you.
I did get a little pissed off about it because I felt like, no.
To be clear though, there is a world where the death threat message is so vile and so angry that would almost instantly get you striked, community guideline striked on YouTube. So I want to be clear. There is a world where Ludwig can actually make the argument. I would have loved to show this death rate, but I can't actually show it because I would get community striked for it. But yeah, it's just interesting that we never see the death rates, no matter what.
No one actually gave a shit about what I was saying. I was just being used in a proxy war for people who don't like Hasan. Why the fuck am I being used for that? Good. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You're most likely being used for it because you're standing up for your boy. Or at least that is what it feels like. Hasan said a bunch of stupid fucking shit that people are angry at. You then make a video where you, in your own words, I'm not sure if that's true, but in your own words, you used Hasan as clickbait because you have a sponsor and you really wanted to get the sponsor as many views as humanly possible. It's all great to understand that's how YouTubers work. I love the show of principles. You have the principle to want to give your workers equal share in the company, but you have fuck all principles when it comes to, you know, actually accepting money from large companies that pay your way rather than the actual company that apparently, yeah, you don't mind sharing shit with. I mean, it's great. I like the different applications of principles everywhere. It really shows. I love it, right? I'm a good little socialist. I made my company a co-op. but I'm a fucking hardcore capitalist that's willing to lie and change the truth, because it's not necessarily an outright lie, when I want to make marketers as much money as humanly possible. Like, literally all you're telling me is you have no principles whatsoever, and you probably only made your company a co-op for optics. Yeah, cool, bro. I like it. But the reason people got angry is from an optical standpoint. It looks like you took down the video because after you uploaded the video, Hassan got really fucking angry at you. And after Hassan got really angry at you, that's when you took the video private. So the exact, almost like the exact, what's the word I'm looking for? The order of events suggests that you took down the video because of the backlash from Hassan. Because Hassan probably texted you and went, dude, what the fuck? Why are you farming me for content? This is not okay. Now, maybe you are right. Maybe you did actually take the video down because it only got 50,000 views in the first hour, and 150,000 views is more your speed. I have no way of knowing that, considering the fact that you've already admitted to me that you have zero principles when it comes to advertisers, and you are willing to use something completely unrelated to a topic just to trick people into watching a video so your marketers can make more money. I don't know if I can take your word for this, right? I have no idea whether or not you're telling the truth, because you've already admitted you have no principles whatsoever.
Crazy people. And this is the one.
And I have to be honest, I used to like Ludwig too. This is the problem. I'm literally watching my heroes fucking kill themselves. Because I used to think Ludwig is a phenomenal content creator. I would watch his videos pretty much daily. And here we are.
One that sent me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messages me and he says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his Twitter account and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. This isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who. I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say. And then I scrolled up in our DMs.
All right.
And I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. Hey, man, love your streams. They help me out a lot when I'm bored or sad. When I have disposable income one day, I'll give you a few shekels a month. And has since moved on, I think, clearly to, like, watching Destiny, and on Destiny's behalf wants to, like, make Hassan's life a lot worse. And then...
Wow, that is a logical leap, no? Ludwig? Any evidence that he is a Destiny viewer outside of, oh, wait, sorry, guys, I completely forgot. We're in the land of, let's make up whatever the fuck Hassan said that makes him look like he isn't guilty and a piece of shit. I forgot. You can say whatever the fuck you want here. Save that one. You know, I almost thought that we were in reality, but never mind. Let's go. This is a Destiny viewer, by the way.
Then is trying to, like, guilt me in a proxy war to achieve that goal. And all I can fucking say, dude, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Yeah, what are we doing?
I feel like a crazy person.
Yeah.
But when I see all this division, I feel like they're not humans. I feel like most people on this fucking earth, if I sat with them and drank a beer with them, I could get along. I could see their struggles. I could empathize with them. I could see what inspires them, and we could have a conversation. But when I see people online, they don't feel human, man. It fucking blows my mind.
I know, right? Like, I feel the exact same way. Like, I really hate it when someone says something, like, obviously say something, and then a bunch of people on the internet, like, I also think in real life I would actually have fun with them and have a beer with them, but then a bunch of people online gaslight me into saying that is absolutely not what he said, because while he was saying it, he was actually thinking something else. I know, right? That is crazy. Crazy to me. I can't even fathom that someone would do something like that. But luckily for me, Ludwig is the voice of reason here.
Mind that a dude who used to watch me when I had 200 viewers, I went back to the stream, 200 viewers, right? Who used to fucking chill ass dude, can now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations. Cause why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life.
If anything, assassinations would be the most American thing ever. You've had 2 presidents that got assassinated. Like, fuck. That is the most American thing someone could say. You know what would be un-American? Someone saying that America deserved 9/11. That I would think is un-American. Someone who would say on pretty much a weekly basis that America needs to die and that America is just the worst country in the world. I think that would also be somewhat un-American. But no, you're absolutely right. Actually, now that I think about it, I can't think of a single person that would say stuff like that. Like, that's never been uttered in the history of the world by any Twitch streamer, including the Twitch streamer that is the topic of our conversation right now. No, you're right. This guy saying on Twitter that he wishes assassinations was still a thing is the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life. You're absolutely correct, sir. Like, disgusting. I'm absolutely appalled that this guy would even write that.
What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like? It blows my mind. Now, I do think there's a larger trend going on here where people are just kind of turning on streamers. You know, from the pandemic, where streamers grew a lot when a lot of people were struggling, it was perverse. Didn't make sense. Most people were struggling and streamers were thriving. I was thriving. And now we're in fucking crazy positions where I talk and I just say my thoughts into a camera for 10 to 12 fucking minutes, and then I stop the recording and I upload it, and that's my fucking job, which is really cushy and really nice. And I think I and every other fucking streamer, all right, Asmin, Hassan, whoever, understands the privilege to be in that spot. But I can see why other people look at that and they'd be like, well, this fucker's dumber than me. He's a piece of shit, and he has a way better life. I can't buy a fucking house. I feel like I have no upwards mobility. Inflation's crazy. I can barely afford gas. And they'd be mad, which I get. And I think every streamer, specifically at the top, and that's all I'm talking about, the top 1% of 1% streamers, they get it. They get it. And if you hate me because of that...
No, you don't get it, Ludwig. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about, because you have literally taken down your video where you probably had some legitimate criticisms of Hassan, and now you've spent the last 10 minutes and 14 seconds gaslighting your community about a whole bunch of bullshit, standing up for your 1% mates, and now you're trying to twist it into some weird fucking thing where, oh, people are just hating on streamers because they're making so much money, and that's why people are so angry at them. It has nothing to do with the fact that Hassan literally told all of the fucking people in the world that your job does not compare to mine when it comes to social drainage. Right? It has nothing to do with that. That can't possibly be it. No, it has to be the political system. It's the fact that inflation is so fucking high. It's the fact that people can't afford homes, and all of those are the real reasons why people are doing it. It can't possibly be Hassan and his absolute fucking retarded takes. No, it's not Hassan. It's absolutely someone else.
No worries. But let's just be fucking human about it, right? You don't fucking wish for assassinations. Just be like, hey, man, I think you're a piece of shit because...
It's very cool of you, actually, Ludwig, how you managed to shift the entire argument to a place of forming sympathy for yourself rather than actually talking about Hassan's take. Like, you've started with Hassan's take, and now you're trying to get people to feel sorry for you because some dude out there wrote, I wish assassinations was still a thing. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I am convinced leftism makes people fucking stupid. Like, all of these streamers, the more left they go, the more fucking stupid they get. Now, I've always been convinced of the fact that the further right you go, the stupider you get. Like, I've always been convinced of that fact. But now I'm starting to look at the far left and I go, there is no way you have any measurable form of IQ and you can view yourself as far left. It's not possible. You cannot have that. You have to actively become stupid in order to believe any of that shit. Like, 100%. Because this is the most brain-dead fucking take ever. But I'm glad that you're exposing yourself.
You have a fucking cushy-ass job and I don't feel like you deserved it. I get you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying to make the best of it, do right by those around me, fucking run a kick-ass company, do right by my employees, get out, bake bread. That's me. Anyway, that's all I want to talk about. I was going to re-upload, but it pissed me off. I got mad. Mr. Penis.
Yeah, you got mad, and I got mad at you. Because, yeah, congratulations. You've defended your friend by making a bunch of shit up. I hope you're proud of yourself. And I think Hassan should send you and Asman a massive check in the mail. They're not going to lie. The dude owes you. You have been running PR for him the last 2 days like a boss. I'm very proud of that. You should be proud. You should be proud. And the only reason you should be proud is there are enough stupid fucks in the world that would be fooled by this. And that's the problem we deal with. All right. Someone wanted me to react to actually Hassan's take on this. Like Hassan's defense of himself on this. Can I get the video for that? Nah, you didn't miss shit. Just want to say I love you. Lemon Monster, love you too. Thank you very much. I've lost a lot of respect for him with this, to be honest. He's normally got pretty base takes. I'm right there with you, Abaddon. That's one of the reasons I wanted to see Ludwig's video, because Ludwig is normally the guy that will have a much more of a balanced take. And I would not even have been angry if Ludwig's take was more balanced. If it was perfectly, like, he openly admitted that what Hassan said is really, really wrong, but then said, if Hassan actually said it this way, that would have been better, but I don't know why the fuck he did that. But that's not what happened here. It was literally just him gaslighting the community. It's almost as if fucking Hassan came up with like a spreadsheet of all of the things that they should say.
Now, let me tell you something. This is part of...
Okay, so this is 2 days ago. Let me quickly go pee. And then I'll be back and we can react to this. I'll be right back, chat.
Bruh.
Gentlemen, we are dealing with someone here who has absolutely no life.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
Blood for the blood god!
How do I reach these kids? I reached these kids.
All right, I'm back. I shall bring children screaming at each other like it's recess. Yeah, but it makes for some very entertaining content, which is really why we're here, right? All right. Well, I feel so out of touch. I work as an electrical apprentice, yet I don't feel enraged when a stream compares the job to mine. For me, it's just, all right, bro. Now, can you react to this? Epic Hulu. In principle, I don't disagree with you. Personally, back when I had, like, actual real fucking jobs, if a streamer said something like that, I would literally be like, well, that's a fucking stupid take. Let's move on. The thing that got me worked up about this, so when I originally saw his take, I thought it was just a stupid fucking take, right? And I was like, oh, fuck it. Just a son doing her son things, I guess. And then he doubled down on it. And that made me a little upset. It's like, dude, take the L, move on, and just do whatever, right? Did they do away with Prime subs? Almond, I don't think so, but I think on mobile, Prime subs don't work. I could be wrong, but I think on mobile, Prime subs is difficult for some reason. But there should still be Prime subs. And then Asmongold came out and started defending her son. Now we have Ludwig that came out and started defending her son. Asmongold actually defended her son twice. We just finished watching a almost 3-hour fucking video. Well, it was an hour and a half, but the reaction was almost 3 hours long of listening to Asmongold trying to bend shit in such a way that it actually makes sense and that you can sort of see it from her son's point of view. So yeah, that's when I got angry, when people started to defend his take. If he just got up and said, dude, sorry, completely misspoke. That's not actually what I meant. What I meant to say was it drains me quite a lot. And there are actually a lot of jobs out there that I could see myself doing that wouldn't be anywhere near as draining as streaming is for me. I would have been like, wow, fucking cool. Wow, Hassan actually W take. Not bad. The problem is that's not what he did. He just doubled down and then tripled down. We'll see if he actually quadruple downs now. All right, let's get into it.
Now, let me tell you something. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. March is having a housewarming party. March was like, oh, I have a Macallan 12 for you. I'm like, sure, I'll take a sip. I'll do one. I drink one drink. And let me tell you, as a 32-year-old man, soon to be 33-year-old man, this one drink me up. I mean, listen, I've struggled with alcoholism. Back in the day, could slam half of that bottle and not even feel it. I have officially entered my teetotal era, except here's the worst part. I didn't even get drunk from that one drink. I didn't even get drunk. I went
I am pretty sure that people who actually struggled with alcoholism can't ever just have the casual little drink. It's actually sort of part of the recovery. If you were once an alcoholic, you need to stay the fuck away from alcohol. It's sort of like saying, well, I was once a heroin addict. Then I had I'll take a bit of a hit every few weeks or so, but I'm no longer an addict. It's like, yeah, you're still an addict though. That's not how it works. I'm pretty sure you never struggled with alcoholism. You were just a young fucking dude that happened to drink a lot. By that metric, I used to be an alcoholic. Because guess what? For 5 years in college, I was drunk every night. And I don't mean like a little drunk. I mean like fucking blind drunk every night. I used to literally drink an entire 750ml bottle of brandy before I went out. And then I would spend a shit ton of money at the bar getting even more shit-faced. I used to play games where every single time you go get a drink, you have to take a shot of tequila, or we even upgraded that to a shot of straw rum. For those of you that don't know what straw rum is, it's 80% alcohol. That's the kind of shit I used to do. That does not make me an alcoholic, though. I didn't struggle with alcoholism. I just drank a lot. You want to know how I know I didn't struggle with alcoholism? It's because I woke up one morning and I was like, never again and never again. I haven't touched alcohol since. I don't have a need in me for alcohol. I don't wake up some days and think, fuck, if only I could have one beer. Like, actual alcohol addiction, alcoholism, would be that. Waking up every day and yearning to be drunk again. Yearning for that drink again. It's not the same thing.
Straight the hangover. I'm so tired. 9 hours and 30 minutes of streaming. I feel like I'm probably such a curmudgeon. Like I'm probably bringing the mood down. I'm tired. I've expended all my energy on you for 9 hours and 30 minutes. And then I take this one drink and I'm like, oh, dude, this is so bad. I left the party and like I spent like an hour. I left my brother and my other friend behind. I was like, y'all are on your own, okay? Let God sort it out. But honestly, the real reason why I get like insecure when I'm out at events like that is because like I am a fun-loving person. I promise. But the issue is after 9 hours and 30 minutes of streaming, like high intensity, I am not a fun-loving person. At that point, I'm just like, I'm so tired. Like the life has been stripped from me. But yeah,
up until this point, nothing Hassan has said is wrong. Except for the alcoholism part. But the actual thing that we've been discussing up until this point, I'm 100% with him. Because I'm like that. After, like, even 6 hours. After a 6-hour stream, I'm tired, right? I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to fucking hang out with people. Because, remember, even if you're going out with your friends, they expect a certain level of entertainment from you. And after you've spent 6 hours actually talking to people the whole time, you don't want to give them that level of entertainment. You just sort of want to sit there. So when I do go out after streams, I tend to literally just sit there. I'll just sit and listen to them. That's fun to me. I actually like that. Just sitting there listening to what they have to say. That's cool. So up until now, I 100% agree with everything Hassan is saying here.
Point is, I personally feel insecure about like what my output looks like to other people. I don't want people to think that I'm like, you know, I hate being around them. I don't. I'm just really tired. So I'd rather like avoid those kind of circumstances. Now you know how it is with real jobs feel. Yeah, it's funny you say that because I used to have a real job and I was infinitely more social because this is the one area where I absolutely will disagree with you on. Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean?
All right, you guys remember when we were just gaslit for 2.5 hours by people telling us that Hassan absolutely didn't say what we say he said, and that he was just talking about his own experiences. Listen to this again, right? And it was just from his point of view. So
stripped from me. But yeah, my point is, I personally feel
up until now, he's still talking about himself, right? He's just talking about his perspective on things, and that's perfectly fine.
Insecure about like what my output looks like to other people. I don't want people to think that I'm like, you know, I hate being around them. I don't. I'm just really tired. So I'd rather like avoid those kind of circumstances. Now you know how it is with real jobs feel. Yeah, it's funny you say that because I used to have a real job and I was infinitely more social because this is the one area where I absolutely will disagree with you on. Yes.
Now, notice, please notice this. We have now gone from his experience to he tells the guy straight up, I will disagree with you. So I'm no longer just talking from my perspective. Because everything would have been fine if he ended it.
That because I used to have a real job.
If he ended it there, good. there are real jobs that you would rather do because for you, a real job isn't as taxing. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm sure there's plenty of people that feel that way about streaming, especially if they're not very outgoing. They feel pretty anxious in social situations. Yeah, sure. But he doesn't stop there. It goes further than that. He actively disagrees with a chatter's take, and then he makes it a global opinion. No longer a personal one, a global one.
And I was infinitely more social because this is the one area where I absolutely will disagree with you on. Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean?
We are no longer talking about the individual here. We are now talking about a real job versus streaming. And a real... Also, he doesn't say a real job will make me tired. A real job will be taxing for me. He says a real job can make you tired. A real job can be taxing for you, but it doesn't suck the soul out of you like streaming absolutely does. So we're not talking about his personal experiences here. We're talking in general. This is a generalized global statement from Hasan.
In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will. No. Social battery wise, unless you're in retail, it's very different. You're out of touch. I'm gonna die, dude. There's
Okay, fuck!
The who are accountants in here, and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same way as someone who did a sales job, a real job. I'm telling you, as someone who did both, 9 hours of constant performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do physical labor. It would not bother me, but I can't do more social. That's my point. There are
yeah, it would be fine, but why are you arguing with a viewer and then telling him that he is wrong? Why is he wrong? He isn't wrong. It could be true for you, but that doesn't make him wrong. He's absolutely correct. I don't know how this provides the context. Like, everyone keeps fucking claiming this is the context, and this is the context that we're all missing. But it isn't, because
obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people pleasing.
All right, so please don't get caught in this bullshit from Asmongold and Ludwig that try to convince you that what he's talking about is a personal thing. Because the words he's using, the way he's constructing his argument, removes it from the personal. Because what he's saying here is that there are other jobs that maybe, in his mind, can compare to streaming, but the overwhelming majority of jobs out there cannot compete with his experience or with the experience of a streamer. There's nothing about this that is personalized or can be contextualized, that this is just his feeling. Like Asmongold said, how can you tell me it is okay to invalidate someone else's feelings? When someone else's feelings is telling me how I should feel about something, then it's not his fucking feelings. And I'm not invalidating his feelings by disagreeing with him. I'm taking his principle and saying your premise and your conclusions are completely and utterly wrong.
Jobs would be very similar. Those are, like, I think, customer service type. But like, if you're an accountant, or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery.
CCS, that's 100% my point. That's why we're still fucking here. If Hasan did this video and all he said was, guys, I'm so sorry, I completely misspoke. What I meant to say was, for me, this is really taxing and it makes me feel very, very drained. And I think that there are like actual real jobs out there that I could do that wouldn't make me feel the exact same way. Then we could have an argument about how he doesn't understand what a real job actually is, And that when he says for an accountant, for example, he clearly doesn't know what an accountant does. Because if he did, he would realize that he's not going to feel much better at the end of that. Dude, do you know how many people I know that force themselves to, like, this is how you know Hassan is just a spoiled little brat. When I used to do, like, actual real work, you would have obligations, right? You would have family obligations, you would have family dinners or whatever the case may be. At the end of your job, you're not in the mood for those obligations. You don't want to go because you're tired. You feel fucking drained. You just want to be home and play some video games and just sort of shut the world out. But you have to. These are obligations. You have to do them. The overwhelming majority of real people with real jobs force themselves to go to social events because they have to. It's an obligation for them. Stolly, how you doing, bro? Hassan is so fucking spoiled that he will leave his social obligations because he doesn't quite feel like it. And then tell the rest of the world, well, you guys just don't know what it is because you actually do fulfill your social obligations. And it's like, yeah, bro, because people expect that of you. When your family invites you over for dinner and you said yes, it doesn't matter how shit-faced you feel after a day at work. You said yes, you're going to go do it, right? What the fuck are you supposed to do?
And you just tap out after it. Yeah, think about it this way. You give presentations for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. After a while, you would be like, I don't want to talk ever again.
Yeah, you know how many fucking jobs do exactly that?
I call it like the dead zone. When I'm done streaming, I usually have like at least a refractory period of an hour where I just sit there and silently stare at my phone. That was my point. And that decompression.
But this is exactly the point. And this is why Hassan will never actually realize the depths of his own spoiled fucking ass. Because the overwhelming majority of human beings don't have that option. They have actual obligations. They have children or a wife waiting for them at home. So there is no hour of decompression. You get home from work, you're fucked. You walk into the house, your kids want your time, your wife wants your time, this, that. You don't have the option of just an hour switching off and just being by yourself. You would love that, but life doesn't afford the average person that. Or, let's say you don't have a wife. Let's examine the overwhelming majority of people. You get home after a long day of work. What do you have to do? Clean your house, cook some food, probably a fuck ton of other chores that need to be taken care of every night, right? And only then you can maybe take a couple of hours video gaming before you have to go to bed in order to do it all the next day. But when you're a son, by the time you're done streaming, the maid has already cleaned your fucking house for you. Your laundry has probably already been done. You're not going to cook for yourself. You'll just get DoorDash or whatever, right? So you can just sit there for an hour just decompressing because you have none of the other responsibilities that your average normal human being has on top of their job. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Time period, that decompression time period, if you're doing that in front of other people, it's like, it just sucks. You just are dead. You're hollowed out. So people probably think I'm a asshole. You've been clip chimped and people are acting like you said streaming is harder than other jobs. There's no shot, dude. Oh my Lord. Dude, 367
that's literally what you said, but all right.
367 comments. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't, this is what it is. This is, you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talking about.
You don't have any other job where shit like this happens, so let's examine what this could actually do, right? Let's examine how you could actually handle this. You could just, I don't know, not look at the posts. That seems like something you could do, right? You could just literally not go to live stream fails and then you wouldn't even see it, right? I've had, like, in my small little space, it's the small little streamer that I am, not small literally, but, you know what I mean. In my small little space, I've had people hate me. You know what I do when people hate me? Nothing, because I don't give a fuck. It's some random cunt on the internet who gives a shit, right? They're not my fucking dad. If my dad hated me, that would be a problem. But as long as my family is all right with me, I don't really give a shit, right? You could just not look at it. You know what normal people don't have the option of doing? When a normal person has a bad interaction at work with a coworker or say some stuff that they shouldn't really be saying, the boss calls them in and the boss goes, so what the fuck is that? You know what they can't do? They can't ignore their boss. They can't just be like, well, I'm not fucking paying attention to you, bitch, and leave. You're now going through this, right? You're now going through disciplinarian actions and all the rest of it. You have a post made about you with some people are saying mean and evil shit. So what? Bro, so fucking what? Who cares?
About my dad and this is not normal, dude. Destiny's fans are so...
It's funny how it's immediately Destiny's fans. Right now on purpose. He has to be doing it for attention while writing the line to keep his viewers happy enough. A fucking Hades smug attitude and voice. How out of this world someone can be. I work in kindergarten and hearing shit like this makes me so angry. Lana Ferry, I don't blame you. But remember, Lana Ferry, before you get angry, your job isn't anywhere near as socially draining as our son's. I need you to understand this. Before you get angry, before you get upset, you have to understand something. His job is 100% worse than yours. Like 100%. Yes, he makes a lot more money than you. And yes, you have to deal with like angry kids the whole day. And yes, if you don't want to go to work, tough, you have to go to work. But Hassan streams. I was kind of really hoping there was a bit more evidence I could bring up there. Fuck. That argument had a lot less substance than I hoped. Any chance you're stupid enough to just accept what I said there and pretend like it's a good point? I would really prefer it if all of you are stupid enough to just go with whatever the fuck I just said. Thank you, Ascendants. Yeah, all right, we can move on. I'm right. You're all wrong.
Insane. I just don't want to be on this dumb subreddit. There is no Hassan. XQC's response to Hassan's take that streaming is harder than a regular job. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I literally said something 10 minutes in, clipped out of context, had a conversation over it, immediately went to XQC, immediately XQC responds to it. Oh, it's insane.
What's insane, bro, is that your context doesn't change the arguments you make. And you're too fucking stupid to realize it. That's what's insane here.
This subreddit would not be alive if it wasn't for, if it wasn't literally like suicide bait for streamers. It blows my fucking mind that this goddamn filth exists. It blows my mind. Every single streamer despises this except for XQC and Destiny's communities that brigade the out of it for the most part. XQC community doesn't even care about it as much anymore. It's like, it blows my mind. Normally, on any other circumstance, this subreddit has like 3,000 people max at this point. The moment that like they're like, oh, we can drive a streamer to commit suicide, hopefully one day, then it's like 15K people. It's a cyber stalking central area.
I need to fact check something. Stalking is the term commonly used to refer to a pattern of behavior directed towards an individual by another that results in the person to whom the behavior is directed fearing for themselves and or others. The behaviors can involve overtly criminal behavior or seemingly non-criminal, innocent behavior or both. Is it really stalking if you can literally just not go there? Like, if you can literally avoid the entire thing by just not clicking the link, is that stalking? Because if that is stalking, I feel like that's really diminishing the idea of stalking. If all you can do is just, I don't know, not go. I don't know if that's stalking. The definition didn't help much, because the definition sort of just says that it's behaviors that can be really problematic, but if you can just not look at the behaviors and then nothing happens, then it doesn't even matter. Like, here's the thing, Hassan, if you didn't click on that link, you would literally not even know that these people were angry at you. I, for example, on live stream fails. So I don't even know if there is anything on live stream fails ever, because I'm just not on it. That's how easy that would be. Bijan, I'm empathetic. His life is at risk right now. Yeah, it's bad. I can't be stalking when people are talking about his public streams. Like, someone going to your concert isn't stalking you, but if he follows you home, he is. True. I mean, the other problem is you're putting this shit out there, right? You are actively making yourself publicly available to people in order to be criticized, in order to be reacted to. The problem with Hassan is, again, we're going back to him being a spoiled little brat. Hassan wants all of the good things that come with streaming. He doesn't want any of the responsibility. He wants to be out here, living his best fucking life, doing whatever the hell he wants, but he doesn't want any of the negative stuff. The negative stuff can go fuck itself. And what's interesting, Hassan made his career in part because of livestream fails. That's how he blew up, by being on livestream fails. There was a time where Hassan would actively ask his followers to post his clips on livestream fails in the hopes that he would be noticed. And then when the second he became large enough, he turned on livestream fails. He was like, nah, fuck it. I hate this place.
Here, it's crazy. What a awful situation. Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm a profoundly fortunate individual. I've talked about this a million times over. What do you mean? Stop addressing it further. It is such short work. I just showed it to you. One offhanded remark clipped out of context that devalues literally everything I've ever said, gets posted onto the subreddit, brigaded to hell, 450 comments in literally less than 30 minutes. XQC reacts to it. That one gets brigaded as well. It's so obvious. Like, it is happening. It is happening in real time.
I'll tell you why you said what you said, Hassan. Because you believe it. That's why you phrased it exactly the way that you did. That's why you called the chatters that disagreed with you fucking morons and said, you're literally dead right now. And then you called out all of the accountants in your chat. Because like every other communist socialist out there, even though Hassan's viewers don't really know what the fucking difference is, but never mind that. Like every other socialist out there, you pretend to give a fuck, right? You pretend like you care about the worker because it's currently favorable to do so. The world is now in a place where they care about the workers. The second shit shifts, you'll probably shift with it because you don't actually care about the worker. You don't actually give a shit about what the ordinary person is going through. You want to know how I know for a fact you don't give a fuck about the ordinary person? Because you have no idea what the ordinary person even does. Hey, you just proved that in all of your examples of this socially draining work. You don't even know what the ordinary person does. You've never worked in a factory. You've never worked in a mine. You have no idea what they do. You have no idea what their jobs are all about. How could you even begin to say that you care? You live in a fucking $3 million mansion and I swear to God, if any of Hasan's followers are trying to defend him right now by saying, wow, you know, he has to live somewhere, there is a massive difference between owning a normal fucking house because you need to live somewhere and owning a mansion. You son of a bitch. No one would be fucking claiming that Hasan is just a capitalist masquerading as a socialist if the house that he was living in was $100,000. Like a normal 2-bedroom house. No one would be complaining. But when someone lives in a $3 million mansion, that is not a true socialist. That's not just someone, you know, having to have a place to stay. When someone literally owns supercars, right? Super fucking cars, that is not socialist behavior. This motherfucker took a private jet to Coachella. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that's true. I saw a picture on Twitter with them actually showing him sitting in a private jet, looking back and sort of smiling on his way to Coachella. At least that's what the thing said. Could be wrong, but there were no community notes on that, so I'm pretty sure that is correct. Is that socialist behavior? Is that one with the people? The dude is fucking taking you all for fools. And what's worse is you're all too uneducated and unintelligent to even fucking realize. You're... the dude you think is actually fighting for you really doesn't care about you. You're just convenient because it's easy to fool you. This is the stuff that he doesn't even have to think about stuff. The money makes itself. And he's farming all of you for it. He's a corrupt individual and you're too stupid to realize.
And then there's still people in my community that are like, just don't address it. It's like, bro, you know this matters, right? Like, random normies see that and go, wow, this Hasan guy, real piece of socialist, by the way. Look at him saying Twitch streaming is way harder than like working a fucking real job, by the way.
If more people thought you were a piece of shit, the world would actually be a better place. Like, unironically, the world would be a better place if more people saw through your bullshit.
Clarify what your actual take is? I did. I'm a profoundly fortunate individual. This is the lottery. Having said that, my social battery runs out after 9.5 hours of streaming, and I can't socialize adequately, and I worry that, like, I look like an asshole to random people. That was my point. That's all I...
But that's not what you said. And that's not all you said. You're about to say that's all I said. Do not fucking lie to me. Luckily, we live in the age where we have this new technology now that we can go back to the shit that you said. That is absolutely not what you said. You revealed yourself. You exposed yourself in your original argument. You exposed exactly how you feel about normal people. It's what we would refer to as a Freudian slip, and it's chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. I could not have exposed you better than you did it to yourself, bro.
I said, think about that. I said after 9.5 hours of streaming, because you constantly have to be on, and that's the one major difference that I've experienced in comparison to my prior experience being in sales, okay, where I at least had like off moments, where at least I had moments where I could be by myself and not on camera in the same way. 9.5 hours of constantly trying to be on takes a mental toll on my social battery specifically. It's not as physically tasking or taxing. Maybe talk to XQC. He doesn't give a shit, dog. What are you talking about? XQC literally is just looking to farm drama. He's trying to do the...
He really is. He's really bad at sales. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but fuck it.
Hasan again and again and again and again and again. What conversation could I have with him? And I'm telling you, the reason why he did it is because someone...
The reason, Hasan, you will not have an argument with XQC isn't because he doesn't give a shit. It's because you know you can't defend yourself. That's it. You know you can't defend yourself. Because you know anyone that you get into an argument with will literally just play your words back to you and be like, what now? Your clarifications after the fact don't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter what your clarifications are after the fact. You said what you said. And what you should be doing, and you haven't done it yet, what you should be doing is taking responsibility apologizing and saying, guys, I completely fucking misspoke. That's not actually what I meant. I realize how you guys could take this out of context. The fact that he hasn't done that yet suggests to me that he actually does believe what he fucking said. And he 100% believes it. But the fact that this makes him this angry suggests to me that he was kind of hoping no one would notice. He was kind of hoping that no one would realize that this is what he said. Because if it was just taken out of context, you'd literally just be like, dude, this is just out of context. That's obviously not what I meant. Or you would have just said, bro, I completely misspoke. Yeah, you know, they're right. This sounds terrible. I shouldn't have said it that way. This is actually what I meant. So sorry about that.
Sent it to him. Probably a Destiny fan in his community sent it to him and was like, this is a great. Look how stupid Hassan looks here in this clip. He knows what the I believe. It's bullshit. It's extra bullshit that he still operates like this. You're wrong on this. You could literally ask the subreddit's mods to ban anything to do with you and you wouldn't have this issue. You're so stupid. I have asked the subreddit moderators to ban me. They literally privately DM me on a Discord server that they set up specifically for this purpose. I asked them to ban me in the past, and then I was like, listen, dude, I don't want to be on this Discord. Why the are they posting this? They literally leaked the private conversation that we had to make fun of me over it. You have no idea what you're talking about. They literally all dick ride Destiny. How would I know that? Just giving a suggestion? No, chat.
Dude, it's crazy to me. Now, I'm actually quite surprised that he has not blamed Nazis and fascists yet. But I genuinely thought that that was going to be his first response here, right? It's the Nazis and the fascists. But what's interesting is how it's Destiny fans. It can't possibly be anyone else. It has to be Destiny fans. He has no evidence for it, of course, much like all of his other takes. He never provides evidence for anything he says. He says it, and then his community just parrots it. Like, his community just absolutely believes it.
You're not giving a suggestion. You're actually telling me that I'm wrong on something without actually knowing anything about the issue. You're challenging me without knowing what's going on and blaming me for something that I've tried to deal with. I just don't want to be on the subreddit. I don't want to be on the subreddit. I beg for someone with a heart and a conscience to take me off this godforsaken subreddit. What will it take? I'm currently #1 villain on LSF. And I have been for some time. Obviously, it goes through waves. Sometimes Asmongold is that guy. Sometimes even XQC gets to be that guy for a brief moment. The one guy that's never that guy is Destiny, because he runs that because his community is very active on Reddit, and pretty much that's the most active area that they're at. So they just constantly brigade over and over and over again. But what is the point? Do I have to kill myself? Is that when the subreddit will get nuked? How many people does this have to actually legitimately harm? Because this isn't about instilling accountability. As I've showed you very clearly, it has nothing to do with the accountability, because why would there be accountability for a take that's out of context? A take that goes against what I personally believe in.
But Hassan, what's the context that you claim changes what you said? You've shown nothing. You say you've shown it clearly. I guess I must have been sleeping between now and the 9 minutes that we've been in here. I fell asleep at some point, guys. Sorry, I missed the context entirely.
That's not accountability. You're not showing accountability by like lying about what my father, like the background of my family, and you know what I mean? It's crazy. No, you're just stalking with like additional seasoning on top of it.
Dude, you know, you could put the rumors to rest about your family if you just showed the receipts. If your father really lost all of his fucking wealth during college, you could prove that. The problem is that all of the evidence that we can find shows that your dad is still incredibly high up in Turkey. He's very involved and very influential in Turkish politics. That tends to not be the case after someone loses everything. All of the powerful people tend to distance themselves from the people that lose everything. So if your father truly did lose everything, why is he still as influential as he used to be? that you'd need to explain that. You can't just tell people, trust me, bro. I said my father lost everything. Therefore, you have to believe me. Like, it's fine if you don't want to prove it. But then you also have to accept the fact that we don't have to believe it. Right? Like, if you go, bro, I'm not going to leak my family's finances to you. Just believe whatever the fuck you want. That's a perfectly good take. Like, if someone came to me now and said, bro, you have to prove that, you know, your father is X, Y, or Z, I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna. Believe whatever the fuck you want. But then I'm not gonna get angry when someone believes something about my dad that isn't the truth. Because I'm not willing to provide the evidence for it. Therefore, they can literally believe whatever the hell they want. You, on the other hand, believe that whenever you said anything, we should all just, I don't know, suck your dick.
And it's so easy to sway opinions on Reddit because guess what, dude? Post got removed. It'll be uploaded again at a more fortuitous time. Don't worry. I know how they can work. They do it all the time. Post will get taken down. It'll get mass reported. Someone will come in and they'll repost it literally at like the perfect time later in the day. It's just pure harassment. That's it. It's pure harassment by, unfortunately, really sad people that think that this is actually a good way to get accountability. It's not.
I'm sorry, but using the word harassment, it in this situation where the answer is literally just don't look at it, is, to my mind, incredibly disrespectful to people that actually go through harassment. Like, people that are actually harassed on a daily basis, and there's no way for them to get away from it. They can't leave. They can't. And by the way, that's another thing that you have as a privilege over people with a normal job. If a client or a customer walks into a retail worker and starts harassing the retail worker, there's nowhere they can go. They have to deal with this. You can just not look. And that's it. That's the answer.
You're not doing any accountability in this situation. You have justified it personally. You think you're like morally righteous in your crusade, but you're not doing any fucking accountability whatsoever. Why do you keep calling them Destiny fans? Because they are all Destiny fans. Every single one of them. It's the #1 community for anti-Hassan hate. Remember the big long post that LSF mods made when Rekful died? Really fun to see how far they moved into targeted harassment since then. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. 4 years ago when Rekful died, they added this new dawn. Now there's 14,000 people on there, by the way. A thread posted yesterday opened up some dialogue between us and our users, which confirmed our suspicions of the subreddit needs drastic change. The first of these changes is becoming more transparent in the actions we take and why we take them. In all honesty, the mod team has been in shambles for a long time now. Moderator burnout took a hold a long while ago. LSF used to be a place for PUBG car flips and like random funny moments on streams and you know, the occasional new Korean Twitch streamer that's dancing. And then somewhere along the fucking way, it basically turned into
Kuro, but you have to remember something from a son's perspective. If you grew up your entire life being a spoiled little brat, right? Getting literally everything your heart desires, being taken care of in every single way, shape, or form. Most likely having parents that's never said no to you for anything in your life. What happens to you is you cannot handle anything that doesn't go absolutely your way because you were never prepared for that. The fact of the matter is children require boundaries. Children need to know what it feels like to be told no, what it feels like to have boundaries around the things that is and is not allowed. Children need to know what punishment is like. Your job should be to raise your child and ready them for the real world. Someone like Hassan doesn't have that. He's never had that. So now, whenever his real job comes with real consequences, he acts out. Because from Hassan's point of view, he should be allowed to sit online every day, all day, making millions of dollars a month, saying whatever the fuck he wants, and no one should say anything negative back. Like, even when his takes are completely fucking brain dead, no one should be criticizing him. Because, well, who cares, right? How dare they? You have to think about the level of privilege that you exist in to think that you should be allowed to say whatever you want, and no one is allowed to detract. Now, someone like Hassan would say, I don't mind if people have a problem with something I said, if what I said was wrong. Notice, though, if what I said was wrong. Hassan never believes anything he says is actually wrong. If there is desync, Z-Vengeance, normally reloading your stream works, because there shouldn't be any desync. At least I'm not getting any.
This reactionary hole, and the only time it ever pops off is when there is like a villain that you can ritualistically try and humiliate by acting like you're actually doing accountability when there's no accountability to be had. What is the accountability? That you misunderstood my point? The fourth rule on the subreddit, by the way, harassment out of context. Yeah, I mean, they don't follow it, and there's nothing you can do about it either. Yeah. Wait. Why? Who said to kill yourself? For those of you who don't understand, I'm going to explain something to you, okay? The ultimate goal of the harassment campaigns is to try to get people to kill themselves. Kiwi Farms does this. They do it to random trans people and shit all the goddamn time. This is the whole point. If you...
Well, that's a fucking massive logical leap, all right? I mean, I'm pretty sure the people that's just clipping you out of context is doing it because it's funny. I don't think they actually want you to kill yourself. That is a huge logical leap.
You don't understand like this forum culture, lol cowing in general. I don't know what to tell you. It's usually very sad people that get together and form an online brigade to try to constantly hound someone into inevitably like ruining their lives. And there are some content creators who basically have made this their career. But for those of you who don't know, when this kind of stuff happens, it's not just like people saying kill yourself. People say kill yourself to me all the time. I'm not going to kill myself, obviously. But when this kind of stuff pops off and then they post it on Twitter and I'm getting doxxed. I'm getting swatted. My family is getting doxxed. My family's getting harassed. That's not normal. And every single fucking time this happens.
Wait, has Hassan actually been doxxed or like actually been swatted? I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he probably has. Almost every big streamer has at some point, I guess. But again, you're now contributing the actions of a very small group of highly disturbed individuals to the overwhelming majority of people that is genuinely just trolling you. And specifically, what's really interesting about Hassan's thing here, his reaction ensures that it will happen again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that Hassan has doxed people in the past. So, but remember, when Hassan does it, it's in context. It's not out of context. You have to remember that, right? He's allowed to do things that you and I are not. You're a peasant. I'm a peasant. He isn't a peasant. So he can do a lot more things than you and I could ever do. The thing with the Korean girl group, if I remember right. Wait, what Korean girl group? Different types of people, just label people differently. Every few months, he says something shitty to get attention. I mean, it works for him. He has a massive audience, and it grows, at least to some extent.
I'm getting calls from the FBI because of real death threats. I don't talk about this on purpose because it only thrives. It only makes people want to do it more and more. People showing up at your fucking house, people trying to break into your There's a reason why so many Twitch streamers never talk about this, and every single one of them, including XQC, goes through this on a regular basis, which is why I have no interest in dealing with someone like XQC in this situation, because he gets it so hard. So he knows not to egg it on, but he does it anyway because he wants drama. It's bullshit. LSF has turned into Kiwi Farms for Twitch. This subreddit was built on the backs of streamers and their communities making funny clips, and it has turned into a Kiwi Farms cyber harassment Reddit for 4 to 5 streamers they despise. Yeah, the irony is that this exact cycle of hatred is unironically something that you can't deal with, by the way. There's no legal way to deal with this, so everybody calm the down. The internet is too new. We're legislated by boomers. There is no boomer that fucking understands this process until enough people either kill themselves or get killed by stalkers as a consequence of this shit. No change will come. And even then, no change will probably come because it's too complicated. You're in here every day and you don't understand it. It's a bunch of people who legitimately think that they're not cyber stalking, but actually holding accountability too. But I can't even talk about saying like my social battery runs out more than it did when I used to do a sales job.
No, you're absolutely Zoidberg. 15 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're absolutely allowed to talk about this shit, Hassan, and you're allowed to say your social battery runs out faster than when you did a normal job, but that's not what you said. Let's not start mincing words here. That's absolutely not what you said, even with the context that you provided. It is what you're saying now, but that's a whole different fucking story. That's not what you said then. I will also say, you're making it worse, bro. Like, if you could just fucking stop reacting to it, it would genuinely disappear. If Livestream fails consistently posted about you and you never reacted to it, like it gets posted and you don't give a shit, you don't even talk about it, it would stop. Because what they're doing, Livestream fails, is trying to farm drama. So when you feed it drama, it's going to continue doing it because they're getting a rise out of you, and that's the whole point of trolling. You see, some troll saw what you said, clipped you, right? Uploaded it to Livestream Fails. What is trolling? What is trolling? When you break it down, trolling is the ability to derail a conversation from what it was originally. That's where it started, all the way back in online forums. A masterful troll can switch arguments in such a way, just enough to get the whole group to talk about different things. Like completely derail arguments entirely. And that's considered to be very good trolling. The trolls for Hassan, that's exactly what they did. Hassan was on probably trying to have some uninformed fucking take about some war somewhere in the world. And now his entire stream is just him shitting on the Livestream Fail subreddit. Like, literally. Mission, like, success. Objective achieved. I've that's what I wanted to get. And that's what I've gotten. Because Hassan can't fucking keep himself from reacting to this shit.
Because at least on a sales job, I had like off moments, you know what I mean? A little bit of time off from like immediately communicating with people. And the only exception I would make to this is like a service sector. A service sector job would be like worse than this, of course. And then immediately it's like...
There he goes again. Like, again, he goes and he says that what he said was, this job, streaming, is harder for me than when I did sales. And then he fucking just now goes, the only job I would make an exception for is like a service sector job. Well, now you've globalized it again. Now we're back to you making an objective statement rather than a subjective one. The subjective statement is fine. It's the second you fucking turn it objective that we go, wait, that's not what, you can't do that. Objectively, you're wrong, and that's the problem people have. So you see what I mean with his context does not provide context?
Let's go and try to get him to kill himself, Reddit threads, by doxing my family. What do you mean?
You want dox now, bro?
Point. This is it, though.
No,
this is it. This is literally it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They immediately went in and posted it. They posted it on Reddit. They posted on Twitter. They go full force. The whole point is, you can't really defeat this level of brain rot because, like, this dude is mentally ill, okay? He's mentally ill and incredibly sad. He's just here to dick ride his daddy into oblivion, and who will fight for him aggressively. Guess who retweeted it? I'm assuming Destiny. Yeah, the one subscription he has on his Twitter. It's insane to me. I don't know how normal people don't see this stuff from accounts like that and don't stop for a second to think, hey, maybe that person behind this account is in good faith. Media literacy is already difficult to achieve. Media literacy for online stuff is infinitely more difficult to achieve. You have to recognize that, like, no one thinks that there is an entire community of people like gang stalking someone specifically for their one random deadbeat dad streamer, okay? So that he can make money on his YouTube page or something. Like that.
Just oh man, Hassan is such a, oh man, he truly is just such a vile human being. like the deadbeat dad thing in there with Destiny. Now, to be clear, I'm not a Destiny fan. I don't watch a lot of Destiny's content. Every once in a while, Destiny will have a video that I'll think, oh, this sounds interesting. Let's go. But outside of that, I don't really consume Destiny's content because my politics and Destiny's politics do not mesh at all. I have no interest in watching half of his content. And even I know that if you're gonna be on the left, I don't think there's someone better that you can follow than Destiny. Of all the people on the left, he's pretty much the smartest out of all of them. So if you are on the left, just fucking follow Destiny. Don't follow these fucking assholes. This guy is off his nut. I watched a lot of Destiny last year. There was a lot of Hasan talk there. Mostly him making fun of him for being stupid. But, I mean, Destiny and Hasan have this active war going on between them. And for the most part, Hasan fuels that by pretending not to fuel it. Like, Hasan will consistently say, stop talking to me about Destiny. But then whenever anything goes wrong in Hasan's life, it's Destiny and Destiny's fan base. So, of course, Destiny is going to clap back, right? There's a massive history there. If it wasn't for Destiny, Hasan would probably never have been the streamer that he is now, because he basically used Destiny's community to get his comeuppance. And then as soon as he was bigger than Destiny, he blocked and banned Destiny from everything and moved on to the next one, right?
That would be insane. If you explain this to a normal person, they'd be talking about like, what are you saying? Look, boom, goes from here to here. Hasan Abi says the streamer is harder than working a real job. You're watching this happen in real time. I think this is very informative, very instructive. I think it's very informative, very instructive on how quickly this moves and turns into like a massive pile on. How much do you agree with the statement that streamers are out of touch? Infinitely out of touch. Of course I agree with that statement. I simply was stating, and I even clarified that like the only other job that's like legitimately significantly worse would be a service sector, customer service facing job, which is very clearly stated. It's crazier to me.
All right, so now you weren't actually talking about yourself. Like, you're now admitting, Hasan, that you weren't actually talking subjectively. You were talking objectively, and then made the statement that objectively a service sector job would objectively be worse than a streamer, but all other jobs wouldn't be better than a streamer. Am I, like, are you now negating the thing that, like, earlier you said that this is subjective and it was your opinion. Are you now saying that it wasn't your opinion? You were making objective statements? I don't know. I'm starting to lose track of your fucking arguments, bro. Like, either you were only talking about yourself, in which case the service sector job doesn't make sense. I don't know why you're mentioning that. Or you're talking objectively, in which case the service sector job thing does make sense, even though it is wrong. It cannot be both. There's no world in which both of these things exist in the same vein and mean the same shit.
Me, because I hadn't even blasted off at this point. So I had like 10,000 people in here. Like, look at this. Look, dude. Imagine having a dude's dick in your fucking mouth this hard. To be honest, man, you were just starting to lose your sauce, you know? You lived in the shadow of destiny. You had things made for you, and then you flew to the sun too close, GG. Brother, you are a human being. Please, for the love of Christ, seek help. Whatever you believe in, seek help. This is not a normal thing to do. I promise you this is making your own personal mental health worse.
Very one-sided. Phoenix, I have literally explained logically why Hasan is off his fucking mind. I have now watched Hasan's videos and videos defending Hasan for the last 5 hours today, right? There has not been a single logically inconsistent thing I said. The only way at this point you defend Hasan is if you're a fanboy and you refuse to listen to logic, which is fine if that is what you want, but then at least be honest about that. I want to like Hasan because he hates all the conservatives, and I like that. Or I want to like Hasan because he hates Israel, and I like that. But if that's it, hey, good for you, man. But we have to be honest about this. I have not once made an emotional argument about Hasan. I have not once made an argument that you can even logically pull apart, because all of my arguments have been logically consistent. So you coming in here and saying, bro, I like you and I've liked you for a long time, but I think your hatred of Hasan is just getting in the way here, doesn't make any fucking sense. Because why have I spent the last 2.5 hours disagreeing with Asmongold on his fucking takes when I like Asmongold? Like, I'm the first person to admit, and I actually started the day by saying, I don't like Hasan. You want to know why I don't like Hasan? Because of shit like this. Because the dude has zero logical consistency, no fucking principles whatsoever, and just spouts off nonsense, uninformed bullshit. None of Hasan's takes has ever been grounded in any sort of reality. He says shit, his community goes, oh, that must be true, never proves anything, just says shit. And his community goes, oh, Hasan said it must be true. Without any evidence whatsoever. The few debates that I've seen from Hasan is literally him entering into the debate, claiming that he's done no research, and then showing that he's done no research on the debate whatsoever, and he's just spouting off bullshit. The dude watches videos of live news and then completely gets everything fucking wrong about what's going on. So, I'm sorry, but what the fuck are you talking about?
Every single time you think you're like on a conquest to take down one of your favorite content creators' enemies, you're actually hurting your own mental state more and more. Hasan, I'm begging you, they're watching you live and calling for brigading and to trigger you in chat. I'm begging you, don't dignify these bags with a reply. That's the other thing. It's so gross that this loser can just like sit there and egg his own community on to like come in here and harass.
All right. So you're a fan of Hasan, right? That statement right there. There is zero evidence that Destiny at this moment in time is egging on his community. None whatsoever. No evidence is provided that he is currently sitting there and egging on his community. The only thing Destiny did was retweet Hasan's fucking take, which Hasan, by the way, does all the time with literally everyone he disagrees with. He retweets their takes. But Hasan makes claims about stuff, but refuses to take any responsibility for his own stuff. Like, when he does it, it's perfectly fine, but whenever anyone else does it to him, how the fuck dare you? How dare you? Hey, dude, the level of mental fucking illness you have to not notice the vile levels of hypocrisy that runs in Hasan is ridiculous to me.
This is why you have no friends except for orbiters that are suckling on your teat, by the way. This is why you keep finding yourself in like these up relationships with like broken people. This is why you are dual divorced at this point and miserable for the most part. Like, I hope you understand that. Find God. I really did think that maybe like all the red pill debating and stuff, like getting in a new audience, would have basically allowed him to like move on, grow up. But nope. And then they'll turn around and be like, oh, it's really up. Because imagine a soul crushing job and then you still don't have money to take care of your family. Come on, chatter, please. I never said anything about money. Of course, a normal job is infinitely harder than streaming. That's 100% something I talk about all the goddamn time. I talk about how fortunate I am all the goddamn time. I clarified in the clip too. But even then, even in the clarity, there's still people who are just like, people who are still going, no, I don't believe it. I don't agree with you in this chat even. And the irony is like, this is also another part of the problem, which is that,
you see, Hasan, what you're not understanding here is, if someone who wasn't a socialist said this, if someone that was a pure-blooded capitalist said this, there's a very good chance that most people wouldn't even give a fuck, right? Because most people would expect this guy to have that take, because most people don't know what capitalism is. So they would expect him to have some moronic fucking take about some bullshit. The reason the take that you had blew up, right, is because it goes against all the things you claim to believe. all the things you keep saying about how you are privileged and how you don't work as hard as real people, then you have a moment where you actively betray everything that you claim to be about. That's why this became the big story that it is. If Warren Buffett was captured tomorrow, right, as saying poor people should all die, most people would probably not bat an eyelid, because most people think Warren Buffett is an evil capitalist anyway, so of course evil capitalists think that poor people should die. That's why this is such a big news story. That's why so many people care. Because for a moment you allowed the mask to fall off. And suddenly everyone saw you for who you are, except of course for your own dick suckers that hang around your chat and can't get enough of you. That was one thing that jumped out. He makes a most socially taxing claim and people reposted saying he said harder. But his take is stupid. He didn't say harder, so people can't even call out stupid shit without being stupid themselves. Well, great, that's usually just the case, right? A lot of modern socialists confuse capitalism with neoclassism. Yeah, I mean, most people, like, dude, I've legitimately had conversations with people saying, then what is capitalism? What's your definition of capitalism? And there's people that say the definition of capitalism is capital. So... I mean, cool. So you've just removed the ism, and that is the definition of capitalism. Fucking checkmate. You know,
like,
so, yeah.
The thing that every single person hates is the guy who misconstrues the point. Right? Everyone. This is like beyond politics. Everybody absolutely despises the guy who goes, oh, I guess you hate waffles, buddy. And yet that's what like 95% of what I do is nowadays, is just like having to deal with people who are constantly going, oh, you said you like pancakes? Why do you hate waffles? I hate you. I love waffles. And you said you hate waffles. Also, you're a terrorist now. And then as you guys experienced in a sequence of like 30 minutes, it goes from something being
Novotic, I literally just had the same, like, first and foremost, the gaslighting is surreal here. But then, more importantly, this is literally what a son does daily on his streams. The few videos that I have seen of the son, every single one of them is exactly that. Someone on the right will say something, and a son will fucking extrapolate this massive theory around what the guy didn't fucking say. But then that's absolutely what the guy said. Absolutely, that is what the guy said. And now he's complaining when it's happening to him, apparently, even though that is literally not what is happening to him. You absolutely did say the things that people are accusing you of. And now you're just too fucking proud and egoistic to realize that you misspoke, realize that the mask fell off, and trying to put the mask back on. You're just pretending like everyone else heard you wrong, and instead you're the one that's right and everyone else is just fucking wrong.
Being clipped out of context, to being posted on Reddit, being reacted to by one of the
Jumbo,
largest
that's the funny
content
thing.
creators on the platform.
Literally people are quoting him word for word, and he's going, but that's not what I said. Well, fuck me. I don't know what more you want.
Literally every single drama peddler posting it on Twitter. You experienced it in real time. It's just like an organized hate raid every day that I have to deal with. And it very quickly spawns into like real world issues for myself and my family. That's the other part of it that's like annoying. It's just like, and for the record, it doesn't even matter. This happens to everyone and anyone. It happens to normal people as well. It happens to like people who randomly go viral. It's really crazy how much this is normal now. You know how the like a lot of the red pill 4chan terminology, like looks maxing, has made its way into TikTok, and people just like normal people know about those things now, those concepts now. I feel like the other part of this that feeds the algorithm, especially on Twitter too, and even on TikTok to a certain degree, is like these hate campaigns. Oh, like we caught him saying something, doesn't matter what the context is, this makes him look bad. Basically,
literally what you do daily, but all right.
The lolcow culture has now become super normalized. It's front and center in the way that like so many people fucking operate. Even when people just pop off with on one small TikTok video, they can garner a vicious crowd of hate and harassment. Yeah, like that librarian guy. He's such a kind soul, and like he got ritualistically humiliated by some fucking Nazi in his fan base. Like people were calling him a pedophile and he's now taking he's just leaving the library. It's so heartbreaking that people, just like normal people that get like a touch of fame, even they legitimately experience this like psychotic backlash, and it's so fucking normalized at this point. It basically is the same principle as trying to act like I am anti-trans, you know what I mean? It's like if there are a couple things that I advocate for every day, it's like workers' rights, you know what I mean? It's trans rights. To turn around and be like, oh dude, this guy's transphobic and anti-worker is so dumb. It's like, you're insane, you're delusional. Twitter and Reddit are the two platforms that are genuinely fucked up. If D said the same thing, this wouldn't be a thing. Destiny.
I genuinely don't know if if he is he just incapable of seeing this stuff in himself? So is he incapable of following the logical conclusion of his own arguments? Has he ever had a moment of self-reflection where maybe he goes back and he watches some of his old videos and he goes, fuck, I am guilty of literally everything I am claiming other people to be guilty of? Because it doesn't feel like it. It feels like Hassan, I genuinely think he believes the shit that he's saying here. So either he is a phenomenal actor, or he's a sociopath, or maybe even like a psychopath, or a narcissist, something to that effect, where, yeah, this is pretty much Hassan, right? Something to that effect, because there's no way that he can say all of this shit and not realize that this is literally who he is. He does this. This is how his content goes literally daily. He ascribes context to things that when you listen to his logical conclusions, you go, what the fuck? We've missed so many points here. Hey, you've just skipped over so many different things that could have explained this much better than whatever the fuck you were doing. Oh, it's wild, bro. That concludes it, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes 5.5 hours of fucking reacting to Hassan bullshit. Whoa, wow. This was actually mentally draining. Oh, shit. Blue Nile, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I mean, this was actually mentally draining. Not gonna lie. This was a rough watch. This was a rough watch. Always the poor victim. Woe is me. Yeah, well, go recharge your batteries and go do the light work at your job. Mocky, how you doing, bro? I'm not leaving yet. Just not talking about Hassan anymore, because fuck me. This was tough. This was tough. Are we in between videos? I fucking hope so. I hope so. I can't do more. I can't deal with gaslighting anymore. Plus, I think I've now heard like every possible variance of gaslighting that you could throw at me in this argument. I don't know if there's there's more ways that you could gaslight me at this point. Maybe a palate cleanser is in order? Nah, let's just sit here for a bit. Let's just sit here for a bit, boys. I think we just sit here. So heads up, there may be some pyro tally drama coming soon. Why? What happened? Yeah, what if I told you I found out yesterday that this is a leap year? I thought today was the last day of February. And then yesterday I looked at my calendar and I was like, the fuck? I thought yesterday was the last 29th? How? What? Oh shit. Now we just talk about food until Akko realizes he's starving. Oh man. No, it's too early to eat now. I can't go eating now. Do you want a death threat? All you have to do is ask, you know? I got your back. Aragos, please, so I can play the victim as well here. I don't know, what car are you getting? So Pyro reacted to Tali's weekly reset video yesterday evening, but I don't think they know that Tali is still shit-talking Pyro, even 6 days ago on stream. Wait, but was the reaction negative or good? And yeah, I mean, Taliesin has such a hate boner for Pyro. It is ridiculous. Like, the dude goes hard every single time he gets to say mean things about Pyromancer. Oh shit, this is a cool car, bro. Nice. Nice, Avedon. This is gonna get you to the coal mines much faster. A clip of Tully, but apparently we're not allowed to react to the guy anymore. What was the clip, CCS? Is it about him shit-talking Pyro? The wheel isn't on the wrong side. You can work double shifts in the coal mines, bro? Yeah. I mean, this is a very luxurious car for a peasant. I feel like we are paying you guys a little much, though. I don't know if peasants should be driving shit like this. They don't pay me anything. That's too much, then. You should be paying me, actually. Z-Vengeance, if you're driving on the right side of the road, this is the right side for the steering wheel to go. The right side of the road, of course, being the left side of the road, which is the right side of the road to drive on. You'll take your Prime sub and be great and be thankful. Oof. It's a hard life being a streamer when all you can do is just accept the handouts from other people. That's hard. That's rough. The streamer yearns for the mines. I'm more of a chariot rider. Oh, shit. Emmy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am left more confused. Z-Vengeance, what the fuck is confusing you about this? So your steering wheels in the US is on the right-hand side of the car. Wait, on the left-hand side of the car. And the reason for that is you're driving on the right-hand side of the road, which is the wrong side of the road, but never mind that. You're driving on the right-hand side of the road. And you have to be on the left-hand side in the car so you can see oncoming traffic on the side that you're going to be passing. We all drive on the left-hand side of the road, which means our steering wheels have to be on that side so we can see oncoming traffic when we want to overtake. Somebody who is wrong would say. And they say you guys drive on the left lane? Yeah. Yeah, we drive on the left lane. I'm pretty sure it's only America and like maybe... I don't even know how... If there are European countries that drive on the right side of the road, it's a very like small number, I think. I don't think it's a lot of the European nations. I think most nations drive on the left. Wait, US and UK only, right? No, but UK is also on the left. Z-Vengeance. Wait, so Europe is also wrong about this? Wow. I can't believe Europe and America is wrong about this. Fuck me. Imagine that. Dude, I was genuinely convinced most countries in Europe drive on the left-hand side of the road. Wow, this has really changed my perception on, about Europe. You Europeans are really weird. I guess I should just stick with some UK friends Like, fuck the Europeans and fuck the Americans. You guys are weird. This side is the wrong side. Fuck off. Dude, it really isn't. I can't even imagine driving on the right side of the road. Like, just the steering wheel. So, having to change gears with my right hand, that would be so fucking weird to me. I don't think my right hand would, like, I would have to actively think about it the whole time. Whereas left is just so easy to shift gears. Your left hand just knows where it goes. Plus, to be fair, most of you in America drive auto, which is such a rare thing in South Africa. Overwhelming majority of cars, you have to ask for an automatic. They won't just give it to you. When you buy a car, it's mostly manual. You have to actively ask, can I have an automatic? And then it's extra. Nope, it's just the way that you got used to it. Changing gears with my right. Yeah, but the left just, it's easier. I don't know. I like it on the left. It makes sense to me. Real main drive manual. Manual is just fun. To be fair, though, I hate driving as a general rule. I'm not a huge driver. But yeah, I don't know. I think automatic, in my head, automatic cars are for old people. Like, it's usually your older folk that, you know, they're not as hip-hop and happening anymore. They'll drive like an automatic because they're old now. But when you're young, hip-hop and happening, you want to be able to shift gears. You want to be able to rev higher. Like, push it into the red and then fucking throw it into second and have your car, like actively respond to you shifting gears. Do you guys have Tesla cars? There is a company that imports Teslas into South Africa, but you're a fucking moron if you drive a Tesla in South Africa. We already don't have enough electricity to keep the lights on as is. Electric vehicles on top of that? Motherfucker. About 2 years ago, Eskom, which is the company that generates all of our electricity, came out with this massive new push. They want everyone in the country to switch to electric vehicles. I remember listening to the CEO of Eskom and thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't, like, with no electrical vehicles on the road, you can't keep the lights on. Now you want electrical vehicles on the road to what? Have even less fucking electricity available? What are you saying? Like, you guys don't have enough electricity for this. Plus, even if we did have enough electricity, I have never in my entire life seen an actual electric charging station in South Africa. So I don't know where you would refuel. Because I've never seen any place that has a charging, like a charging station. Use the power of the sun. Look, if cars are electric, the fuel can go for the generators to generate electricity. I guess that's what they want, right? Home only, I guess. Yeah, but the house doesn't have enough electricity. So you wouldn't be able to charge it even at home. Like, our power is off for about 6 hours every single day. Right? And that's on a good fucking day. Like, most of the time it's more than 6. It's like 8 hours, maybe, that you don't have electricity. So, what? When are you charging? There's no point. Like, my country is so fucking stupid, bro. My president, about 2 years ago, got up during the State of the Nation address. Now, you have to understand, South Africa has crime coming up the asshole, right? I believe about every 30 seconds in this country, someone gets murdered. About every minute in this country, a woman gets sexually assaulted or raped, right? That's how bad it is here. Theft, it's off the charts. Like, it's really bad here. We don't have electricity enough for the country. My president gets up during the State of the Nation address, and for half an hour, this motherfucker talks about a new smart city that they want to build. A smart city. They want to build a smart city. Now, originally I was a little confused as to how the fuck that happens, because I think you need electricity for smart cities to be a thing. But I was instantly calmed when afterwards they asked the Minister of Public Works, who would probably be in charge of one of these things, what is a smart city? And she said, it's a city where people ride on bicycles rather than cars. And I was like, oh, I get it now. Yeah, all right. So you guys are basically just going to build a tiny little city with bicycle lanes in it. Yeah, okay, I mean, it's not quite a smart city, but fuck it. You know, that's fine. I guess that works. So they want to build Amsterdam? I don't think they could ever do that. Another fancy utopia? Yeah, well, that's my government. Basically, every few years they have... they're busy pushing now for NHI, which... So, NHI is the National Health Insurance Initiative, right? Basically, my country wants to enter into the health insurance business, so they want to provide health insurance for the whole country for free. But, of course, not for free. Taxes will pay for that shit. Now, you may think to yourself, wow, that's actually nice. Wow, Africa is getting health insurance before America. Let's just quickly, let me run you guys through... let me run you guys through the greatest hits of the South African government. When the ANC took over, they had, I think, over 100 and something parastatals, government-owned companies. So companies that basically own the government. Or that's owned by the government, run by the government. Basically socialism, right? One of these companies was called Telkom. This was the company that provided all of the phone lines in the country. Another one of these companies was actually a world-respected military company. They made military equipment called Denel. I believe it's Denel. I could be wrong about that. Then they had a very, very profitable, I'm just going through the larger companies here, airline. Right? So really profitable airline. They also had a television network of their own. It was called SAIK, and then they changed the name to SABC, South African Broadcasting Commission or some shit. Can't remember what the C stands for. But it's one of those, it's a commission or committee or some bullshit. And then they had Eskom, which was considered, and I fucking kid you not, in 1998, I think, Eskom won the World Award for the best run power utility in the world. Like, other countries looked at Eskom to learn how do you run a power utility on a national level. There were actual European countries that came to South Africa to try and learn how is it that Eskom is run that efficiently and that well so they could implement it in their own countries. In just over 30 years, Denel is bankrupt and they have not produced fucking anything, right? I think it was 1998, Z Vengeance. You can check it out. Denel is completely bankrupt. Telkom was completely bankrupt. They've sort of started turning themselves around, but it's still touch and go. They still get a lot of money from the government every year because they're not actually profitable. Eskom is completely bankrupt and it's almost R500 million in debt, if not more. And it can't keep the lights on. The airliner had to be sold because it was bankrupt. It could no longer fly and safety was just a complete fuck up. So Transnet, the guys that run the roads and the infrastructure, they're completely bankrupt. Now my country is going for health insurance. This is a government that has not been able to maintain any of the companies that's been left to them, right? They've not been able to maintain them or even make them run well And now my country is saying they want to take control of all of the health insurance. And before you guys think, well, the health insurance in South Africa will basically make it so that no private healthcare facility may offer any of the services that the government offers. So you will be forced to use the government for pretty much everything. That is going to be one hell of a fuck up. I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be interesting. Amadil, how you doing? I guess so, Avalon. Musk is mentally unstable, very dangerous in his position. I wouldn't say, like, I don't think Musk is mentally unstable. I think Musk is a troll, and he likes trolling. And he knows that whatever the fuck he says, people will react to it. But I don't think he's mentally unstable. He just likes triggering people. And most people fall for it because, I don't know, most people like getting super fucking political about stuff. Would you like to check a comedic video by Star Sector? Not right now, Mr. Juicer. What's this?
Games back in the day.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
It looks like the early Metal Gear concept vehicle, but, you know, as like an actual military vehicle instead of just a video game antagonist. And that's basically it. These were some of the strange weapons from Ghana that I've come across while doing research on various military weapons. This weapon on the list is actually a concept helicopter known as the Kantaka KTK number 2. So I'm assuming there must have been a number 1 at some point, but I cannot find an image of it. The system on the list is the Kantaka KTK drone car or attack car. This is the strangest one.
I will say, the problem with this, and I've actually watched some, I've watched a lot of military sort of experts talk about this. Outside of movies where they use this to look really cool, this is completely unworkable. They've tried it before. You can't actually make like a biped, what do you call it? It's a bipedal something, I think, or a bipod. It doesn't work because the force that most guns exert, so if you were to shoot missiles and stuff, would literally just push you over. And the amount of weak spots on a vehicle like this would just be like impossible. So it's sort of like, it only works in the movies. It works nowhere else. Walk, let alone a giant mech. So you're telling me Star Wars is wrong? Gentlemen, yeah, the video that I watched was actually a military expert looking at the vehicles in Star Wars and a couple of other movies. And he basically said this would never work. And there's a couple of reasons for it. You have to think about it. Of all species, we're the only one, I believe, that have the legs. It's difficult to explain in English, but the way our legs work and the way our legs are formed, we're the only species that walks on 2 legs, right? With this particular biological markup. Obviously birds do it as well, but their legs and their entire frame is completely different, so it doesn't really work the same way. If you think about the amount of things that go into just keeping balance, our toes have a massive, massive role to play. In fact, I believe it's if you lose your big toe, you wouldn't be able to stand upright. Like, that's how fucking, like, how much your feet work just at keeping yourself upright. So the problem is if we try to bullshit like this, they would most likely be very unstable and just, it would be a mess. Plus, you need to ask yourself, why build something like this when a normal tank would absolutely fucking do? Because all you're doing with this effectively is you're making yourself a much bigger target. A tank is already not small, but this would be Like, why the fuck are you doing it? You're making it easier to shoot you.
The Vulture Mk3 is a heavy-class clan Omni-Mech, which was originally produced by Allshane Weapons on Allshane in the beginning of the 32nd century for the Timon of Clan Ghost Bear. The mech was built as the next gen.
This is Mech Warrior stuff. Also, if a leg is gone, the mech is useless. True. Make a spider robot. The thing is just, I can't imagine any sort of change to the infrastructure to be more efficient than tanks, for example. Like, you could get tanks to be more powerful, like, for example, you know, put bigger guns on them, give them more stronger armor and stuff of that nature. But why would you move away from a tank? Because it's already optimized, right? Thought than I did, yeah. I don't think there's a South African alive that didn't watch District 9. Bipedal weapons like this? I have no idea. From a balance point of view, a tank is too powerful by design? How do you mean? I remember seeing people, like, they're trying to work on hover, like tanks that can hover. Obviously, this would allow tanks to move much faster and pretty much cross any fucking terrain because it would hover. And that, the biggest problem they have with that is just being able to shoot. Like, just shooting would effectively make the tank go back the opposite direction of what it's shooting in. And the problem is trying to get that to stop would take fucking forever. The flat terrains, the walkers for hills. But how would your... Okay, so what you're talking about with the walker is you're probably referring to it being taller or standing taller, and therefore the hills would be much less of an impediment to it. Right? Or is there something else that makes it better than an actual tank?
This week, we saw the announcement of the Disney Holotile Floor. This fascinating piece of technology has captured the imagination of many, ourselves included. Here's what we know about it. The Holotile Floor is an omnidirectional virtual reality platform developed by Disney Research. It consists of a grid of hexagonal tiles.
Dude, those are pretty cool.
Floor, each equipped with sensors and projectors. These tiles track people's movements and project virtual environments.
Kishras, the thing that I would immediately respond to there is in any situation where a tank wouldn't be optimal, a plane would be better, right? So if, for example, you have massive hills and stuff, planes and helicopters and things would just be better, more efficient, and also more powerful than what a bipedal or even like a mech type walker would be. So you're sort of running into this. Tanks are designed for long, flat, open terrains, but then in terms of hills and stuff, we could just use a fucking plane, right, to get sort of the same thing. Now, where you could be right, and where I think there could be an argument made, is it's much easier to hide from a plane than what it would be from a mech that is actually closer to the ground and can actually see under rocks and stuff of that nature, right? Tanks can balance their pipe thing very well when they drive over uneven terrain. Or, you want to know what's the best way of taking care of hills, people who want to fight in hills. Just drop a nuke, bro. Like, enough of this pussy warfare. I say, just nuke. Sir, they're in these hills. It's going to take us months to figure it out. No, it ain't. Drop the nukes. Let's fucking go. And then you just say over the loudspeaker, hey, fuck, it's in the hills. You have 10 minutes to surrender, or else we're nuking. And then they immediately come out, okay, fuck it. We're sorry. Oops. We're here. Don't shoot. Hey, that's it, right? Yeah, just exterminate artist the area. Easy life. Link of it, it's long, but only a couple of seconds are relevant. We'll start at the relevant timestamp. Yeah, of course, Potato. Go for it. Goes into the caves and you can still use the surface. Yeah, you can use gas too, but for some reason we've outlawed that, right?
And the team is going to the fighting position.
I don't know what I'm watching.
The first shoot.
Oh, nice.
And it's the hit.
Dude, imagine how fucking scary it must be seeing a tank drive into the war.
The second shoot. The hits. Double hit.
Imagine you're just a normal soldier, chilling out, you know, it's war, you're shooting at each other, and then suddenly a fucking tank rolls up, and you just go, dude, this isn't fair. Like, fucking hell. Like, what am I supposed to do now? My bullets will do nothing to this. Imagine a mech coming at you. Like I said, I get why mechs make sense in stories. It's a lot more imposing than a fucking tank, right? Even though tanks are scary, a mech walking up to you, like imagine, for example, those fucking mechs in, what's that story called? Oh man. Humanity were attacked by these beings that fucking came out of the ocean, and we built these giant fucking robots to fight them. What's that movie called again? Pacific Rim. Like, that thing walking up to you would be scary as shit, right? Like, you would shit yourself if that thing came onto you, like, came up to you on the battlefield. But in real life, is that actually efficient? Because I do think it boils down to, like, an efficiency metric. Is that the most efficient thing that you could be building with all of that metal and all of that shit, right? Not to be confused with Pacific Rim, Rim Job. Yeah, no, that would be a very different movie, that. Thing goes down like a big sack of shit. Tank can't carry a big enough gun to provide a challenge? Would it though? Are we convinced that a tank's, like, is this the largest that a tank's gun can be? Because I'm pretty sure as technology goes, this is not the largest that it'll be. We haven't seen the largest guns yet. Japan went wild in the 80s, bro. Man, you're showing me Red Alert. Hey, fuck me, of course. Of course Red Alert is gonna be a lot different. This was a fun fucking game, though. This was a fun fucking game. me, man. I felt like Red Alert was definitely better when it was a bit more like based. It felt like EA, this was like the first example of EA just completely losing their minds and going bigger must fucking be better. Like the last Red Alert I played that I thought was really good was Red Alert Tiberium Sun. That was a good Red Alert. Ergost, what's this? Oh yeah, I remember this. Yep. Dude, Red Alert 2 was really fun. But Red Alert 1 too. Real talk, it feels like this will become a reality though, with World War 3. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely parts of me that's a little bit fucking freaked out at the minute, I think. Just because NATO has now announced that the Ukraine will join NATO. And Putin said that that's a red line for them. Which is fucking scary. Like, that should scare the living shit out of you, because excuse me. It means there's gonna be some crazy shit happening soon. All the politicians in NATO jerk off to the thought of World War III. They join NATO while at war. All NATO members will inherit that war now. Well, Spoleto, it depends, right, on their interpretation of things. But technically speaking, the NATO pact is that all countries that is part of NATO goes to war if one of the countries is attacked, right? So if it would depend on the agreements reached at the beginning. So what NATO could do with Ukraine is they could say, up until this point, right? So Ukraine joins NATO and we declare that this is the border of Ukraine now. And it excludes the Donbas regions. And you're not allowed to push past this point, or else we will consider this an act of war. Right? So they could do that. If they were to claim that no, all of Ukraine joins NATO, then this means that Ukraine was invaded. It is a NATO nation. Therefore, NATO has to now step into the war. Putin has said, this was a few months ago at this point, I think. But Putin basically said, if Ukraine joins NATO, Russia will view Europe as an active participant in the war, and Russia's response will be swift and deadly. I think, I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's what he said. So, and then Putin alluded to nuclear weapons. Right? He basically said, no one wants this. We don't want this. But if it happens, we have the largest arsenal in the world of nuclear weapons, and we'll use it, and Europe will not even be ready for it. So effectively, it just seems like a very scary... Like, I don't know why you would announce that now. Like, why not first try and solve this war before announcing the very thing that will fucking start an even bigger war? And I don't care if anyone says, well, NATO will be able to take Russia or Russia will be able to take NATO. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I think we can all agree if NATO and Russia goes to war, millions of people will die. It doesn't fucking matter who you think is going to win. By the end of that war, very few people will be alive to enjoy the victory. That's the point. That's the only thing you should be taking away from this. It's not going to be fun. Aragos, but up until now, the West has not crossed these red lines. There's a reason why all of the weapons that America and the rest of the West have provided Ukraine are not weapons that can actually go into Russia. All of the weapons that's been provided to Ukraine are weapons that can be on the battlefield and fight in the front lines, but none of those weapons can go beyond the borders of Russia. And the reason for that is because up until now, we've sort of been going, we want Ukraine to be able to defend themselves, but we don't want some random guy to fucking shoot a missile into Moscow, thereby going, sending Putin over the fucking edge or whatever. Joining NATO is a hard line, right? It is a fucking hard line. So at that point, it gets really scary. Aragos, if I may ask, so your point, right? Your point here is it's fine if we elevate this to World War III. Because Putin said that a lot of things are his red lines, fuck him, it doesn't matter. Is that your point? So let's say, for example, you are correct, and Putin has had a number of red lines in this war so far, and we have broken all of his red lines. Are you, in other words, imagining that he will just never act? Like, he will just 100% be like, well, fuck it, that's another red line? Are you not even remotely afraid of the fact that at some point he may actually stick to his red line and be like, what the fuck? It's mutually assured destruction? You're arguing from a place where you think that the other person is as logical as you. Okay, what do you think? What are Putin's options in this war? Let me ask it this way. Do you guys see a world in which this war ends and the arrest and trial of Putin isn't the demand from the West? Do you see a world in which the West goes, well, no harm, no foul, Putin goes on being the president of Russia? Because I don't really see that. I don't see how the West just goes on and forgives him for this, right? So if you're Putin, you have one of two options. Either you completely destroy Ukraine, take Ukraine, and then exist in sort of like a proxy or sort of like a war with the West, but maybe like back to a Cold War kind of thing. Or you start World War III. And you hope that you have the ability to capture all of Europe. Right? You destroy Europe, and therefore there's no real enemy left. Because in either situations, whether you win the war or lose the war, if you lose the war, you're dead anyways, because you will be tried, and you will probably be assassinated or killed. Or you win the war, and you live. So it's sort of like, well, what the fuck is my options? My options are win the war or die. And at that point, you could go to a man that knows that he's probably going to die and be like, well, you do know that if you shoot nukes, that's mutually assured destruction. He'd be like, yeah, bro, if I don't shoot the nukes, that's guaranteed destruction for me. The position Hitler was back then, you either win and live, or you lose and take the world down with you. Well, that's exactly it, right? It's like caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no real out here. Now, obviously, it is possible that there's some world leaders out there that can manage to forge some kind of peace treaty between Russia and Ukraine, and the world can probably go back to normal. But that doesn't seem likely. It seems like a lot of leaders are very hopped up on getting this war really kicked off. I will say, though, what I'm doing here is just sort of thinking through it logically with very limited knowledge of the actual situation, because it's not a thing I actively follow. I just happened to see the NATO president talk about this, and I thought, fuck, that doesn't seem good, but I might be completely wrong, because I'm not a geopolitical analyst. The things I know about war couldn't even fill a fucking page. So, I don't really know. There's an ad, figure out peace treaty. Yeah, that would be nice, the Vengeance, if that could happen. I don't know if America, do you think there's a chance that America pulls out of NATO? Do you actually think that would happen? Send you a copy of The Art of War? I don't need to know how to make war. I'm fucking good. I have no one that I want to fight. Pull out of the United Nations? Would America make itself weaker by pulling out of NATO? Not really. Without America, there's no NATO. The other NATO members have almost no standing armies, and the ones they do have are fucking pitiful. So, no. NATO is America. America is NATO. Without NATO, there is no... without America, there is no NATO. So, if America pulled out of NATO, they would probably... The only way I can see America pulling out of NATO is if America sort of goes, well, we don't give a fuck about what happens in Europe anymore. And then Europe is well and truly on their own. That's the only reason I can see America pulling out. Keith and Axe on it. I'm more concerned about China than Russia. 50 unique states, 50 unique environments. We have all the mineral resources, water, and food. We need to supply our own people here. We don't need anyone else. That is, of course, the one big problem. America, of all the nations in the world, is pretty much the only nation on Earth that doesn't require any other nation. So, yeah, from America's perspective, they really don't need the rest of the world. It's a nice to have, but it's not required. Are they the only one, though? Z Vengeance, pretty much. Yeah, well, China fucking uses pretty much everything from everywhere else. China has very few resources. The overwhelming area of China is desert, where nothing grows and nothing can survive. So, no, China uses a shit ton of stuff from the rest of the world. Most of its it doesn't have that much resources. The steel that it does have is pretty low quality, so it needs steel from higher quality areas to really make proper stuff. No, China relies on the world heavily for its own survival. It's actually one of the reasons I think China has not become part of the war, or at least haven't attacked yet, because China's biggest problem, it's very easy to cut China off from the rest of the world. You literally just form a blockade in the China Sea, and then you're fucked, right? Because without supplies, China is screwed. The collapsing population due to the one-child policy. The prices for imports and exports depend on our ties to NATO. Mine is also on the way out because they both, as their military is a great fighting for us. But they haven't been in a battle outside of northern Himalayan mountains with India. And every single time they run away, meanwhile, America has just gotten out of 20 years of guerrilla warfare. They have no chance. I do think, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know enough about the geopolitical stance of the world or enough about geopolitics to even know what the fuck is the truth or isn't the truth. I will say this. Never in the history of the world has it been more clear that if you watch the news, you are misinformed, and if you don't watch the news, you are uninformed. That's never been more true than right this moment. Ever. I don't think anyone tells the truth at this point. Everyone just sort of says their own bullshit. Ally himself with China out in the open. I mean, technically speaking, Russia and China are allies. Because remember, Russia is part of the BRICS nations. So, technically speaking, Russia, China, Brazil, India, and South Africa are all allied. But the alliance is economics, right? It's an economic alliance. It's not actually a wartime alliance. And there was talk for a while that they wanted to turn it into an actual alliance, so that would include a war alliance. But I think it was rejected by either Brazil or India, I think. One of those two nations said, fuck that, right? We don't want to be in a military alliance with you guys. We're more than happy with economics, but not military. Well, Kuro, yes. The thing, that's one of the reasons why a lot of geopolitical analysts say that the BRICS nations was always pretty much going to be not a threat. Because Russia and China really don't like each other. Like, they actually don't like each other. But then also India and China don't like each other. So you have this sort of weird mix of nations that economically sort of work together because they all benefit from it. But outside of that, they have very little time for one another. Titan One, I mean, I wouldn't call Russia a communist state. They haven't been a communist state for a really long time, right? They are a dictatorship, but they're not a communist state. Communism hasn't been in Russia for 20 plus years. Yeah, it's more of a very heavy, like, mafia state with a bunch of different mafia leaders controlling various sectors of the economy. But overwhelmingly, like, I've spoken to a Russian that lives in Russia. The general population is pretty free to do whatever the fuck they want. Like, you want to start a business, you can start a business. There's no like super hardcore the state provides kind of bullshit there. So in that sense, it's far more free than what it was under Stalin, for example. Just thinking in the way of the mafia boss. Same year. You know what I had to do to start a business? What was that, Aragos? Yeah, I would say it is probably an oligarchy. Yeah, autocratic is correct. Oligarchy is correct. But it's a very weird oligarchy because you would expect Putin to really care about the oligarchs, right? You would expect Putin, but the truth of Russia, and this I only know because I watched a bunch of people that know a lot more than I do about this. Putin hates the oligarchs. Like, he absolutely despises them because he believes they hold way too much political power. So he would actually not care if they were gone. So that he could, I guess, take more control. They are key to him being in power. The Grey, not really. A lot of them are... So, if you understand the history of Russia, after the fall of the Soviet Union, right? Like the official fall, the end of Mother Russia communism, there was about a 5-year period where Russia was an absolute fucking hellhole. Like an absolute hellhole, not a place that you want to live in, where very, very large mafia and criminal organizations basically ran the country and did whatever the fuck they wanted. Then Putin came to power, and he had one of two options. Either try and shut down these mafia criminal organizations, which would turn his country into an absolute bloodbath, right? Like it would be full-blown war, or strike a deal. He chose the lesser of the two evil paths. He struck a deal with the criminal organizations. He basically made them part of the government, gave them, like some of them became part of the government. A lot of them were given the freedom to operate as long as what they were doing was at least mostly legal, right? So don't go around killing people. Don't go around, just doing whatever the fuck you want, but you can operate. You can have your businesses and will legalize your businesses for the most part. But apparently, ever since then, it has been a very difficult situation because technically, they don't want the oligarchs, but they can't get rid of the oligarchs because the oligarchs control most of the economy. So it is sort of this thing of politically, Putin is pretty stable. Most people like him. He's not going to go anywhere. But if he pisses off the oligarchs, the economy crashes. Because they'll just close their businesses and take it elsewhere or just destroy the economy. So it's sort of this thing of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, where the fuck do you actually go with that scenario? Kistras, how do you mean? I'm not sure if... In fact, I would say... since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, misinformation has remained pretty much exactly the same. I don't think it's gotten worse or better. I think it's literally the same as it has ever been. Because you have to understand, before Elon Musk, the misinformation was literally created by Twitter themselves. They allowed the information that was allowed on Twitter. And if any information was shared that wasn't allowed by our superiors, you would never even see it. So the information you saw was state sanctioned. We know, we saw the Twitter files. You had Twitter files showing every single government on Earth telling Twitter and the staff at Twitter what information was and wasn't allowed, right? So any information that the government didn't want you to have, Twitter would squash instantly, ban people instantly. The best example we have of this is the Hunter Biden laptop. The Hunter Biden laptop story comes out, right? The first people to post it, I think, was the New York Post. They get shut down, their account gets removed. Why? Because it's a misinformation story. It's not the truth. Very quickly, you have YouTube and you have Twitter following suit. They close the New York Post's accounts. Ban them. They're not allowed to speak. Even though all of the evidence shows that, yeah, this is an actual story, this is Hunter Biden's laptop, you don't hear anything about it. Right? They're all fucking silent on the issue. 100%. And then more evidence comes out that this is in fact true. This is his laptop. He did do the things that he's being accused of, and what the article wrote. They take months to actually unban and allow the story to promulgate and to actually be seen by people. So I think what's easier now is that misinformation, depending on where you are and depending on your beliefs, is easier to see because you are getting the news unfiltered. Now, what you need to ask yourself, and this is why I said, if you do watch the news, you're misinformed. If you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. Depending on your political leanings, you're going to believe certain stories and you're outright going to reject others, right? The question I always ask is, what if you're wrong? What if the stories you think is true is actually not the truth? What if you're believing the lie? Because there's no way for you to know. You're making a judgment call with every story that you read, right? CNN posts something, you make a judgment. Do I believe CNN or do I believe Fox? Which one of these two do I believe in this story? There's no evidence. You have no idea of fucking knowing. You go, well, I'm left-wing, so I believe CNN. I'm right-wing, I believe Fox. What both sides need to ask themselves is, what if what you believe is wrong? What if nothing that you just read is the truth? Doesn't matter what the government says, they are lying. See, even that Z Vengeance is a logical inconsistency, right? Even that is a logical inconsistency. Because you may not like the government and you may think the government is evil, but they can still have information that is true. That's what makes this life so fucking hard. Because it's not healthy. Like, this is where you end up with people believing all manner of bullshit because they've gone down a specific road of believing that something is wrong, and now everything is wrong, right? Now they just believe nothing. Even when the information is clear as day, this is probably true. I can't believe this because the government said it. So I refuse to believe it. Twitter go better and worse post-sale? Bots are infinitely worse now. True. But I like the misinformation tags. The one thing that I love about Twitter is community notes. I absolutely agree with you. I think community notes is the future. Jose, how you doing, bro? I do think community notes is the future. Because at least with community notes, even if the community notes aren't absolutely correct, it usually provides a different perspective, which is almost the only thing that you can do, right? I just saw the intro to your new video. Which video is that, Jose? Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, the problem with the world we live in right now is that the noise has increased exponentially. There's far more noise now than there's ever been before. And I think the biggest issue is that most human beings don't have the access to the raw information to sift through the noise. And so you can make the argument you have to actually research it. But there's a problem with that, Aragast. You have to research the raw information. You don't have access to the raw information. If you really want to know what is happening in Ukraine and Russia, you have to go to the Ukraine. Like, you have to physically go to the Ukraine, and you have to go to the front lines, and you have to go see what is this war all about. Because just going off of saying, oh, I'm just going to read a bunch of like newspapers, that information is probably already filtered and already ran through so many filters that it could be right, it could be wrong, you don't fucking know. So you have to physically go there and you have to physically go check. Is this or isn't this? It has to be personally witnessed? No? Aragos? So how do you know when the thing you're being told is actually the truth? These people are insane. That video? Oh, Jose, yeah. I remember that. That video was nuts. And they show that without the camera footage for the police visit at the hospital and the footage from the school, the female athletes would have been able to continue to push the narrative. She was killed by police at school. Our perception isn't solid evidence. Aragos, wait, you're twisting words right now. Because I'm obviously not saying that. Like, that's literally not what I said. I said, if you want to know what the truth is, right? You have to physically go and you have to go to the source in order to figure that out. Now, if you're going there with a fucking bias, then obviously you're not going to see the truth, right? Because you're already going with a bias. If you're going with an open mind, you will see what is actually happening there. And that will give you some insights into what is actually happening. But that includes going all the way to the source on everything that you believe. So you'd have to go right down to the source of it. Saying, oh, but you just need to research yourself from, like, you need to be generally researched on the topic. What were the sources that you used in order to research the topic? Do you trust the sources that originally told you what it was? Because if those sources were tainted, what you believe is bullshit. Congratulations, you're now well informed on a completely mythical fucking story. Because the story isn't based in reality because none of your sources were. All you can do in this world is make your choice. Choose who you think is telling you the truth and then just go with that. Devin, that's literally the point I'm making. In a world where most of the events that we hear about every single day happens thousands of miles away from us, the ability to know the truth is zero. You have no ability to know the truth. You can be, like, you could know the truth if the choice was to share the truth with you, obviously, but you have no idea, right? You have no idea. The people that's bringing you the news and bringing you the sources, if they have the idea that they don't want to share the truth with you, how the fuck are you verifying that? There's no way of verifying whether or not what you believe is actually true. Right? There's only, I choose to believe this because I happen to like X news source or XYZ news source says this and therefore I will believe it. But outside of that, unless it's happening in your town or in your community where you can actually physically see what's happening, no way of knowing. Yeah, you're informed, but are you accurately informed? I guess is the big question, right? Like, is what you believe actually what is happening, or is what you believe just what they want you to know? Now, no one can live like that. It is a miserable way to live. So ultimately, you're going to end up making a choice. You're going to decide, I want to believe what these guys have to say because it fits my worldview. I want to believe that this is this, and therefore I will trust everything they say to me. Like, Andrea's literally next to Ukraine and we don't really know? No one knows. I can guarantee you not even the people in Ukraine actually know. Because even if you are one of the soldiers on the front lines, you're just one of the soldiers on one of the front lines, right? Like, you could be holding your line and then all of the other lines are crumbling right around you and you wouldn't even know. Or all of the other lines are pushing up and you don't even know because your line isn't. It's too fucking difficult, man. And be as informed as the information allows. And sadly, these days, a lot of the time, people can't even agree on what the basis of the given argument is. True. True. By the way, in this, I'm not making the point that anyone is wrong or anyone is right. I want to be clear on that. I'm also not saying that I know what the truth is, because I fucking don't. I'm just saying how I choose to go about it is I tend to, like, I'll read multiple stories from different political spectrums, and then where those stories overlap, I'll go, okay, maybe that's sort of true. Maybe that's true. And then everything else, I just sort of go, that's probably political theater or some kind of theater. I don't know. And then I just go back to playing games and talking about video games because I don't actually give a fuck. Was said to be at war with two alien races, but no concrete evidence is ever given besides news reports. CCS, but that makes me think of 1984. If you read 1984, the country is also at war with, there's 3 different nations, and the country is constantly at war with one of the other 2. The problem is that it keeps shifting, right? And the government pretends like it isn't shifting. And because they control all of the information, the people never actually know. Men in Black had it right. If that's a Men in Black clip, I can't watch that. Not on stream. They copyrighted yesterday's fucking stream because we had a couple of seconds of an actual show in the stream. Like, that shit isn't allowed, bro. The music industry does not fuck around. You do not get to watch anything from movies. That's why we need the God Emperor to unite us. Well, at least if the Emperor was the one, you couldn't question the truth. Because at least there, the truth is whatever the fuck they say. It doesn't matter if you don't have the truth. What are you going to do? It's what they say is the truth, and you just believe what they say. That would make it, I think that would make people a lot more relaxed. I think it is a scary world when you don't know what the truth is. Right? When you have no idea what the truth is. I think that becomes very, very difficult. Wait, what is this? Another 30-second clip of Sam Hyde on...
One you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Wait. I don't know who the fuck this is. And I don't know... I don't get the... What's going on? So this guy is also a YouTuber. Okay. I mean, I had no fucking idea. Like, but he's playing up an Irish character and threatening him with death. I mean, the Irish can be pretty fucking scary, to be fair. Crazy when it happened. Yeah, fuck. YouTubers, boxing is funny as hell. Didn't fucking what's his face? After his boxing match, he sort of actually wanted to become a boxer. What's his name? Paul? Jake Paul or Logan Paul, one of the two Paul brothers. Like, one of them started taking boxing super seriously. And I'm not even sure if he was actually good. I just know he became, like, super serious about boxing. KSI and Logan Paul. The younger one. Jake. All right, that's the one then. Jake Paul. I don't know if he's still in there. I have no idea. WWE makes sense. I think being a boxer is... And no hate to boxers, but I think being a professional boxer is fucking stupid as shit. There is no way that getting beaten in the fucking head over and over again for a living is a good thing. There's no shot. It almost definitely has major effects on you. Seriously, I watched their videos and shit, and it was encouraging. One of them's in WWE and KSI is their sidekick dressing like an energy drink to promote their shit. Yeah, so they've gone back to just making money rather than getting the shit kicked out of them for everything, right? It's not even the cauliflower hours. It's the fact that your brain was definitely not designed to be constantly punched in the fucking head. And while I love watching boxing, like I love watching it, I still don't think that you should actually be doing that.
You know, bro. Rollins just... Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's bye-bye KSI. You know, bro. Rollins just... Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's bye-bye KSI.
I genuinely don't fucking know how people can watch WWE, bro. It breaks my brain when I even watch clips of the WWE. It's like, bro, this is so fucking fake. Why are you watching this? Like, what do you get out of watching this shit? Because it'd be fine if there was some actual truth happening, right? And something was actually happening. But that's generally speaking not the case. It's never true. There's no amounts of truth to it. Beefing with each other and fighting to being his energy drink mascot. Everything you do for long enough is going to damage you. I remember when The Undertaker died and came back to life, that happened quite a few times where he got kicked in the fucking knee or some shit and then he died. And then, you know, the dude would want to do like his final move and then suddenly The Undertaker sets up and he's just got this blank stare on his face. And now it's go time. And then he just fucks the guy up. And like, oh, come on, man. Really? You guys didn't see that coming? That twist? Like, seriously? The fake, just scripted with actors, just like any other movie or TV show? Yeah, but that by design makes it fake, Massey. I get why people watch it, to be fair. I can't watch it, though. It's entertainment, and you are basically watching it like you would a movie, right? Or a series. But then I always just think, why not just watch a fucking movie or a series? The script is much better. The plots are much better. Most of the time, the choreography is much better. Because a lot of the time in those fights, like, you can actually see how fake it is. You can see they're not hitting each other. I was watching this clip that came on my YouTube the other day where the guy is beating the other guy on the head. and you see him stomping his leg, that makes it seem a lot harder, right? But you can see he's not actually punching him on the head. And you're like, what the fuck, man? Like, I remember when I was younger, the choreography being a lot better. How do we know John Cena is really John Cena if we can't see him? I walked right into the fucking WWE bullshit, didn't I? I walked right into this one, didn't I? Yeah. No, I walked right into that one. Right into it. All right. I'm going to go fuck off now, guys. I'm going to go make some food. Thank you, by the way, for 5 hours of my life reacting to Hasan Piker. Let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. Yeah, I am, right? I'm the hottest worker on Twitch. Shift of the Coal Mine is not yet over. You have 11 more hours to go, buddy. Fuck me, bro. I can't do 11 more hours. My voice is tired. I'm socially drained now, boys. I'm completely socially drained. I need to rest now. You won't understand that, but I need to rest now. No, I'm just like fucking I'm just tired. Right, Hasan. Imagine that. Like just writing Hasan. Like fuck me, that would be funny as shit. Oh man, that would be hilarious. Are you going to manage talking to your brother in your house now? You have no energy left? I don't know, bro. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be super hard. No, my soul isn't crushed. Fuck it, his viewers will need to go somewhere else soon, so bring them here and educate them. Why do you think? I don't think Hasan is going to get cancelled. I think anyone that thinks that Hasan is going to get cancelled don't understand the viewer of Hasan. The average Hasan viewer doesn't care. If anything, Hasan will grow from this. Like, you guys saw it. Like, just look at Asmongold's react video. Look at the amount of viewers that absolutely agree with Asmongold on his Hasan take. That's how you know that Hasan isn't going anywhere. If anything, a lot of those viewers are now going to become Hasan viewers, right? Because they just don't give a shit. They believe it. Then when he comes back, he will milk the comeback views. I don't know if... I don't think he's ever done that. But, I mean, that is a valid strategy, I guess. Someone, what's the difference between agreeing and simping, though? Because, look... For the same reason that Asmongold defends Hasan, viewers of Hasan and Asmongold is going to defend Hasan and Asmongold. It's your favorite streamer. It's like your friend. You don't want to believe that your friend is wrong, and so you are giving them the benefit of the doubt. And you're doing it completely subconsciously. You don't even realize that you're doing it. You're just accepting what they say because it's them saying it. Like you saw it earlier. We had a guy come into stream and tell me that the only reason I'm upset about Hasan is because I hate Hasan. When in reality, I charge you to go through my entire stream today and find the logical inconsistency. Because that's how you disprove an argument. If someone is making an argument and you find logical inconsistencies, then that argument is flawed. And then you can say, based on the logical inconsistencies that I found in the type of logical inconsistencies you've made, it's clear that you dislike Hassan, and that is why you're so angry at him. At no point did I make logical inconsistencies, because I set up the premise of what we're talking about beforehand, and then I judged everything that people said against the premise of what we're talking about as it was laid out by Hassan. Right? So there's no way that you can prove that I had any logical inconsistencies, because all I did was use Hassan's own words to disprove everything else that's being said about him. It is as simple as that. Great, that's also true, right? I would like to think that I have a record on this channel of being as fair as possible. Whether I like you or dislike you, if you say something that is true, I will agree with you. I will be like, yep, that's not wrong. I would like to believe that I'm not one of those guys that just, back my friends or back my positions. If something happens and there's, even if it's someone that I absolutely actively hate, there's no one like that, but they'd say the closest person you can get to someone that I hate would be Taliesin, right? And I don't even hate Taliesin. I just don't really like him. But even with Taliesin, there's been times where Taliesin will say something and I'll react to it and I'll be like, yeah, dude has a point. He's not wrong, right? So I'm more than happy to be like, yeah, I don't like this guy, but that's a good point. I believe in the lore, not Cain was the same guy from Cain and Abel from the Bible. Who the fuck is not Cain? I don't know who that is. Oh shit. Dude, I can't remember the fucking story of Tiberium's son. I can't, like, dude, do you know how old I was when I played that shit? We're talking more than 20 years ago. I think. I was young as fuck, bro. No, I'm probably way more than that. I remember seeing my cousin playing it for the first time when we went to go visit them. And then convincing my dad to buy it for us. And then I played it as well. But story? I don't remember jack shit of the story. I know the first one, though. Russia and America, I think. Although, I don't think it was called America. Was it called America? It was the Soviets, clearly the Soviets. But I don't remember if they were fighting America or if they were fighting, like, a conglomerate of, like, a bunch of different nations. Soviet and the Allies. There we go. Chico, how you doing? Did you play through when? They did a remake of it, so we could probably do a playthrough of CNC. Mention Cain as the guy that went to the land of Nod. I would actually need to fucking play that again, man. That was such a fun game. Just been lurking. Hope your day is going well. Chico, yeah, day was rough. Day was rough, but it was fun. It was fun as fuck. I mean, I can't complain. As far as coal mining days go, it was a good one. It was a good one. But it was also rough. Reacting is always fun, but there is, I don't know how to explain it. There is an added level of exertion when it comes to React content that isn't necessarily present. Like when you're playing video games, that shit isn't nearly as rough as like reacting. So many hot babes in Red Alert videos. Gemma Atkinson, Carrie Werrer, Haney McCarthy. It upgrades the game a bit, polishes it up a bit. Yes, on coal mine. Exactly. All right, fuck it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go. Let me go make some food. Let me go chill. I'm going to go watch more Avatar The Last Airbender, the animation. Because that shit is fucking fire. I tried to watch Avatar The Way of the Water last night. I do not like that movie one bit. I don't know why people lost their minds over that movie so much. That was not a fun movie. You're watching anime now? Apocalypse, I'm watching the anime. Have you watched the live action for Avatar The Last Airbender? Because the live action made me really interested in the lore. Like the overarching lore of the world. But the live action does such a terrible job of it that I don't care. And then people said, but you have to watch the animation because that's a shit ton better. And I agree. It is super cool. Pictures of Isaiah in the glamour section. Echo only need cosplay on stream, and he is done. Dude, I'm not going to do cosplay. Guaranteed that I'm not going to do cosplay. That seems like way too much fucking effort. Dude, if watching Avatar The Last Airbender makes me a weeb, then fucking so be it. It's a fun show. I don't think that makes me a weeb, though. I don't think that makes me a weeb, though. There goes. What is this? Oh, fucking hell. I'm not reacting to a 24-minute video right now. Holy shit. I don't have it in me to react to that now. How does it not? Dude, how does it not? It's one animation film that I'm watching, or series that I'm watching. It's not as if I'm suddenly going out of my way to find anime. I haven't suddenly started watching Death Note or whatever other animes there are. I don't know the other names. But I've not suddenly turned into like a proper fucking weeb watching weeaboo bullshit. I'm watching one show because the lore in that one show was pretty cool. For example, I didn't have the same thing with, what's the pirate one? There's like a pirate fucking, oh man, One Piece. I tried to watch One Piece, the live action, and it was just shit. And it was so shit that at no point did I think to myself, fuck, I really want to know the lore behind One Piece. I just didn't care. Yeah, I don't care about this show. I'm not going to watch anything else. Reveal your waifu body pillow, admit it. I don't have a waifu body pillow. If I had a waifu body pillow, it'd be in the background as part of the fucking set. As part of the furniture. The scene. Why would I hide that shit? Because it'd probably be a fucking hot body pillow as well. Good boy, and didn't have any anime infestation. Look at him now. Wasn't it like Asmongold always watched anime? I think he wasn't always very outspoken about it, but he's always been. Dude, I was watching this episode of Steak and Eggs podcast where they were doing a name the anime. You know who fucking knows anime? Emeru. Like, holy shit. Dude, she got every single one of them right. And it was like, so the premise of it was he would show them emojis, and based on the emojis, they would have to name the anime. And eventually he had to tell Emeru, stop naming, let Asmongold guess. Because she just knew all of them. Like, as soon as she saw the emojis, she was like, oh, I know this one. Just the first one and see what you think. See, you anime fucks. You're like a cult. You're like a cult? No, bro, just try it. It's just once. It's just once. If you don't like it, it's fine, but just try it once. You'll like it, I promise. Like, you don't have to. It's just the first episode. Just watch it a little. And then before you know it, you're going to Japan. Yeah, it's like you're like a bunch of drug dealers is what you are. Fucking peddling heroin. Bro, first one's free. Just try it. Come on. You see if you like it. Just try. And then before you know it, you're watching every fucking anime on the planet. And you hate it, but you're still watching it. Like, fuck that. The ending is so asinine that you'd appreciate the news or storytelling. Like any media, tons of crap too. I don't like... The thing that pisses me off about anime is the fighting. And a lot of anime is pretty much consistent fighting with a little bit of story sprinkled in between. Because that seems to be the thing people love. And I hate that. The fighting is so fucking unbelievable. I mean, it's the stupidest shit. Like, the screen goes black and you just see these lines of color. And that's the fighting. It's like, oh man, what the fuck am I watching? I don't care about this. I actively skip fighting in movies. So, that should tell you everything you need to know. PowerPoint presentation fights. I refuse to waste my life on that shit. On movies, like any movies these days, if a fight scene is about to start, I just skip it. I just click through it until we get to the end of the fight. I want to see the story progress. I couldn't give two fucks about the actual fighting scene because I know that shit's fake. As I get older, I'm finding that my tolerance for fake fighting is increasing. Like, it's actually lowering. I can't do fake fighting. I find all movies with combat in them just these days getting boring. And I think the reason for it is a lot of modern day movies have sort of completely bought into the over-the-top notion of combat. So combat is no longer... Like, if you watch Band of Brothers, the combat in Band of Brothers is actually, like, super real. Right? As real as it can be without actually shooting each other. And it does a very good job of being muted enough that it doesn't feel over the top. But then you watch, like, fucking Star Wars or some shit like that, and it's gone completely off the fucking rails. Dude, even Apocalypse, even in John Wick, I clicked through most of the fight scenes. Yeah, I enjoyed John Wick. I thought it was a phenomenal fucking movie. But I clicked through most of that shit. And I have to be honest with you, I do the same nowadays with love scenes. Whenever there's a scene where they're kissing or they're being romantic with each other, I just click through that shit. Just bam, bam, bam. Okay, great. Here we go. Story time. But I don't give a fuck. Oh, yeah, you're in love and you're gonna kissy. I don't care. Let's get on with the story. You know how fucked that is if you're watching like a rom-com? You're watching a rom-com. It's a romantic comedy. And you skip through all of the lovey-dovey scenes. You skip like 3/4 of the fucking movie. Like, the movie is like 15, 20 minutes long, and then you're on to the next one. I think the setting achieves what Minority Report failed to. Skipping the physical bit sounds like me. It's not even the physical. It's not because it's the physical bits that I skip it. It's just that in a lot of cases, I don't know if it's the movies that's gotten bad or if it's just me that's changed. Like, I've just gotten older, so I've gotten, like, I guess I don't enjoy it as much anymore. But it feels like a lot of movies nowadays will use love just way too over the top. Like, there's just way too many scenes. And the scenes are just too over the top to really, like, in a lot of ways, it sort of overwhelms you. It's not fun. See if you like this realism. Which realism is that, bro? We now know why Akko loves rom-coms so much. Get to skip half the movie. Peak efficiency right there. Well, I also like rom-coms because they tend to be funny. I like funny movies. But I'm definitely a huge fan of... I'm not allowed to watch this, Aragos. I can't watch shows. YouTube will insta-fuck me. Halsing abridged. I don't think it's the execution. I think it's the build-up. I think there are a lot of movies now. Henry Cavill said it very recently when he said that sex in movies are completely overused nowadays. And I, like, as I heard him say that, I was like, bro, fucking thank you. There are so many movies nowadays where the sex scene neither adds anything to the movie, nor is it earned in any way, shape, or form, other than, well, look at him, he's having sex. And it's just like, fuck me. Rainwater, how you doing? I thought you went offline. Not yet. I'm going soon. Yeah, everyone wants to be the Game of Thrones. Sex means a lot for the plot in Game of Thrones. I would say in Game of Thrones, the sex is, at times, the sex is used brilliantly. But I would also say, oh, shit, Rainwater, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would also say there are times in Game of Thrones where the sex is completely out of place. Like, you don't need the sex scenes or the nudity scenes at that point in time. Now, what I took from that and why I didn't have such a big problem with the nudity scenes or the sex scenes is it's trying to show, in many ways, the fall of the kingdom, right? The depravity of the kingdom, how the kingdom has gone from maybe in the past a lot more of an upstanding kingdom to now a kingdom that basically embraces more and more obscene debauchery and shit of that nature, which is kind of what, if you watch the Game of Thrones, it is a kingdom in decline, and that's usually what you see in a kingdom of decline, is everything starts to decline. So I would say, in that regard, a lot of the nudity, 80% of the nudity and sex scenes in Game of Thrones was perfectly valid, right? And they should be there for that reason. But even then, there's still that 20% where you do sort of sometimes just feel like you're just doing this so you can have naked titties in the scene. Like, all of this would have worked even without the naked titties there, right? And then you have movies where the sex scene absolutely doesn't have to be there, because it's not adding anything to this movie whatsoever, other than just being a sex scene. Halo series? Wait, there's sex in the Halo series? Al Silver, how you doing, bro? Well, we usually do between 5 and 8 hours of stream. So I'm not really doing, like, I'm not going harder than usual. You know, I have to pay my dues, you know? I have to earn my keep, as they say. The coal mines are unforgiving, you know? He's trying to get on his son's level. Fuck that, bro. Like, there is a reason why I rarely, if ever, do even 8-hour streams is quite rare for me. And my reason is, after about like fucking max 6 hours, you do reach a point where you are no longer as entertaining as you was in the first 4 hours of your stream. Like, it does start to fall off. Now, if I were to do a reaction now, I would pause and talk a lot less in that reaction than what I would if I watched it at the beginning of the stream. Because you are now getting to that point where you are feeling drained, you know? You all know what the fuck I'm talking about. You get to the end of the day, the only reason you're giving it your all, if you even can, is because your boss is cracking the whip. Right? You know your boss is going to be on your ass if you fuck it up. But by the end of the day, you're not in the mood to really keep going, right? This is usually where in the office you would start seeing what can be pushed to tomorrow morning, right? Now, the reason I don't have to worry about that is I don't have a boss, right? So I can just go quiet and I don't have to talk as often. But I feel like it's more effective to stream for 6 hours and be super entertaining for that 6 hours and then end the stream than it would be to go 12 hours and the last 6 hours of the stream is basically shit. Trying to be funny during the reactions? Oh shit. Fucking bang bang, dude. The fuck did I do? I'm sitting here, we're having a lovely fucking cordial conversation, and you're just out here blasting away? Hey, the fuck? That wasn't even a stray. That was aimed right at me. I didn't say shit. Like, why am I under attack now? Fucking hell. It's being called out in my own chat. Man, sometimes I wish you guys were as brain dead as some of the fucking people we react to. It'd be nice if I said something and my whole chat just went, yeah, oh, fuck yeah, Akalon said it must be true. But no, I had to be the one fuck that got some intelligent viewers. Akalon says something and his viewers go, well, actually, bro, I think you'll find. It's like, motherfucker, why can't I just have stupid viewers that I say stuff and they go tell all of their friends, you should hear how clever Akalon is? You're stuck with us, screw you. Fuck you, Steve. You know, bro. But I think I tend to agree more often than not anyways. It's just because I'm very intelligent. I only have very intelligent takes. The only people that disagree with me are stupid people. You have to decide where you fall on that one, I guess. No, I wouldn't exchange my chat for anyone. I would rather... Danny, how you doing? I would rather have a bunch of viewers that can think for themselves than have a bunch of fucking brain-dead morons that just parrot whatever the fuck I say. That would bore me. It's like one of the few things that... Or, actually, not even one of the few things. That's like one of the many things that I do not have in common with the Red Pill movement. Like, I remember one of these Red Pillers saying how no man wants a girl that argues with them. A girl shouldn't be difficult. She should know her place and she should support her man. And I was like, well, I agree with like fucking 50% of what you just said. A girl should support her man, but also if I'm saying something and what I'm saying is either one, obviously not fucking true, or two, she does not agree with, I would like to have my girlfriend be able to go, I don't agree with that. And then have like an actual spine and an actual fucking working brain and be able to actually make an argument against that so that I can spar intellectually with my best fucking friend. Because if I'm not sparring intellectually with my best fucking friend, why the fuck am I in this relationship to begin with? Like, why do I not just wank every night? Because the pawn isn't disagreeing with me ever. So if all I wanted was a sex doll, I could buy that. If it's blind support, it is absolutely meaningless. True. My IQ is 60, so I need 100 more to be on par with Akalon. True, bro. I'm a genius. People who think like that hide in the closet while their girlfriends fuck other guys. Shit, bro. What the fuck? I was not prepared for that one. Did you really suck at signing off? You have been going for 30 minutes. It's your fault. I blame you. Like when you ask your lady if your hair looks okay, she says it's fine. You get in the car and see it in the mirror and you go, what the fuck, bro? Dude, I don't think I have ever in my entire life asked anyone, does my hair look okay? No, what the fuck? Like, why would that matter? Like, fuck me. I would not care. It's better to be honest than receive honesty. I like it when people are honest as well. Otherwise, I kind of float around and won't learn. It's not even just about being honest, right? It's about, I like being challenged. I like having conversations. What I hate is people that fucking parrot. So I'll say something and they'll just absolutely agree with it. That fucking drives me crazy. Because I'm not learning anything if you're just agreeing with me. And the point of conversation is to hopefully learn something. Now, if I say something and you just go, oh, yeah, well, actually, that's very true. All right, like, fucking hell, this was lovely. Thanks for the conversation. Do you have anything to add? No, I think you covered everything. Well, that was fun. Thanks. I'll go play some video games now, because at least in my game, the characters fucking disagree with me. Right? Like, holy shit. I just agree with Akko, true. I agree, but putting the whole chat in a very difficult position, because many people are just like, fuck, I actually agree with what Akko's saying, but he told me not to agree. The fuck am I supposed to do now? Is this a trap? If you're all wrong. Oh man. Yeah, no, I like people having opinions. It's one of the key reasons why pretty much I have never dated a girl that's been politically the same as me. Because I like having a challenge. I get bored the second the challenge is gone. Like, you have to intellectually entertain me, otherwise I fuck off and I go do something else. You know, such a debater, Akko. Not necessarily a debater, a conversationalist. I like having conversations, and I like when I like when I'm challenged intellectually. Like, it doesn't even have to be a debate, but she has to have interests that challenge me. Because I would say, I would call myself a jack of all trades, master of none. Like, I would 100% describe myself as that. There are very few topics in this world, like mainstream topics, that I don't know at least something about. Right? I might not know everything about every topic, but there's a shit ton of topics that if you bring the topic up, like if you mention it, I can sort of, I at least know enough that I can kind of partake in a conversation about it. And the other thing that I would actually say I'm very good at is inferring things. Right? So even if you bring up a topic that I know nothing about, I can listen for a couple of minutes and I'll be able to make inferences that will then allow me to partake in the conversation. Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I've made enough inferences now that I sort of have formed an opinion on whatever the fuck the topic is. So I'm pretty good at that, right? And what I need is for someone that can do the same shit, right? So they need to be able to have conversations about many different things. Informative about contemporary dance theory. Contemporary dance theory. That's not postmodern dance theory, right? I'm trying to place it now. I actually had a friend who studied theater, like, what the fuck was it called? Dance theater? Something, the dancers in theater. He studied that. No, I'd need to check. Contemporary. Is that modern? It's not modern. It's also not postmodern. So now I have to check it out. Fuck you. Now I'm learning about fucking contemporary dance theory. Dance theory is the philosophy underpinning contemporary dance, including formal ideologies, aesthetic concepts, and technical attributes. Well, that taught me fuck all. What the fuck are you talking about? 3 broad categories of dance theory, as you may find them described in universities or dance institutes, are philosophy concerning the aesthetic meanings behind dance, or semiotics, choreology, movement analysis and description, sociology regarding the role of dance in society and culture. Dance theory deals with anatomical movements such as footwork. This is fucking, what the fuck? Which is literally just that. It's just, what does dance theory mean? I want to know what this means. Yeah, here we go. Now we're fucking onto something. Contemporary dance is a genre of dance performance that developed during the mid-20th century and has since grown to become one of the dominant genres for formally trained dancers throughout the world, with particularly strong popularity in the US and Europe, although originally informed by and borrowing from classical, modern, and jazz styles. It has come to incorporate elements of many styles of dance due to its technical similarities that is often perceived to be closely related to modern dance, ballet, and other classical concert dance styles. Dancing is fake news. It's just moving your body in stupid movements. I would agree with you, but I once went to the ballet. And I must admit, the girls were hot as fuck. I don't know what the fuck they were doing on the stage. They were putting on some play, but they were fine as fuck, bro. Like, that was a good evening. So, it's definitely not fake. Frozen Solid, things change, bro. Things change. I am gonna leave, but I'm not leaving yet. But I want to leave now, but we keep getting into different fucking conversations. But yeah, no, I sort of, I don't know, man. It's difficult because I can also not do small talk for too long. Yeah, I'm trapped. Chat is keeping me hostage. But small talk is also something that really fucking gets to me after a while. In one-on-one conversations. Small talk I can do in like a group. Like for us, for example, us hanging out now. I can do small talk and it's great fun. But if I'm in a one-on-one conversation and someone is just constantly making jokes, like everyone has a friend like this, the king of fucking small talk, where you can't have a serious conversation with them. They just don't go for it. How full is your small talk gas tank currently? No, it's fucking empty now. It's empty. I'm spent. Feel free to call it off if you feel like it. Don't worry, bro. I will definitely leave the second I feel like I'm fucking done now. I want to go. Running on fumes. What about the one-up guy? Always has a better story than you? Dude, okay, you think... I can give you an example of the one-up guy that was actually legitimately one of the craziest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. Back in college, I was living... The first 2 years of college, 3 years? I can't remember, but one of those numbers. I lived in a commune. Right, so I had my own apartment, and the commune, it was like 3 apartments and then a large house with a bunch of rooms, and I had one of the apartments outside and then a bunch of people in the house. And one of the people in the house was a girl. Anime. I want to say her name was Anime or Anami. Anami. That was her name. Anami. And she had her boyfriend come over, right? Her boyfriend came from my hometown. And all she told us was, his name is Nico, right? And we were all like, who the fuck is Nico? We couldn't figure out who it was. That Friday, he drives in. And as we see him in his car, my friend turns to me and he's like, bro, this Nico Waarheid. Now, directly translated, Nico Truth Teller. That's what people called him. And it was ironic. This dude, I don't think he's ever told the truth in his entire fucking life. ever. And it's not even that he lies about stuff that is almost true. Like, it could kind of be true. It's that he just straight up fucking lies about nonsense. So, for example, he gets out of the car, right? And we all greet him. Nico, how's it going, bro? How's it going, bro? Because we enjoy the dude. Just because it's so obvious that he's fucking lying that it's funny as fuck. And we're like, what are you doing here, bro? And he's like, oh, I just came to visit my girlfriend, but that's not actually the real reason I'm here. We're like, oh, shit, why are you here? And he's like, oh, I have tryouts for the Blue Bulls. Now, for those of you that don't know, the Blue Bulls is a national rugby team and actually an international rugby team. Only the best players in the world, in the country, will ever play for the Blue Bulls, or at least among the best. This dude couldn't even make the first team in high school. I believe he was like third team in high school, right? So this is not the kind of guy that can play rugby for the Blue Bulls. There's a fucking 0% chance that this guy will ever play for the Blue Bulls. But he's here because he's trying out for the Blue Bulls. And not just trying out, they phoned him, is what he tells us. They phoned him because he's playing now for Noordelijkes, which is a homegrown team, just basically an excuse to go drinking. And the scouts saw him play for Noordelijkes, and they phoned him and said, you have to come try out for us. You're the best winger we've ever seen. Dude, I kid you not, that's his fucking story to us, right? The dude would tell stories about... So he arrives there driving a very normal car. There's nothing special about his car. He tells us that he has to stay in our commune because his house in Pretoria is being renovated. And we're like, bro, you have a house in Pretoria? No way. Where is it? And he's like, you see those houses at the top? Now, Pretoria, lots of mountains. The houses right on top of the mountains are like, bro, ordinary human beings cannot afford those houses. They are super fucking expensive. Like, super, super, super expensive. And he says, my house is there at the top. I live in that house there. And we're like, but you don't live in Pretoria. He said, no, it's my holiday home. And we're just like, bro, we know where you live in Polokwane. Like, we know where you live. You live in a fucking poor adjacent area. You're like lower middle class. Like, how the fuck do you own a couple of $1 million house in Pretoria, but you live in like a poor area in Polokwane? Like, make this make sense. But the dude just lies flow out of his fucking mouth, bro. It's just like one after the other. Just the lies flowing. And no matter what story he tells you, it is complete bullshit. And he just does it. I don't know why. Just every story out of his mouth is bullshit. Aragast, I think he's a pathological liar. Which is the only thing that kind of makes sense there. Like, either a compulsive liar or a pathological liar. That's the only thing that makes it make sense, right? Because nothing else makes sense. Because like I said, the lies that he tells aren't even lies that is believable. It's so obviously not the truth that there's no way that he actually really believes that people believe him. And yet, he keeps telling them anyways. Zoe, self-grandizing. Oh, yeah. Some narcissists need to make up stuff to satisfy their own sense of grandeur. But, Ridning, if you're a narcissist, your lies will at least be somewhat believable, no? Like, narcissists tend to be very careful because they don't want to be the butt of the joke, right? That's the whole point of narcissism. They get very angry when they're the butt of the joke. This guy very rarely displayed what we would consider to be narcissistic personality disorder traits. He just lied a lot. no one cares about. Steve, that was always the point. Because remember now, right? He's coming to a bunch of students. None of us are rich. We're fucking students. So there's, like, dude, you could show off by just saying you have a job and congratulations, you're better than all of us because we don't even have jobs. We're students, we're studying, but no. He, like, oh my fuck, dude. I'm getting angry just thinking about it now. Yeah, throughout the weekend, he also, like, and this may actually have been a little bit inspired by him just feeling less than. Because he kept telling us that, yeah, he was supposed to study medicine, but then his dad really needed him to work in the business because no one can do books like he does it. Like accounting. No one can do accounting the way that he does it. And so he didn't go to study medicine, but he's actually glad that he didn't go to study medicine because he's richer now than he could ever have been as a doctor. And we were just looking at him, what the fuck are you? What? I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro. All right, I guess that's great, man. Does sound like overcompensation. It might be that. But again, how stupid do you have to be? Like, I get that some people feel, like, you could probably make the argument that it comes from a place of feeling inferior. And he's trying to make himself look cooler than what he actually is by telling a bunch of lies. But then my next response would be, wouldn't it then be prudent of you to make the lies as believable as possible? Because if I'm going to, like, let's use an example, right? If I'm going to lie to a girl about the size of my penis, I'm not going to be out here saying, well, 21 inches. Yeah, I have to roll this motherfucker up every morning. Otherwise, I trip over it as I go to the bathroom. Right? That would be an obvious fucking insane lie. Like, why are you fucking telling that? You would go for like 8 inches or 9 inches, right? If you're unsatisfied with your size. You'll be like, yeah, I have an 8-inch dick. Because at 8 inches, she may actually believe you, right? She's probably not gonna. Any girl that has any sort of grounding in reality would know 8 inches would be super fucking rare. But she might believe that. 21 inches? What fucking girl where is going to believe you when you say, I have a 21-inch dick? What fucking girl? Up here at 21 inches, man? Dude, you are... like, that is fucking nuts. At 21 inches, I'm pretty sure you pass out when you get an erection. Like, you get an erection and fucking pass out. There's no way the amount of blood that we need to pump into that thing, you'd get lightheaded every single time you got turned on. There's no fucking shot, bro. There is a 0% chance that that is the real thing. No, not all inveterate liars are smart. Smart liars know how to mix the truth in to create a simulacrum of truth. Chico, yeah, but I mean, like, can you really? I don't know. It just feels ridiculously bad to me. It can only be on bottom. Dude, if you have a, like, first and foremost, if you do think that you have a 21-inch dick, you have to remember, most girls would actually run the fuck away from that. At 21 inches, you would impale her. There would be... dude, let's not even talk about guys and their dick sizes. There are too many men out there who do not have a fucking clue how big 11 inches is, or like 10 inches are. I've met guys who claim that they're 9 inches or 10 inches. And I'm like, no, you're not. You are fucking not. There is a guaranteed chance that you are not 10 inches. I'm willing to fucking bet. Because if you were, you'd be doing porn. And your wife would not be able to fucking walk normal. They switch to Imperial, but keep the numbers. And goes, yeah, that's possible, right? Measure it in centimeters. Oh, I've got a 15 centimeter dick. But I won't say centimeter, I'll say inches. I think 15 is sort of roughly fucking close to 7 or some shit. Massey, I like the wordplay. Very clever. I like the wordplay. Because I am willing to believe you if what you're saying is... So, let me show you. If what you're saying, Massey, if I'm following it correctly, you are saying, right, if you look in your pants, you have 11-inch dick, right? That's what you're saying. But you're saying you have to remove 1 inch. Now, most people would think removing 1 inch equals 10. And I will not believe that. I think you're absolutely full of shit if that is what you said. However, if it is remove 1 and that equals 1, I'm willing to believe you. So we're literally physically removing 1. Then I believe you. 100%. You are absolutely correct. Although I do have to say, though, 1 inch may be micro penis. Never said he was talking about length. With you, Akko, but I will disagree with you for the sake of disagreeing. Shadowrunner, I can accept that. Plot twist, 5 inches wide. Also, 5 inches wide? There's very few girls that will be able to take that. I genuinely think too many guys out there have no fucking idea what the average girl is able to take. There are far too many guys out there who believe that the only way they can ever be seen as a god by the fairer sex is if they have 7 inches. Here's the truth, fuckhead. About 1.5 of those 7 inches isn't going anywhere for the overwhelming majority of women. If anything, you're making sex worse for yourself. Because if you were to go balls to the fucking wall, you'd hurt her. Like, severely hurt her. So I don't know who are you trying to please? Like, what are you trying to say? I have a dick so large that sex with me is absolute agony. It's basically what you're saying. Just follow the conversation, converting a normal unit, and I'm scared. I think 7 inches, 7.5 inches. I don't know. It's like 2.5 centimeters in an inch, right? So you're talking close to like 20, 25 centimeters. Told me that a bunch of his coworkers didn't know about basic female anatomy, like the name of certain parts or biological phrases. To be fair, the stuff that most may know about girls is very limited. That is true. The thing is, it's not really something that men are ever taught either. Not really. Like in biology, you'll learn like the basic names of different things and so on and so forth, but very few guys actually care about learning that shit. So it's like, yeah, it's a giant fuck up. Massey, that's true. That is true. Porn is definitely a huge problem. Like, they did the studies on this. I saw a study where they asked over 1,000 men, and specifically the men that they asked all had between 5 and 5.5 inches, which you may think, wow, how did they know that? Or how did they do that? That's the average, by the way. The overwhelming majority of men across the world have between 5 and 5.5 inches. That's it. That's the average. Larger than that is very rare. and even slightly larger than that is already, you're talking like percentages of the human population that has that. And they asked the 1,000 men, do you think you are too small? And it's something like 80% of men replied, yes, I think I'm too small. And then they asked them, what do you think the perfect size would be? And almost all of them were like, well, I think maybe like another inch, inch and a half would be really good, which would put them between 6.5 and 7 inches. Which is like, okay, but now third goal speed with from their butts. Shit, Messi, that is rough. That is rough. Eric, how you doing? Engaging in school is optional, if not banned, depending on if it's a red or a blue state. Red state thing to ban that with a heavy hammer. I don't know if that's the case. To be fair though, I don't know if I don't know if I think the school should be teaching sexual education. I think parents should be teaching sexual education. I think your kid should know what the fuck is going on in this world, and it should come from the parent. I don't think it's a teacher's job to teach that shit. You send your kids to school to learn about math, to learn about language, not to learn about their penis. You as parents should be teaching that to them, I think. The stereotypes that certain ethnicity groups have much larger units, only to find out it's mostly exaggerated BS. The Grey, I also saw a study about this, because I used to believe that. I used to believe that there are certain ethnic groups that have larger penises than others. And then a study did exactly that. They looked at thousands of men across all of the racial groups, and you know what they found? There is no difference. It's the same. Like, men from literally every race, the penis is the same. How many parents are trained in child biology? Epic Thulu, but that's a failure on parents, right? It's not a failure on the education system. That's a failure for parents. I think it's part of what a parent should just be doing. No, of course it's not surprising. It happens to be... So basically what you did was you measured a bunch of men from the exact same fucking species and found that they don't differ at all. Wow. Science, bro. Shocker. I would never have expected this. As it turns out, human penises are the same for most, if not all humans. Who would have been able to guess that? That is mind-blowing to me. Really investing? Dude, the amount of useless information that I hold in my brain just because I happen to go down a fucking rabbit hole. I know how to make the perfect cup of coffee. Do I own an espresso maker? No, I don't. Do I have any interest in owning an espresso maker? Not really. Part of an espresso is the experience for me of going to the shop and actually buying the espresso. But there were a bunch of videos that popped up on my feed from this guy. I can't remember his name now, but he made videos about how to make the perfect cup of coffee. And then I started watching that, and before I knew it, I was watching like a fuck ton of videos about how to brew the perfect cup of coffee with like tools that I don't even own. Well, I was fucking invested in this shit. It's like, oh shit, and then you have to do it exactly this hard, and oh my fuck, the water has to be exactly this temperature. That's insane. I just have a bunch of information in my head that I will never use for anything, but it is in my head for cases like this, where we have a conversation about penis sizes, and I happen to go, hey, I remember watching fucking videos on this. I have information. And then here we are. Smoky Monkey, how you doing, bro? Aeropress. I saw this video. Yeah, I saw it's that guy, James Hoffman. Eric, yes, that's the dude. I saw his video on the Aeropress. I don't have this. I have I don't know what it's called. Plunger. I have a plunger. And it makes Is it a plunger? No, it's not a plunger. It's a little glass mug, and then you push it down, and then you have coffee in it. And it makes good coffee. French press, I think it's called. It's called a French press? I think it's called a French press. And it works. It makes good coffee. It doesn't make fucking cappuccino level coffee from the shop. But if I want that, I can just go fucking buy cappuccino from the shop. There's a lot of space in my brain and it can't get used. Because it is filled with 80s, 90s song lyrics. I don't think this thing has dark mode, bro. This website does not have dark mode, I don't think. You don't really clean a French press, though? Yeah, I don't clean it. Fuck that. You just rinse it. All of the coffee is accumulated flavor. You just rinse it. New coffee. Let's go. So beverage just rinse thoroughly? Yeah. But no, I think I just have lower standards than most people. Like, I can obviously taste the difference between really good coffee and average coffee. But coffee is also just coffee. And when I watch the videos from people on how to make good coffee, I just think to myself, will I ever put that amount of work into making a cup of coffee for myself? Fuck no. Because it's all so like you have to first grind the beans, but it has to be ground up at just the right fineness, because otherwise it's too fine or not fine enough and it won't work. And then you have to measure out like an exact weight of coffee, and then you have to push it down, squish it down, but just perfectly. And then you have to put it into the little machine, and you have to make sure that the water is the right temperature. And then it has to drain for just the right amount of seconds, no more than 20 seconds. And then you take it off, and then you have to steam the milk, and then you have to mix it all together in order to get your cup of coffee. It's like, dude, I could have made my fucking cup of coffee from my French plunge or my French press in like half the time that it took you to make that coffee. I mean, I don't do sugar in my coffee. I do milk. I like milk in my coffee. And I don't like extra dark. I like medium roast. Like a good medium roast in the French press. Mwah. Beautiful coffee.